Okay, welcome. It is I, ya boy, Coyote Thunder. What have I done? I had done goofed. So, unfortunate. No longer with one.
Steel swords are great. All of us got into HEMA because we wanted to swing swords around. But this isn't always the most practical training tool. You realistically can't take this on the go unless you're also going to bring with you a mask, gloves, a jacket, and everything else. It's just not very portable. But there are options that are a lot more portable. These are leather dusaks that are one-handed sword simulators. They're light and great for on the go, and if you're fencing with control, you don't really need gear. As long as you're not aiming for the face, it's pretty safe to hit your opponent with these and not hurt them. There are a bunch of different versions of dusaks out there you can buy, but these
It just seems like more control. Highly overlooked exercise. Let's take a look and see
Ancient
what
Greek
this is.
wrestlers built superhuman strength using one highly overlooked exercise. It develops insane power through the arms, back, and grip while forging iron core muscles. This training method was even used centuries later by Roman gladiators to develop crushing power for the arena. Used by wrestlers like Milo and gladiators like Spartacus, this mystery exercise was ditch digging. Digging with a shovel was seen as one of the best ways to build upper body strength in ancient Greece. This cool fact comes from my book on warriors. Ancient Greek wrestlers built superhuman strength using one highly overlooked exercise. It develops insane power through the arms, back, and grip while forging iron core muscles. This training method was even used centuries later by Roman gladiators to develop crushing power for the arena. Used by wrestlers like Milo and gladiators like Spartacus, this mystery exercise was ditch digging. Digging with a shovel was seen as one of the best ways to build upper body strength in ancient Greece.
Damn. What is happening? My stream's audio current bitrate 0 is lower than is recommended. How do I change my bitrate? Stream latency, maybe? Oh, I'm having coffee. Hmm. You know what? I guess it is what it is. Blame this guy, the cyclist. Let's take a look at this one. I like Not Just Bikes. It's a great channel. Uh, I'm sub to him. I think you should as well. Let's see what this is about.
In the middle of the
Because remember, I am still planning to run as Colorado governor. Let me take a look at a quick map, super fast. Let's see, is it this one or that one? Both would be fine. Okay, real quick, here's what we're looking at. This is Colorado Springs, right? This is the first city that it's at. As you can see, we have this one, and then we have this one, which has these two additional in here. Right, we'll go ahead and probably start with this one, only because the Cimarron Hills area is technically not a part of Colorado Springs. I want to bring them back into the fold so that way we can have just contiguous from here to here, right? But if not, that's fine. We can always just skip over that area. We need to adjust some of these. Oh no, what have I done? There it is. Okay, let's look at this one first. Here's my first thought, right? Where's my draw thing? The draw tool. Where's the edit thingy? So, first things first. Well, here is Fort Carson. Yes, here's Fort Carson Gate 3. From here to here is approximately the mile and a half. Because there's also PPCC, or the Pikes Peak Community College. I don't know what the new name is. They're right here. And there's the base, and there's that. So, hey, guess what? You can take a train from here, and then from here, you can walk the mile and a half to get here to class. This is a open space area. So there would just be more so, oh, you could drop off. There'd be small. Again, everything is going to be subways. Everything's going to be underground. But just to more so keep the trains protected from the snow and elements and weather and all that stuff. There's an open space. Over here is the Shine Mountain State Park. It's a very beautiful area. And then over here, I have it in the parking lot of a Safeway. But it covers this whole area right here. Right? And then this area right here, there's a shopping center right here. Because that's kind of what's at this section is a strip mall right here. But if we put it in the strip mall, well, guess what? We still have access to all these homes have access then to a train, and we're headed north. And of course, here's Colorado Springs. This is over City Hall specifically. But this whole thing's gonna kind of get changed, rebuilt, all that good stuff. Uh, Probably gonna have the the cross because that's what a cathedral is usually shaped as. It's shaped as a cross, and it'll be, of course, aiming to the east, so that way as the sun comes in, it can shine through a stained glass window, which will have the whole of life of Jesus Christ. Uh, I don't know. Ooh, that's something that we definitely need to take a look at. Is going to be like them Shinto temples. But here's number one. Let's see if I can just edit this thing. If I can remember how to. I'm having a I'm having a moment. How do I edit you? That ain't it. ain't none of these. There it is. Edit. So here's the first one, right? No, I didn't want that. Okay, there's line number one, and here's line number two. There are a lot more stops this way, north-south, right? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 stops north, but only 5 stops east-west. It is all connected. Let's ignore my terrible drawing ability for a second. That's line one. That's line two. I would like to have this. See, this is why. Hold on. This is why I prefer this one because we need to include this area. Let's go ahead and edit, and we'll start again. So line one will be yellow. It's line one. Line two will be red. Line three will be purple. But see, this is why we need this one. Now it's not gonna. It is still gonna come to the airport. Not really. Uh, Maybe not actually. Now that I think about it. Yeah, we'll go to the airport. So there's a 2 ways to the airport. In the next line, it does have to go east-west, right? So we got to go from here. You're gonna be this whole center down to here, which is towards the college, over towards the hospital, and then over to here. And the blue line gonna be this one, because these are the farms, right? These farms need to be connected. These next two are going to be variations on green, because these two are going to, mind you, what do I have here? I don't remember what's there. We'll get to that in a second. But here's this one's going to go, right? This one, and then the other green line is going to be this one. And then finally, the gray line is going to be this one. Now, I don't know where it should end up. Are you so smooth? Oh, wait a minute. Metro line. Ooh, Metro line. Let's go. So here's what we're looking at now. Because line number one. Uh, right? Line number one is the yellow line. Blang. There's an open space so people can go around hiking. Uh, Parking lot of a grocery store slash little strip mall type area, which will increase the foot traffic to this area, but will also then increase foot traffic so people can walk from the surrounding neighborhoods. Right, because there are plenty of neighborhoods around here, around here, around here. It's just all neighborhoods. The center right here next to this is I-20, not I-25. This is Academy, and this is Nevada. There's a Safeway right there. Right, that Safeway would then put give the soldiers, our soldiers who are stationed at Fort Carson, are young men and women who do not have a car, a way to get around. This is my benefit for you, technically for us as well. And that is also PPCC. It's like right at the very edge. So you walk into it, but then over here is kind of where it is, right? You can walk around, do this stuff, and then, hey, you walk back to there, and then you're within the distance, walk back over there, and then you can go anywhere else you need to. This here is just a strip mall, right? Shopping center strip mall area. But look at all of the homes and stuff that would then be within the mile and a half of it. Downtown. I'm probably gonna put the cathedral here because this. Okay, let's finish the north line, right? So this here is gonna be City Hall. We are gonna tear down City Hall and build a new one, a better one over the train. Yeah. So this will be downtown, of course. I say downtown, but it's the what is considered that of downtown, right? City Hall. But that then means that all of downtown area is now walkable, right? This whole section has become walkable. Technically, we can make a lot more places walkable. So headed north again. This here is the parking lot to Penrose St. Francis Hospital. Because guess what? If you work at the hospital, because we have a hospital here and we have another hospital here, right? They're connected through the train, multiple ways to the train, right? Because this one, you got the north south, and then you got the east west. And this one, you got, well, north, south, east, west. Can still be connected. I'd like to build another one, but we'll get to that in a moment. So this here is Penrose St. Francis Hospital, and guess what? In this whole area, we also have uh, the downtown UCCS, I believe, the CUCS, one of those. UCCS is over here. Yeah, UCCS is over here. This one is CUCS. Yeah, Colorado University, Colorado Springs. It's somewhere over here, maybe, or perchance down here. No, yeah, it's over this way. Because the hospital, then this, because here's the way I remember it, right? From downtown, this connects to Palmer High School. That's where I went to high school at. And then as you go further north, you then get to the university. And then as you go further north still, then you encounter Penrose St. Francis. And then after Penrose St. Francis, you kind of exit into like the bit of shopping area. So we then come over here, and this is in the parking lot of where there is a current Ent Credit Union, which is at the corner of this right here. That's the main spot. There's a Costco, all that stuff over here, because that's what this shopping center area is over this way. UCCS, open spots, homes, plenty of stuff. And then here, this is the Chapel Hills Mall, because there's the Air Force Academy. It's still going to be a pain for our airmen to get out of, well, the Air Force Academy. But if they could get like a bus of some kind to go from here to here, then guess what? Our airmen also have connection. We'll talk about this area in a second. And then Northgate is I know that the closest thing to here is going to be the PPCC Rampart campus, but this one is also going to kind of just be in the center, right? Because that's what this whole area is going to become, is just a walkable area. Now, again, I'm never getting rid of cars because we're still keeping these big roads, but we're going to make sure the roads are good. That's line one. And then let's see, to travel like the mile and a half in the train shouldn't take more than just like a couple minutes. And then they'll drop people off. During rush hour, there will be a train every 7.5 minutes. You will have 3 minutes to board and unboard. And then after that, they'll switch to a more, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, right? But that's what it is. So, for example, if say I'm living here, right? Downtown area, just assuming. I could I could hop on a train and then I say I got to go up to the Rampart campus just because I got some friends going on or something going on, right? So, uh, during rush hour, it'd be 7. Because mind you, if you're on the train's just gonna go. But if you get on the train and get off and then wait for the next train, then it's gonna be longer. We'll make sure everything is coordinated to make for usability, of course, right? But I could go from here, and then I have the entire north-south corridor right here at my disposal. So I could go from here to my job over here. Hold on, let's talk about line number 2 now. So this over here is going to be like a farming area. That's what these kind of outskirty areas are going to end up becoming, and even out to the kind of the edges over here. Maybe even some more, right? I'll consider what's going to be happening. But the reason for these farming type areas is because I do want more hobby farms, local farms, smaller scale production, uh, regenerative agriculture, geothermal greenhouses, things like that, right? Because that's what we can do. We can turn this whole thing into our farm that could feed everybody. The church will also have its own large acreage of land over here. I've switched it up to 40 acres now, up from 20, but that's the maximum that any one person can have is 40 acres of land that they own if they are using it for, well, those reasons. Because we have to be careful with our resources, and land is a resource. So line number 2, because this is the east-west line now. So here is the Colorado Springs Airport. It's again, it's a pass through, very similar to Japan's rail system. So there's no real central hub. Everything is just going and then returning. So there's the airport. Here is a uh, so I understand how that these are going to say that, oh, they're overlapping. Technically, no, because this is the destination, is to the airport. It's very hard to walk anywhere else considering there's nothing else here. But over here, there is what is this? I think there's like a Holiday Inn of some kind. I can't remember. Yeah, the parking lot towards like a Holiday Inn. But look at the neighborhoods. Look at the neighborhoods, right? All of these would be able to connect. Anything outside of here, unfortunately, again, not Colorado Springs. Stratmore, I believe, might be Colorado Springs. I'll have to double check this. We'll have buses for them, right? Because the bus will take you from, well, there to the train, and then you can take the train wherever you need to go, and then you can hop back on the return to your bus and then go back to where you need to go. Or, of course, you can still take your car, right? I'm not going to stop the car. Over here, I know this area. This Park Platte Airport, maybe, is the golf course. Yes. So this area is another strip mall, right? Lots of families, lots of area around here. I know there's a Planet Fitness up in this area-ish, potentially. Yes. And we're back downtown. Yeah, downtown it is. And then over here, this is the furthest west we can go, still remaining in Colorado Springs. And that is also another parking lot to another Safeway, because it just so happens to be the dead end to over there, which then leads into the Manitou Springs area. But this whole section then becomes connected via train. Mile and a half. So that's line number two, right? So say I'm living here and I want to go to the airport. Well, guess what? I can go to the airport. I don't have to drive. I'm going to pay for parking or anything. And then I could go do what I need to do and then come back. And then, hey, guess what? Hop back on the train and head home. Or there's tourists coming. This is where we're going to sales tax, right? The tourists come in. There are trains. They have to pay for the trains. There's a very, very big asterisk that the trains are free for very specific individuals. Those who are members of the militia, either active or reserve, and members of the clergy, which would be monks or nuns. Because, like the Shinto temples, you can enter into voluntary poverty with the church. Now, does this mean that you will just be some homeless beggar? No. This means that you would give up all your earthly possessions. You come here, you learn scripture, Jesus, right? You live a life the way Jesus would have intended. There will be dorms. These dorms will be like pod style hotels separated by sex, male, female, right? Males on one side, females on the other, separated by a courtyard. Uh, there will also be like a garden and stuff here. So that way there can be continual gardening happening, well, at that moment. And then, of course, on the 40 acres, that's where other monks and nuns will then go to work in the fields. Now, of course, this is going to then be to feed everyone who needs to be fed at the church. Will those 40 acres be enough? Yes, because I plan on doing it in a very, very interesting method. Uh, First and foremost, I want to make a fodder reactor. But my way, not their way. Because my way, I believe to be better. Yes. But this way, cows, chickens, they can have eggs, they can have beef. I want them to have a lot of beef. They can also, if they want to live as vegetarians, I'm not going to stop them. But it's what you do to get yourself closer to Jesus, like the Shinto temples, or even those temples at Thailand, right, where you can go and become a monk. Well, you can become a monk for the Christian faith as well, live in voluntary poverty, and then do stuff for the community within your area, which would be a part of the duties of the monks and nuns. Spread the gospel. Oh, and also an orphanage, because children need to be taken care of. So those are the first two lines. Blah blah, right? Because now you can hop on a train or hop on a plane, come over, land in Colorado Springs, and then go from Colorado Springs anywhere in Colorado Springs without having to drive. This is better for tourism because the tourists, well, one, they'll be paying for the train, but the train will also be significantly cheaper than it would be to rent a car. This way, even you, my fellow Americans who are coming here on vacation, can have a better experience. Now, because there's no real way for me to like impose anything on any state, uh, that's why it'll have to be at a reasonable price, because then it'll be the same for whether you be out of the nation, because I love you, my Japanese brothers and sisters, and my German brothers and sisters. I love you guys as well. There's so much I would change, but that's me regardless, and I don't have any sort of clout or authority to make it happen. I do like anime. Let me drink some of my coffee. Mm. Okay. So line one, line two. Line number three is going to go still from the airport north. I'm rolling in a bunch of this stuff. This is more so like just big road that it connects to, but it connects this whole area. This over here, another kind of big road area. It is close to like these shopping centers on Powers, but this is different now at this moment, right? Up here, this is a another Penrose St. Francis. There's this memorial. It's one of those hospitals, but it's the north one, and it's right here. I know the hospital is right here, and I want the train to come close to it, so that way people can, if you need to, you can hop on the train and go from, well, wherever to here. And again, this is what we're going to recommend for non-emergency cases, right? Up here, just another like shopping center, because I've noticed shopping centers are probably some of the best things that we have right now to convert into the train stations. Essentially, what's going to happen is we're going to dig out the big old pit. We're going to create the north-south tracks and then the east-west tracks, right? This in this case, it's just going to be the north-south tracks. But as it's going north-south, above the train will be its own like actual underground shopping mall. Two levels, maybe one level, but underground, and then up top can be turned into something else, right? It can remain. I would say those shopping centers should actually then become the mixed use medium density. Now, because we are Colorado, I wish to preserve the views of the mountain, so it's only going to be a maximum of 4 stories. And then I would like to have all of the east-west lines, because the mountain is going to be over here. I want to have all of the east-west lines kind of be at like a radial. You know how light rays kind of come from a certain point? So I want the Pikes Peak to be considered the point, and then I want every road to kind of, you know, be facing it. So this way, if you're looking east, west, you'll always be looking at the mountain. And then, of course, back up here is the PPCC. See that? We already have areas that are connected to each other again. So now, line number 4 is going to be another east-west line. And that's going to be this line, the red line. Now, this is a DNV, Department of Motor Vehicle. But there's a lot of working stuff going on over here. We had a Western Forge. I'm so upset that they're closed and became an Amazon distribution center, but that's whatever. And this area, right? This is the area that is very much all residential, but it's very steep uphill because this is now at the foot of the mountain. So trains or buses will handle this, right? The bus can take you from here to here, and then from here you can transport anywhere else. Of course, the same Ent Center, because hey, we've already been here before, right? Let me move my chat window. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, but this is the Ent Credit Union. Yeah, the Ent parking lot for the Ent, which will then take you to the UCCS, PPC, Costco. I know that there's this whole thing up here, right? It's like this campus. They do stuff here. There's Western Forge. There's more working offices, business type stuff. Over here, this is again just kind of another centralized area. We can definitely do it under the road. Would be easy. But then that whole residential area is connected, right? And then it's also connected to green spaces because we need plenty of green spaces because humans need nature. So more harmony with nature. And here we are back to the, I believe it's Memorial North or Penrose St. Francis North. It's one of those. And then over here, another farming area. But that's line number 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 5 is going to be another north-south one. And for this, we're going to come out here, right? Because again, this is the farming kind of area. Trains are still going to support that. This way, you're not fully reliant on cars, but you still have access to your car. Because again, I'm never getting rid of cars. I like cars. They have such use that, and here's my opinion on this one, which I again believe this to be the correct opinion. A car is the ultimate symbol of freedom because you can go anywhere at any time you want, no questions asked. You just go. But when that is your only option, it goes from being, well, freedom to a shackle. Because then you're stressed and concerned, like, oh, what if my car doesn't start tomorrow? What if my car gets stolen? What your car is a very, very large stress factor that a lot of people don't seem to realize. That's coffee. And then this here is water. It is a copper mug, basically. It's 16 ounces. I have ice water. I don't know. It tastes better, in my opinion. Again, I have many opinions on many a thing. Here is again more farming area, but this is so that way the farms, the 5, 10, 20, 40 acre farms will all be located around here, right? Because that's just what this is. It's a very large flat area. There's about where we're in the plains-ish area, and there you go. So this way, if you have a farm, guess what? You can still hop on the train and then go do stuff within the city. Super easy, right? Now we need another east-west line, right? And for this one, we're gonna go south. So again, this is just another farming section over here. It's actually gonna be closer to over here. This same spot as it was before. It's just north of the airport. This is like a shopping center as well. And then we're going this way. This is a residential, a heavy residential area. And it's actually closer to like right here-ish is the center. And again, we can build it underground. This way people can hop in, hop out, and go. Now, yes, this section here is going to be massive when it comes to like overlap. Same with here. And this section here will have even more. So those sections which have a lot of overlap, those will have slightly higher density. The condos more than anything, or duplexes. I would say more sort of like fourplexes next to each other, right? More heavier density, still roads, but redesigned roads. And then back to downtown, right? So there you go. Bang. North, south. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this is 7. Again, we're going north south. So same section over here, shopping center, kind of residential area. This is also another shopping center over here, actually, and it takes you close to the Palmer Park open space. It's like a little mountain that we have right here that you can just go explore on. And then over here, well, I have it over another green spot, but no, it's actually just going to be another residential type area. We are actually passing through here already on the east-west, and there you go, train. And then finally, this one, Penrose St. Francis, the shopping area, another shopping area, and then a farming area. And everywhere else, I mean this, every other location not covered by this can be connected via train. Or if you're close enough to it, you can also take a bike, because a bicycle to travel a mile and a half be no problem at all. And of course, because it's going to be underground, this means in winter you can still take the train year round. It'll run from, I want to say 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. So it'll be closed from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. every day for like inspection, like a 4 hour window. All right, now we gotta do one more thing. Let's go with the black line. And let's make it smaller. Okay. So here is the black line. Now this one is just going to go downtown, taking off north. Okay. So this one, downtown, City Hall. I realize we're just kind of skipping over this one for a quick hot second. So this is technically going to be another area, still connected, slightly off center from this one, right? So it'll be downtown and then maybe like half a mile to get to this train, which is the north-south train. This one will take you down to Pueblo, up to Colorado Springs. Let's actually see if I have a image of this one. I don't. All right, we're gonna make one. Because here's how we're doing it. Walsenburg. All right. I do want this rain on. Because that's the first. Oh, should we go down to Trinidad? Because I don't want us to go too far south. Let's see. Trinidad to Walsenburg. 50 miles. And then to Pueblo. 127 miles. And then to Colorado Springs. Because again, we're going down to here. It's the Pioneers Museum. Which means, if I remember correctly, maybe I don't remember correctly. It's somewhere over here. I know that for sure. There's the courthouse. Where are you, City Hall? There's City Hall. Bam, City Hall. And then I do want us to go up to Larkspur, because Larkspur is where we have the Renaissance Festival. And it's really just an excellent outdoor area. Is this it? That ain't it. Oh, there's the parking lot. Oh, there's the Renaissance Festival. So we're stopping at Larkspur. Again, Larkspur is not going to be made much bigger. And then Denver, because we do have to stop in downtown Denver. I don't know, let's just put it here. Central area. What is this one? Convention Hall. It'll probably go in like a downtown area. Maybe City Hall or something. And then up to Fort Collins. Yeah, Fort Collins. So that is the north-south train, right? So y'all can follow along. Here's the way it's going. This is the furthest south. Yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, Trinidad, which is the furthest south. Do we want to go further north? Could go to Norfolk. Front Range Electric Services? Is there something over here? I don't know. We'll do something north, right? Unless there. One, two, three, four, five, six. I'd rather do seven in honor of Lord God Jesus, but what we'll do is we'll do the six because we kind of got no choice. I don't. I personally do not want the state of Colorado connected via train to other states. Do not get me wrong. I understand completely. We are the United States of America. I can take these off for just a second because I'm not listening to anything and I don't feel like having my ears muffled. But Colorado or the United States is just that, the United States. But this does not mean that we need to be fully integrated. Like Colorado should not be anything other than Colorado. People who come here from Texas, California, New York, Kansas, South Dakota, anywhere in the world, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, what have you. Every state should have its own identity. Now, sure, North and South Dakota could have a similar identity just because of the way they're set up. East West Virginia can do the same. North South Carolinas can do the same, right? However they want. Or they can adopt their own individual identity. I'd like to maybe separate it by like the basins, be like 25, but that's beside the point. This is what we would need to do, I believe, in order to make Colorado better. Now, yes, we're going to rebuild the whole thing, and we're going to use Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau is architecture designed to blend into nature. We're going to need to do this with like a lot of Roman cement, not the current steel reinforced cement garbage which is out there, which corrodes. I'm talking actual Roman cement because we have the recipe, right? You use quicklime instead of the powdered lime, which is very fine, so you get like the chunks of limestone within it. They use seawater instead of fresh water. Uh, Still all the other stuff. They do also throw in some volcanic ash. You might be able to get some somewhere. And then they heat it up. They like stir it in a pot, and then they pour it into the mold that needs to get poured into, and then there you go, bam, Roman cement, and that can last forever. As proven with the current fact that we still have Roman cement, like the Colosseum and the roads, they still exist, and the aquifers, aqueducts, all that stuff. But this way, right? That's the black line. Say we're in Colorado Springs, right? Man, Colorado Springs. And it's like, you know what? I need to go to Denver. Or you know what? No, let's even go for this. I am in Walsenburg, and I need to go up to Fort Collins because I have a job up there, a job interview or something. So I hop on the train, and then from there to there should only take is what 50 miles. The train can go at 100, so it'll take like 30 minutes. Bam, bam, 30 minutes. And then from there, another 30-ish minutes, another 30-ish minutes, 30-ish, 30-ish. So that's like what? 1, 2, 2.5 hours to go from north to south. Now I can tell you, driving from Colorado Springs to Boulder, because I do like there's this place up there. I bought an accordion from a dude. He is he is a homie. It is it's an older accordion. It's very much acoustic. I love it. I'm learning it. It's a piano on one side. It's essentially a panica that you don't have to breathe into. You just have to open it in panica and then close it and it panicas. But you also have, so you got the keyboard with your right hand, and then you have the accompaniment, which is like additional stuff on the other hand. It's a full instrument, I would say. Should be included in more stuff. Definitely, you see it in like mariachi, a lot of German stuff, but you don't really hear it outside of that. Like there's classical, there's French, there's Italian, German, right? Accordion vibe, and then you got the Spanish accordion vibes. excellent vibes, truly. But I digress. It took me like 2 hours to go from Colorado Springs to Boulder to pick that up from him. But imagine 2.5 hours to go from Walsenburg to now Fort Collins. Sure, it's a while, but it's a lot faster than driving because the train can go so much faster because it has its own track. There's nothing going to be in front of it. It is going to, well, maybe another train, but it's going to be a combination of systems plus humans, which is the way it should be. AI is supposed to be a tool that is used by people to make the jobs easier, not to replace the people, but as a accompaniment to people. That's what needs to happen, and that's what could happen here. Now let's go back. Colorado Springs, because this is where I am, right? Because this is the first map we pulled up. Colorado Springs, right here, downtown. I can go from Colorado Springs downtown to guess what? Downtown Denver, and this 1, 2, 3. That would be like a not even a full hour, because from here, let's take a look at this real quick. Oh no, I lost it. That's Acacia Park. That's I was just here. There it is. City Hall. Because again, that's well, hold on. It's not going to be at City Hall because that's where the other one's going to be. I remember putting this somewhere. Ah, this is where it's going to be. So think of it like this: from City Hall to here. Let's actually go ahead and break it down, right? Because this is what people would walk. Look at that. About a half mile, 2,400 and some odd feet. I mean, the train's going to be like over here. Oh no, I did it all backwards. So again, City Hall. This is what it is, right? Go to City Hall, walk here, 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 there, here, here. A little bit over half a mile, right? But you could walk, you could take a bike. It'd be easy and it'd be better for you. And then we go from here. Like I said, I do still want Larkspur as a spot, but it's more so going to be a stop versus a an outdoor destination more than anything. And in the town of Larkspur, look at that, 27 miles. If a train can go 100 miles an hour, admittingly, those regular trains that can hit, I think, 120 pretty easily. But even just then, going 100 miles an hour, it would take maybe 15 minutes because that's a quarter, a little bit over a quarter mile, so 15 minutes, right? And then where is downtown Denver? Ooh, Capitol Hill. Ah, here we go. The capital. Ooh, I don't know where to put you. Uh, let's put you here, right? Denver City Council. Look at that, 63 miles. Now, Denver's also going to have its own train, but we're just going to look at this for the moment. So to go from downtown Colorado Springs to City Hall, basically, right? Because that's what I think should be the main. City Hall should be a pretty important area for each city, right? But from city halls to city halls, that's what 63 miles. So I've now gone from Colorado Springs to Denver, and let's say again 100 miles an hour. It can get there in 30 minutes. Now, let's just going straight through. Let's add like a 2 minute stop. Well, not even two. Uh, let's make it a 5 minute stop. So 35 minutes to go from downtown Denver or downtown Colorado Springs to downtown Denver. And then from Denver, I can take another little walk to wherever it's, maybe not. Where the train tracks? Where the train tracks go? South Platte River. I don't know what's happening, but I digress. Right? Look at that. Look at that. 60 some odd miles. Taking a car would take so long because look at how the road goes. It has to follow all this. The train could just barrel through underground in the straightest lines possible. And then, at 100, like say we even do take it to the 120 miles an hour, the maximum speed, right? That's 30 minutes. At a 5 minute stop right here, 35 minutes to go from downtown Colorado Springs to there. So let's take a look at this, right? Say I live say I live over here. Say I live on one of the farms, right? I decide I live on this farm, right? Say I decide I want to go to Denver. I go from here, hop on this one. Yeah, sure, it'll stop there for like a moment, stop there for a moment, stop there for a moment, stop there for a moment. But each one of these is going to be like a 5 minute. It'll take like a minute to get here. They'll sit for 5 minutes and then they'll move on. So, bam, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. 20 minutes to get from there to there. And again, this is at no charge to you. And then from here to here, probably I'm going to move the train north south to closer to here. But 20 minutes plus 30 minutes means 50 minutes to go from the farm to downtown Denver without having to drive. And then once I'm in Denver, well, here's the other thing that is going to happen. Where the ski base is. Gunnison, Aspen and Breckenridge, right? There's Aspen. Well, because Norway has trains that go up into the mountains. But we'll have one that goes from Colorado Springs to Aspen. It's 120 miles. And then from Denver, also 100 miles. Crested Butte's another one. There will be this whole other train system that goes through the mountain. Again, both directions, because that's what we can do. This way, and yeah, sure, it'll take like approximately an hour, maybe a little bit more, but it's going to be a lot quicker than driving and a lot safer than driving because they're the rails and it's underground, protected from the elements. which means, say you, one of my brothers or sisters from somewhere here in these United States of America, you decide, you know what, I want to go vacationing in Colorado instead of overseas. You can hop in on your plane, a local plane, go to Colorado Springs, right? And then from here, go up to Breckenridge, which Crested Butte, which is a ski area, right? Uh, Snowmass Valley, Aspen, Leadville, Vale, Breckenridge. What else would be there? I know Steamboat Springs is somewhere over here. There's Idaho Springs, Keystone. There's another place, right? Winter Park. Where are you, Steamboat? Silverthorne. I don't think that's it. One of them. I have to poo, you guys. I've had a coffee. See, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Coyote Thunder, because I did test it. But just think, immediate and instant benefits once these trains are put in. Admittingly, I'd like to dig down and see what we can find. Do like a whole archaeological thing while we're looking, building the tunnels. Now, for these trains, the ones going north south, these are going to be more. These, and I mean, these are like from Colorado Springs to Denver, Larkspur, uh, Pueblo West, Walsenburg, up to Fort Collins, right? These, yeah, these are going to be a combination of underground, overground, right? So it's going to go across. Well, hold on. It starts off underground, right? There's underground, then it's going to come up, then it's going to go over top for a little bit, and then it's going to go back down underground. Now, the areas where the train comes up, it will be fully caged around it, so that way, no animals or people or anything can really get onto the tracks. but it's not a huge scar cutting across the land, preventing animals from crossing over, right? Now, as the train is also going through there, it's also acting as, well, the pump to move air within the tunnel out through the opening exit areas, right? Because the train is displacing a lot of the air, and a lot of that air is rushing in and out of the tunnel. Therefore, lots of transfer of stuff around that area. The heat, that's the word. But then there you go. We have Walsenburg to Fort Collins connected. And then we have a whole other train system which kind of circles around from here, going across all of these to Colorado Springs, because these are the two biggest cities, right? And that's how they will loop. Like you could go to Colorado Springs, take this train. This one would probably take maybe 3 hours for you to go from Colorado Springs to Denver, taking this route versus the 30 minutes taking this route. I dislike how you're doing things. And then so the other one, right? Because we're also gonna have to go east west. So here's this one. Because Grand Junction to Denver, 190 some miles, right? Split the difference, and then we have 116 towards like Rifle. We'll probably have to build a new city. Oh, Glenwood Springs, even easier. From Glenwood to Denver to huh, somewhere over here, right? But there you go. We now have east west connected. Yeah, we don't have to connect everywhere because a lot of well, hold on. Wait a minute. We're gonna actually take you north. What's in this area? Crook? No, no, I want Crook. Sterling. That's where we're going. Look at that. So, and the reason we're going north is because I want this section as much as we can converted into same thing with like over here. I want as much of this as we can returned to nature because I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you've thought about this, but all of our food comes from nature. We go out, we find it, we bring it back, and then oh, we can grow it. Like whether it be mushrooms, nuts, vegetables, fruits, berries, all that stuff can be found in nature. Honey is made by flowers and nectar in nature. The bison should return to at least what I would say is our steppe, our plains. The mountain should return to nature as well. Now, admittingly, I do believe we need to replant it because something about just constant, continual pine feels like it's not very good for the long run of the state, right? So replanting, but we're going to be replanting it with still, I would say, as close to fully native as we can. Well, this is the only time I am down for diversity of plant, where it matters the type of plant versus skin color. Skin color doesn't fucking matter. What does matter is your capability as a human. So the diversity of thought matters in humanity, but in the animal kingdom, the actual diversity of species is what matters. Because our intelligence is a whole other thing than the plant species, which do need to work together. So mushrooms, fungus, mosses, uh, like wheat. Wheat came from nature. Corn came from nature. Rice came from nature. Everything came from nature. And if we can fix nature, well, guess what? We can get more bounty. And the way that we do that is we make the cities better. This is what I'm saying. Art Nouveau. Uh, Architecture designed to blend into nature. That's what we need. And I have a way to pay for it too. Now, similar to Switzerland, I still want to have plenty of villages, towns, and stuff, like however we can, preferably across the mountain, but also some across the plains. Uh, Again, I want to return a large section that I can to, well, nature, but I understand that the mountain, well, there's a lot of places that we're going to use, right? Especially like the ski areas, right? Telluride also has some ski areas and stuff, so that'll also be connected. That'll most likely come from Fort Collins. That will be able to connect to all this stuff, right? And then all of the rest of this area will be returned to nature, like I said. Now, this does also mean that within the cities, because we're going to be replanting them, they will have both a combination of male and female trees. Female trees happen to bear the fruit or the seed, while the male trees are the pollinators. So reconnect the two, support local pollinators, stop using so much pesticide, find natural ways of doing it. Uh, well, we can do it. I believe we can. And then I also want to have three nuclear power stations. One of them would be in between Walsenburg and Pueblo in like Colorado City. Another one would be towards Grand Junction. And then the third would be towards Sterling. Mm, yeah. I'm taking back all the land from China and the UAE. They don't deserve a inch of our land, our earth, our nation, right? Now, to keep it safe, here's the big part, and this is the part that I'm asking military and police. Please join me in this one. If you are good, you are a good individual. You're trying to be your best. You follow Jesus and his teachings. Join me, because what we need as part of the Second Amendment, where it does state a militia being necessary for the preservation of a free state, comma, the right of the people shall not be infringed, or the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, the people is just that, the people. U.S. citizens, Colorado residents. I want Colorado to have a militia. The militia will replace police, fire, ambulance slash EMTs, state troopers, and forest rangers, right? The five services. Uh, the militia is going to be trained to, I would say, like one step below special forces is what we're going to try and get everyone trained as. There'll be plenty of people will train for piloting, whether it be helicopters or planes, drone pilots as well. So this way we're not having to have people up there all the time. But we're going to need you up there all the time as well. So that's why more pilots. Uh, you'll of course everyone would need to be trained in firearms as part of the militia. But then you'll have the militia police, which will just be that they will police. Will bring back mutual combat, so you can really just fight it out with someone if you really feel the need to. What else is there? Oh, ambulance, EMTs. All of that will also be replaced by the militia. Again, they'll still be trained in firearms and close quarters combat and all that good stuff, but they will mainly focus on the healing and saving of the people, right? No, now, this will mean that there will be no cost for an ambulance so long as there is a need for the ambulance, right? If, say, someone is passed out and they need the ambulance, well, guess what? You can get a free ambulance ride. But if it's anything else, and it could have gone, say, through, you could have taken a train or a cab or driven there or something else, go to the hospital, right? Don't be lazy. Don't be a burden, right? Do your best to not be a burden. Now that does not mean don't ask for help. Always ask for help. We're here for each other. But again, don't be the burden. Sure, sometimes, and by I think I have to be careful with that as well. What did I do? I locked my computer. No. Okay. Yeah, do your best to not put an unnecessary burden on others. But I understand it. There are times where a burden will need to be put onto others because we need help. And we should do that correctly to not overtake or to not take too much from others, which would then cause, well, bad things for everyone else. Ooh, and with all this, right, uh, we should be able to make it so each city, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, and then we'll have another that goes down to Telluride, or Montrose, Telluride, down to Durango. There won't be a way to go cut across, unfortunately. So if you really do need to go beyond the mountain, then you need to go to there, over here, and then you can go over here. I know we got to do it for the moment only because we need to also understand the cost of these things because we need to build this not for us. Yes, for us to start, but we need to build this for our children, our children's children, and our children's children's children, children's children, beyond so forth, right? We should be able to make a city a state, both it as a throne to God in Jesus for the return of the end times and judgment, but we should also build it for the future of us, right? I think we should. And because of that, that's why I want to build this. Rebuild Colorado. Use the Roman cement, uh, wood, because wood is really just a carbon sequester type thing. So we could plant more trees. The more trees we plant, the more CO2 that can be captured, and therefore we can then turn that wood into then homes, which would then forever lock that away because they would be, well, wood in the in a home, right? So unless you're going to tear down the home, the wood's going to stay there forever. But along with the Roman cement, which will also last forever, this would then mean we could capture away a lot more carbon, a lot more CO2, and then plant even more trees. Now, these trees, I would say, would definitely want to focus on like berries and stuff because we would need to assist with nature. We need to definitely make sure that the ticks and mosquitoes are taken care of. So we need to ensure that we can proliferate the hunters of ticks and mosquitoes. I do know dragonflies will decimate mosquitoes. So that's one. I know possums eat ticks. So we need more possums. We also need other birds that will be able to eat the ticks. And then, like I was saying, with the militia. Now, through the militia, there are two options, right? You can either be an active duty, which is where I'm asking current police and military join me in this one so we can establish it, and then also everyone else join. But it's going to be fully volunteer, so we don't get corruptible police unions that can take over, or teachers' unions. Because don't get me wrong, the unions have their points, but they can be corrupted. So everyone must sign this oath. And again, I understand it, but this is how it's going to happen. If you don't want to do it, don't be involved in it. You must sign an oath to Jesus, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and to the American people. Those are the four things that you must sign an oath to. Everyone else is null and void. Again, zero corruption. We need to fight as much corruption as we can to make sure that we're not corrupt, that this does not become the boot of the tyrant. And we'll also have the reserve militia. Now, the reservists, right? Well, let's take a step back, right? So for the primary active duty militia, everyone will be trained in firearms combat, team tactics, how to work together. But then they will also have their individual roles, or MOS type thing if you want, right? Where we will have forest rangers, state troopers, ambulance, fire rescue, and police. Now, the police are going to be considered the actual special forces of special forces, but all militia members will be able to enforce and or enact certain things within the law. Now, police are the only ones who would be able to, well, I wouldn't say police. Any militia can arrest as they would need to, because they would all be trained. Every single person is going to be trained and taught how to do all the stuff. Fire rescue and EMT, and then of course your close quarter combat slash martial arts. Because for the martial arts program that we're going to be using. It's going to be a mixture of freestyle wrestling, judo, and Muay Thai. Those are the three, right? Because you got to be able to take people down. Got to know when to throw the thing, and got to know when to, not necessarily throw a bow or a knee, and how to throw someone onto the ground and then subdue that person on the ground. And if you're trained in judo, well, just so we're also taking another step somewhere as a side tangent. So here's a straight line, just as a quick tangent off to the side. Jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, originated from judo, right? But judo includes the throws, the takedowns, and that kind of stuff. Now, it's not going to work for everyone at all times because there are a lot of rules, but we do need to be able to take out the feet, which is also where wrestling comes into play, to be able to get someone to the ground and then subdue them and then hold them down. Militia will always be running as four-man teams, always and forever, right? That is the militia. You will always be a four-man team. Now, uh, because everyone will also be EMT, fire, and police, we'll have tons of pilots, tons of helicopter and plane pilots, uh, tons of medical training, tons of firearm training, jumping out of planes, doing all the stuff that you would do as the military, because we need everyone, and I mean absolutely everyone, to be as capable as possible. And the way we do that is we just give everyone the training that they would need. Now, the reserve militia is going to be a little different, right? They're still going to be taught all that same stuff, but the reserve militia is not going to have the authority to arrest. As a reservist, you can detain, but then you're going to be investigated yourself as the militia member. Well, what was going on and what can be corroborated, right? Now, as a benefit, so well, I'm sorry, we do need to take another step back. So the militia, here's something that I want to ensure that the militia has. Now, I'm wearing a lot of linen right now. This is what the clergy, the church is going to wear. It's just going to be a whole bunch of linen, but also a lot of wool. The military is also going to be a lot of wool, but like those base layers of wool, not like the big old thick wool jacket. I'm talking like the base layer. You know what I mean? We do a lot of hiking. Wool, in that aspect, putting it underneath your clothes is a fantastic solution, right? So, as active duty militia, we will have a militia store, right? This will be the mm, uh, Colorado Militia General Store, CMS, however you want to call it, right? We'll figure out another name for it or whatever. As a militia member, you get access to the store. It's like the PX, right? It'll be cheap food, it'll be grown, purchased, put into there, and we'll have several, right? Several militia stores. Now, it's a general store, so not only will you be able to purchase your food, which will be your fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh meats, well, maybe aged, uh, fish, because we're gonna do some stuff. I have some plans for that as well, because we need to be able to feed people, and we need to be able to feed a lot of people. Now, that's also the thing. The church is also going to need to be able to feed a lot of people, and we're gonna. I have so many plans that I believe would work. I would just need land and a way to build it. I've 3D modeled it in my head, and then with other research, I believe eels come from the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know why, but that's where they've been, tracked to. But they go up into rivers to, you know, have their eggs, much like the salmon. We need to clean the oceans. Also, I don't know if you know this, but China, they have fishing fleets that are plundering the international waters fish stock. They don't care. They're destroying nature, and they need to be stopped. Their nets, they are the ones who are polluting more of the ocean than the United States. Same with India, but also that's, I understand we do kind of export a lot of our trash, and I have a solution for that as well. We'll get to that in a moment. But the militia will be doing this stuff. No more cloud spraying is allowed here in the state of Colorado. Not a ounce. If it happens, we will go and we will escort the plane down, and then the pilot will be arrested, and then the pilot will either tell us who did it or that pilot will be executed. Because we will find the person who orchestrated it, and then we will execute them. Because there is no reason to be fucking with nature, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but there is aluminum contamination as far as the Himalayan mountains. All of that coming from those sky sprays coming out of the back of planes, mostly freight planes, not so much commercial people planes, but mainly freight. But which is also why your plane tickets are so expensive because you were basically paying the defense contractors, which again I have a lot of issues with them. I'm going against a lot of people, a lot of organizations, a lot of institutions, but it's because the people who decide to join me, which should be the people of America, American citizens, follow me with this. We can fix things. We really can. We just need to decentralize a lot of stuff. Now, some things are still going to be centralized just because there are going to be the rule structures that are set up, but they also must be transparent to everyone. There can be no secrets. So, uh, active duty militia will get wool. They will get their, I guess, their fatigues, what they'll wear while on duty, and then they'll also get training clothes. There will be barracks, dorms. You can also still purchase your own place. And again, I have a solution to make sure that no one gets priced out. Militia. Ooh. So you'll have the military PX. We'll also build a lot more shooting ranges. There'll be plenty of facilities for like martial arts, exercise, classrooms, and then racetracks, right? Because I'll be honest with you, I love racetracks, and I think that we could make a circuit to completely devastate Nuremberg, Germany. I would say we should make three, and the reason I say that we should make three is because this would then give other states also the option to also build some racetracks. But these racetracks will be used, of course, for the reasons that they need to be used for. Not only will they be used for actual races, uh, whether they be motorcycle races, car races, stock car races, Formula One car races, whatever. It'll also have time attack trials that people can just pay to go and use, and it'll also have it'll be in conjunction with the training requirements for you to then get a license would be on these tracks. Now, three, maybe four tracks, just to make sure that we have plenty of people to then go and get trained on, to go and learn. A lot of student stuff will be taught how to drive because that's what happens in Norway. Kids are taught, well, teens are taught rally driving because they have a lot of snow, ice, and all that stuff up there. In Colorado, we also can get a lot of snow and ice as well in winter, and also rain in not winter. Now, as a militia member, you get free access to all that stuff. You get your pay, and the only thing that will ever be taxed is going to be sales tax, but not through the militia general store. There'll be no sales tax there. Because through the militia store, well, you're buying it from us, and if you're caught stealing from the militia store, either as a active or whatever, or active or reserve militia member, you could lose your militia status. Now, if it's your child and stuff, well, they get a couple. You get a couple of strikes, right? You're gonna get found out. We're gonna figure out why. And if you're deemed, oh, you're not reliable for this, well, then you will be removed from the militia. Now, reserve militia members can be anyone, right? Like you could be a plumber, electrician, leather worker, cutting hair. You could work in an office. You can do whatever you're doing, right? Grocery store, what have you. Farmer. You will be paid to go and train. Now you are required to train once a month. Now, under this training, there will be you will have to meet certain physical standards, so you will be required to exercise. Then there will be everyone's going to be starting off with a bunch of first aid training, uh, like the emergency first aid, medical, combat type of just stabilize someone so we can get them out of here. Right? That's the key. And then you will be taught team tactics. The other thing that's going to happen is that there will be an arsenal. Right? We will have it set up for everyone. Now, if you purchase your own stuff, even better. We would love for you to have your own stuff, but the way it's going to work in the militia is that you will have your own weapon, your own weapons platforms. It'll be 9 millimeter, 5.56, 308, and 12 gauge. Those are going to be the four rounds that will be used. You, as a reservist, will also get 100 rounds per month to be used at these ranges. Now, if you have your own equipment, bring your own equipment. You'll get 100 rounds of these rounds that we have, and then you can use them in training because they, of course, these will be training, right? There'll be classes. There will be just open times. If you need to like just zero a rifle, go ahead and zero the rifle. But because we will also have all that stuff, the pistol, the carbine, the hunting rifle, and then the shotgun, you will have your stuff assigned to you. Now you can only use it at the militia ranges. Now if anything needs to be transported, well, they can be transported. Now if they're not taken to the next location, then it'll be deemed like, oh, you could potentially be a thief, so you might lose your militia status. Again, this is real. This is the same thing like if you don't meet those physical standards, you'll lose your militia status. Now, for the militia, again, you get free train rides. Uh, well, no charge to you because again, it's paid for by the militia itself, so no charge to you. Same with the PX, you'll get access to the military generals, the militia general store, the MGS, Metal Gear Solid. You'll get access to MGS ranges and then driving courses, right? You'll get that same thing as a reserve militiaman. Now, the militia ID will also give you, your hunting, fishing, camping, all the other licenses, right? That you would need to do to go off and do anything else within the wilderness. But that's going to be for everyone. You get your ID, you'll get a little endorsement on it, and that little endorsement will have, like the anti-counterfeit stuff on there. Very, very like keenly specific stuff. Uh, Kind of like the US dollar, but more secure, I guess. We'll figure something out there, right? Something that makes it very, 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 very difficult for it to be copied by someone else. And so uh, that's going to be the change to the ID, right? So your ID will also, and I'll let you know this. I, as a Mexican, because that's who I am, right? I'm Mexican by blood, but American by heart, by choice, by freedom. That's what I love. I love the freedom and then the opportunity that we have here, and we need to protect it, right? And we also need to put the American people first. And the American people are those who follow America. And America was founded on Christian beliefs under the teachings of Jesus. I can understand why it may have been excluded because of a certain group didn't want it there, but it's the fact. The church and then the state should come together. Now again, by the church I mean the people, because we are the church. The Church of Jesus Christ is us, because we are each one of us filled with the Holy Spirit. And through that, well, we have this world. Now, where was I? Militia, right? Because there will be plenty of farms still, right? We're going to need plenty of food to feed everyone. And then, of course, the militia is just going to be out and about. We'll have a couple of parades. Like, honestly, 4th of July, absolutely 100% going to be a military parade, right? Not for me, or a militia parade, I would say, right? And this is going to be for us, the people, to show that us, the people, are watching out for each other, us, the people, because that's who we are. We are Colorado. We are American. We are us, right? So voter IDs, they're coming through. No one's stopping me. It's not racist. Mexico has it. I can show you my voter ID card in Mexico. Admittingly, it's no longer valid, uh, but I have it. And if Mexico can have it and not be racist, why can't the U.S. have it and not be racist? Hmm? Whatever. Second part, the church is also connected. Now the church, same thing. They're gonna handle a lot of their stuff. They're gonna make their own clothes. They're gonna make their own foods. They're gonna do stuff that they need to do, right? Lots of linens. Hospitals are getting switched out to lots of linens as well. We're gonna get rid of as much plastic as we can. As all plastic is going to try and be either incinerated, recycled, or something, right? Something to just handle all the plastic. We're going to empty all of the landfills, recycle everything that we can, resell everything that is still working and, good to go. Because we can do this. We can fix it. We just have to try. What else is there? Oh yeah, tax reform. Here is how we're paying for everything. And this will not increase your tax. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get rid of income tax and property tax. But for property tax, you need to understand there has to be a trade-off. So now for no more property tax, and this is only gonna be property tax on your primary residence, or really on what you own. And of course, this is so long as you stay within these rules. So the rules are one, apartment building, which is 5 or more units in a single building, up to 6, right? Anything, well, I would say 8. 4, 8, 12, 16, 2, 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah. So anything more than 16 units in a single building is considered then condos. Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yes. Anything more than 16 would then be considered condos. So an apartment building is between 5 and 16 units in a single building. You can also own 4 properties. Now, these properties are going to either be single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, or a condo. Now, a condo, of course, is in a larger building that would have multiple units. And then up to 40 acres of land. Now, of course, you can lease out more land should you need, but also there's going to be a lot more open land. So that way, if, cows and cattle need to like go and do their thing, they can go do their thing, and then cowboys can go do cowboy stuff, right? Because we can go back. There has to be a balance, and we have to find this balance, understanding our past, keeping it like Japan, basically. Japan has a combination of their history plus the new. Colorado should have the same, which is also why I want to turn Steamboat Springs into like a Japanese. Uh, where is it on the Steamboat? I still haven't been able to find Steamboat. Eagle Pass, Evergreen, Bay, Jefferson. It's somewhere. I know it's somewhere up here. Maybe Twin Lakes. No. Buena Vista. No. Creek. No. Manitou. No. No. Lake George. No. West Deckers. No. It's somewhere. I know it's somewhere over here, potentially. Maybe. Either way, I want to build 2 things. One as like an old style German town, and one as like old style, like a Kyoto kind of, right? The Kyoto one will definitely be with all this the hot springs and whatnot, and then the German one I would also like to be with hot springs. That we can see how the Germans would handle that. But in conjunction with our friends and neighbors and allies, which Germany, get your shit together. Japan, you're doing better. And as Hispanic, because that's a lot of Pueblo Canyon, this southern area. Mexicans, we also got to get the shit together. But the combination of these three, we can make this state amazing. Art Nouveau, be wonderful. Now, if you own more, now again, we are price capping all of this. And as a quick example, say a 4 bedroom, 2.5 bath house, right? And this is going to be now the standard for homes, because homes would be considered that for a family, right? The husband and wife share their room, male children in one room, female children in another room, and then guess what? You have another room that you can, put more children, either more children or have like as an office, school type thing, laboratory, whatever you want to have, right? Because I shared a room with my brothers. I saw no big deal with that. It was fine. But this way, plenty of kids, right? Because now think about it like this. There's this girl. I like her. I don't think she likes me. I don't know. Either way, I know her fraternal twin sister, and then their younger sister all share a room. They also have I'm not going to give out too much information because you can probably figure out who they are, but they have some other stuff. Their house is pretty big, right? Uh, and really, that's what the family has. It's all girls, but they're all sharing a room, even though it is a big house, because they also have guest rooms. Those guest rooms are, of course, for guests because they have plenty of guests. I've been a guest at their place too. It's very nice. I Like I said, I like her. Ooh, ooh, it hurts. We're moving on from this because I don't want to dwell on that. And no, I'm not going to tell nobody who she is because at the same time, like I said, I don't. She doesn't like me, so I wouldn't want to. Maybe I don't. It's whatever. We're moving on from it. Militia. No. Price capping and limiting ownership, right? So 4 bedroom, 3 and a bath, two and a half bath, 3.5 bath house, right? We'll call it 3. So there's the main bedroom with its master bedroom with its master bathroom for the husband and wife, and then uh, 1 bedroom will have 1 bath, other bedroom will have another bath, third bedroom will have a half bath. connected to it, right? That would be considered the standard with like a garage, either attached or detached, and then like a shed, and then a little bit of land, right? Whatever. We want to have as many roofs as we can facing south because I also want them to have solar panels and batteries. Because yes, while we will have the nuclear uh, reactors to create electricity, you should also have solar panels to absorb light energy. And just like windmills, those things are a waste of time and money. They're just destructive to nature. They need to get taken down. And honestly, I'd like to sue whoever made those blades because there's nothing that can be done with them. They are put into landfills. It is more garbage that is being created. And we need to fix that so bad. Because, oh, let's try and upscale it. Let's try and rebuild it into something else. What are you building that shit into? It's a blade. It's got a very specific shape, and that shape can only be used for other specific things. Sure, it could be used as like a bookcase or some shit, but would I want that in my house? No, not at all. We can make things so much better, and windmills are the worst. Mind you, I'm talking those electric turbine windmills that have the lights on them, all the oil and shit in them, the hydraulic fluid, all that other garbage, and they use a ton of cement for its base. Those are awful. The worst ever. I hate them, and I hate whoever put them in place. And so they will be sued to, and we'll get everything out, and then we will sue not only the business but also the people who made that decision because we need to recoup the money that's going to be lost and fixing their mistake. And someone made this decision, and that decision maker needs to be held responsible. Like I'm making these decisions, so if anything happens and I need to be held responsible, I will be held responsible. But solar panels, a bunch of south facing stuff. Now, again, a roof just has to be south facing, could be front or back. Throw some solar panels on it, you get some batteries. There'll be plenty of clean water because we'll create some aquifers. Ooh, this is kind of a side thing, but still connected with this. We will make it so the old copper, specifically copper can only be purchased by the state. This will prevent copper theft. Now, the reason that we need copper is because we are going to need it for incoming uh, fresh, clean water and gas. Now, like I said, I want to build aquifers. I also want to replace the asphalt roads with Roman cement roads of kinds because, and same thing with like the asphalt shingles, I'd rather replace those with steel roofs or wood or something else. Because I don't know if you know this, but when the water hits the asphalt shingle or hits the asphalt road, some of the oil, because remember asphalt is an oil byproduct, gets leached into the water, which then gets leached into the environment. And we need to replace that. Roads can be made better and stronger, so yes, we can still support the semi trucks because we need those things to transport a lot of goods. Trains will also do it, so we'll have smaller transport vehicles, but we also need to transport, say, militia, military, services, ambulances, fire trucks, service vehicles like plumbers, electricians, carpenters, transport itself just in general, right? And we can do this better. We really can. It is going to take a little bit more to get it built up, but once it is built, the future will benefit. Our future. And that's the other thing, too. For homes, if you're a married couple, male, female, because that's the only way that I will count as marriage is under God, because you are coming together as a couple to have children, and therefore you will be supported because that is what you are doing, right? So the price cap is going to be, for example, that 4 bedroom, 3.5 bath house with its garage, solar panels, all that stuff. The house will then be valued at, say, $80,000, right? So as a married couple, you will get that house with a no interest loan. Now, this does mean that when you go to sell, you have to sell it for the 80K. You cannot sell it for any more, regardless of what you do. we would recommend still definitely keep it working in good order because you'll either be giving it to your children or you'll be giving it, selling it off to someone else, like a new couple, or even just a new individual here in Colorado Springs or here in the state of Colorado. So, as a side benefit, we're also going to have an investment fund similar to Norway. You know how Norway does, right? They got all their oil and gas, and then they put all that money into their wealth fund, and then that wealth fund is then used to handle a bunch of other stuff, right? So that's what we're going to do. 20% of it is going to be in the large indexes in stocks. I hate the stock market, but we're gonna put it there because we still have access to it, right? The other 80% is going to be in bonds within the state of Colorado, right? So in order for you to benefit or to be qualified for these bonds, for you to be able to basically take out a loan from us, pay it back with whatever interest you have set to us and or the people of Colorado who decide to purchase those bonds, right? You will have to have 100% of your manufacturing, operation, and executive officers as primary residents of the state of Colorado. So if you're a manufacturing company and you're Colorado based, well, all your employees and specifically all of like the upper management people, and I would say 80% of your employees doing the work and your facility must be in Colorado. Sure, you can get stuff from other states because we still have to work together with the other states to get like materials and goods and whatnot. And we need to be careful how we do it, right? And we need to make things that last forever so we're not ruining the finite resources that we have. So, as a benefit, though, here's what's going to happen. We'll take this $80,000, which is the home value. We will open up an account in conjunction with the wealth fund, right? So it'll be invested in the same manner as the wealth fund, but it will be its own separate account. And what's going to happen with this one is that while you're paying off the loan, you will get 0% of this money, right? 100% of the money that is. So again, we're taking the 80,000 and we're making the account, and the account is going to be under your name as the property owner. So once you pay off that property, you can then start getting some of that investment income. But before then, before that loan is paid off, 100% of that will just be reinvested into the wealth fund itself. This way, now the goal is to make it so that we will always reinvest 5% of all revenue generated. So we can only use up to 95% of the revenue that is generated to handle all of the payment for everything. So this needs to be a huge fund, and to do so, sales tax, right? And then a couple other things. So, but yeah, here's what's happening, right? That 80,000, and then once you pay it off as a married couple, well, let's start off with this. As a single individual, once it is paid off, you get 25%. 1/4 of the investment income gets put into the value, I would say, of the house. Now it's still going to remain invested, so that way your section, your 25%, which again, the 80K is held by the fund itself, and then the payout happens into this other account, and then this other account is the one that will have its own stuff reinvested into itself. Your 25% payout will be reinvested into itself as a single individual. From here, if you get married, it goes up to by 15% up to, well, now 40%. And then, because again, I really, really want to support marriage and families staying together and families raising their children, I'm going to lower the cost of all this stuff. Don't worry about it, right? But that's the other thing. It's going to have to benefit Colorado and the United States as a whole, not other nations at all. So, you and your wife decide, you know what, we're going to have some kids. So you then get an additional 10% benefit per child with the same partner counted once. So specifically, say I have me, right? I'm currently single. I don't have children or anything like that, but we'll use this as an example because it's what I don't have, so it's not actually applying to me, but it is as the example to be used. So say I had a wife and we had one child together. Well, since I own the house, she's not living with me. She has her house, right? I get 25%, and then I get 10% for that child. My ex wife, she would get the 25% from owning her home plus the 10% from that child, right? Now, I get a second wife. That second wife, we stay married. We have one child together. Well, now I have two children, but these are from two separate spouses, so I still only get that 10% from the first. Then, sometime later, me and my second wife, we have our second child. Well, now it switches from, so I still, that 10% would still count as what it was gotten from the first. They would then switch over to, my second wife. So now I have, and again, we're kind of working it this way, right? So 25% from myself. I lost the 15% from my ex, but then I regained 15% when I married my second wife. I got the 10% from my first child from my first wife. And then my second wife with the one child, I do not get another 10% from the child we have. But then we have a second child, well, I get the 10%. And again, this is what the household gets. The additional 10% from that second child. And then again, my second wife, we have a third child, I can get that additional 10%. And then we have a fourth child, four children. That's the maximum of 80%. So 10% per child, four children, that's 40%. 25% plus 15%, husband, wife, or wife, husband, however you want to do it. Uh, that's now 80%. So the home is paid off. I'm getting 80% of the home's value. Again, that $80,000. That amount is then put into an account. All that money is then reinvested in upon itself. So that way, when I sell my house, I do have to sell it for the 80,000, but then I also get all of this investment income tax free. Or at age 50, you can start using this investment income. Now again, at $80,000, that would be like $300, like $350 a month, right? You could easily pay it off sooner instead of doing like a 20-year loan. That is entirely up to you. You can do it in 10 years by paying like 700, right? 5 years by, doubling that even still up to 1,400 a month, right? However you want to do it. But starting at age 50, or when you go to sell the house, or when you will it to, your next of kin or donation, whatever you want to do with it, have at it, right? But you own it. It's yours. And you will not lose it so long as it stays within your family. So it would then come down to, the fact what matters most to your family. Uh, I've been feeling some pain across here. But that's because I started sleeping like this versus like this. I think I should go back to sleeping like this. But I have a deviated septum. It's neither here nor there. But it's definitely why I've not had good interactions with a specific group of people. They're darker complexion than mine, much darker. They jumped me and my brother, got me fired, caused an accident. I don't like. Regardless of that fact, though, there is something we can do, and I believe that this is what we should do. Now, there's still plenty more to it, right? So we have the nuclear stations for electricity. We have the homes with solar panels and batteries for again more electricity. We're ensuring water is clean and pristine, which means all of our reservoirs are no longer going to have any oil-based vehicles that are allowed on there. You can be I don't know, you can do whatever else you want, but they cannot be engine-based, oil-based vehicles over our waters, right? No, no silver, no aluminum, no none of that stuff will be in the water either, as that's where our fish stock is basically going to be as well. Because we do need to fish. I like fish. Fish is tasty. It's delicious. And with as a militia member or as a clergy member as well, because the clergy is the other members who get free access to the trains. Now the clergy, on the other hand, does not gain access to the PX or the military general store, the militia general store, the MGS. They don't get access to the shooting ranges, and but they do get access to say the tracks, right? So the driving tracks and the trains is what the clergy, the church would have access to, and we would have three giant churches, giant cathedrals, to outperform or to out-awe the other ones, right? Because again, this is for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who took on the cost of our sins and paid for it to then defeat death once and for all. So death is done, right? This world still exists though because judgment has not yet happened, and no one knows when judgment will happen. So we'll set it up as if it'll be sometime deep, deep into the future. So what else is there? Right, we're getting rid of as much plastic and we're going to as much natural stuff as we can. Linens for the hospitals, really all the stuff that needs to get done, right? You know it, I know it, we all know what it is. Zoning reform is also going to include the design constraints. Because I don't know if you know this about Paris, but Napoleon, uh, I mean, the way he did it was he just kind of blew up the downtown Paris because it was very much a slums, but then it was rebuilt to the Paris that we know of today. I want to rebuild it, but I know that I cannot force everyone to do so. So on the other side, really, what's going to happen is that all of these will be implementations that have changed. That if you keep it within your family, then you can keep it as it is. But at any point, anytime in the future, or even you can decide it on your own, you can then switch it to then the slightly higher density design constraints that we have set up. Because again, I want Art Nouveau because Art Nouveau will be in harmony with nature because we're also going to be planting more nature within the city. We're going to have more gardens, more parks, fruit trees, bushes, all that stuff, right? Now we're also going to have to plant equal to, if not more so, in the mountains. So this way, any animals who do come down, again, we can instill fear into those animals so they know not to come here. Because wolves, they know not to go near human encampments. Bears know not to get near human encampments. Deer can learn it as well. We just have to make it a considered effort to make it so. And then guess what? The animal, it's segregation between humans and animals. But it does not mean that humans cannot still go off into nature, respect nature, make it better than when we're there. But then we can have our own section here in town, which is secure. Now, we don't need walls, right? Because we are the United States of America. Our walls are the rest of every other state. It's going to be very hard to get to us. We'll have our own, like, golden dome type thing, the multiple layers of the dome, right? Because the firmament above with those layers, we can create our own, right? To protect against missiles, nukes, all that stuff, chaff, everything, right? And then look at all of this. Look at all the nature that we have. Look at all of what we could, because you have all of this mountain, and then honestly, we could turn the plains back into the plains. and then the plains would be return to bison. Because I'll be honest with you, I really think that they're lying to us when they say that, oh, eat more breads and grains. Sure, you lying ass sack of shit. I hate you. You're wrong. Uh, we're gonna raise bison and beef cattle. Bison, because well, bison needs to retake this, and this will also allow people, if you want to, because you'll have multiple options, right? This and this is just what I want for people is I want you to have the option. I want you to have a future that you can decide what you would like to do. We can create the state to support all of this, right? So what your options are is you can live within the city and then you can really work and live in what would be a beautiful kind of well, pretty cohesive state. Sure, there would be a couple of places that like the mini Kyoto in Steamboat Springs and like the mini Germany. I don't know what city is like still very historic in Germany, but like a very historic German town, right? Have them pretty close to each other, maybe one on top of the other. Japan, Germany, move the German a little bit further south, only because Germany itself has very heavily inspired Mexico, which I appreciate you guys. I also appreciate the Spaniards for uh, working with the native people to overthrow the Mexica who were kidnapping from surrounding villages, sacrificing them, eating people. The human sacrifice and cannibalism ended thanks to Spain. I appreciate you, Spain. Then everything was brought over. Jesus was brought over, freeing us from the depravity of what it was before. So I'm all for you guys. And now I need to do more. So this is what we'll do. We'll have that German, old style Kyoto towns, and then the rest of the state will be Art Nouveau to blend in with nature. Built using the longest lasting stuff we possibly can. Because once built, just needs to be maintained and then it can last forever. But we need to build it smart. Now, that is your option. You can live in the city. Again, it's going to be a very much a crafter's revolution. I believe that with these steps that I plan on taking, we can create the environment to spark a renaissance. And of course, that renaissance would be an American renaissance with art, music, sculptures, drawings, uh, innovations, manufacturing, all the stuff, right? We can have it back. I truly believe we can. So, see, we got trains, we got electricity, we got water. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So the state. Oh no, the things that you can do, right? You can live in the city, do stuff in the cities, work, live, have kids, so on and so forth, right? You can join the church. And again, I will never say if you decide to become a monk or nun and then you decide, oh, I want to get married to a monk or a nun, or you're a nun, you want to get married to a monk, do it up. Absolutely. I will never say that you should not have more children. Uh, that is very anti-biblical to ever say. Now, you can, of course, take this vow yourself, but we would never promote it. Have a family, build that legacy, impart your morals, your views, your actions onto children, your children specifically, and then we, as a cohesive state, can continue this forward. We are good. We can be good. We are capable of good, just as we are capable of extreme evil. We just gotta make it work. So you can live in the city, be a teacher, architect. Well, I'm an architect, but trades people, constructors, craftspersons. Uh, you could go be a farmer, right? Because we would have farms where you could go and work, do farming stuff, be a farmer, and then transport stuff over there, butchering, do all the stuff that would be needed. Hell, make clothes, right? Linens and wools, because we're gonna need a lot of linen and wool. I would say import some, but we probably could import a good amount because I do know New Zealand has way too much wool, but really we would only do trade with nations who adopt the US Constitution, one that protects the people, not that protects corporations, right? So once we would start doing that ourselves, or we would be able to import it if we can, become close enough with nations who really follow along with us. Again, I'm very much not a fan of Israel. I don't believe them to be our ally. I believe them to be a hostile foreign nation who has infiltrated the United States of America. Because I mean, at no point how are they our ally? That's my question. Because as far as I know, we just give them money. We didn't have enemies in the Middle East until Israel was founded after World War II. Which again, I dislike that they call themselves Israel because they're not the actual one, but at the same time, I can't really be against it because I know plenty of Mexicans named Jesus. And if you also look at the Bible, technically, well, not technically, but actually Barabbas, because there were two Jesuses, right? Because Jesus was still just a name. It was Jesus, Christ of Nazareth, and Jesus Barabbas, the murderer. So when it was asked, who to the Hebrew people, who would you like to release? Jesus, who is called Christ, or Jesus, Barabbas, the murderer? They chose the murderer. That's on them. So, it's whatever. They are not the true Israel. The true Israel is us, the believers of Jesus Christ. We are the nation of Israel, not of a people, but of an ideology of those who have accepted Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, our good shepherd, come to take on the price of our sin and defeat death once and for all to grant us eternal life. So that's who we are, but I am anti them. Because we shouldn't be. We should not support them. They very much still do all of the golden bull Maluk worship. It's terrible. We do not worship the same God. Not at all. Neither Islam. They say, "Oh, God through the Prophet Muhammad," but no, he's lying because they deny the divinity of our Lord Jesus, who is God, took human form. They deny that that can happen because, I mean, at that point, they're denying the power of God. Also, a lot of their stuff is very counter to what the Bible is. So, yeah, I'm against both of them. I'm also kind of against Shintoism, but I do have a theory that the Japanese people, if they would accept Christianity, would be the model of what a Christian is supposed to be because they have the service mentality already kind of built into their culture, right? And what is Jesus and to be Christian, if not just to be a servant to those people who need your service? And even those who don't, right? Because God came to suffer and serve us. Because as he said, the first will be last, the last will be first. So the first being like the billionaires, the rich people, they will become last. And then the last being, the homeless, the servants, all of them will become first. God being the beginning and the end, he is both first and last. Yeah. And with this, we can have a renaissance. Crafters revolution. I want to get rid of government guaranteed student loans entirely. There's no reason for them. All they've done is increase the price. Now, militia members, active duty militia members, will get free education in specific fields. I will call it the STEAM, STEM, yeah, STEM. Science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine. I would say art, but art is something that you would have to pay for on your own, figured out, because you have to learn this from someone else. But we need all of those other things so much more. Medical, especially, science, technology, engineering. math, medicine. Those are the five, what I would say most important. Oh, and also agriculture. So I guess it is STEAM because under agriculture we can feed more people, right? We can do things properly. Stretch your body. Yeah. Uh, right. So you can live in the city. You can join the church. You can become living in the city also includes farming because again we have trains that would connect from the farm itself to the city. So you're never fully disconnected because we cannot disconnect our farmers from the city because our farmers are still us. You can go be a farmer if you want to go be a farmer, work for a farm, uh, because farms would definitely have more land, but that's because they would be farms because they're designed for feeding people and specifically feeding the American people. Any excess and any over above, sure we can, but I would say truly it should either be sold for to the people, sold to the militia, uh, donated to the church. So in the city includes farmers, tradespeople, reserve militia members, militia itself. You can join the cathedrals, the church, and serve the church, or you can go abscond and live as a nomad. Because imagine we return this, right? Let's again, we're just measuring. Look at that, 24,000 square miles. Imagine all of this as just plains where you could have bison just roaming free, cows as well, right? Uh, Feeding on all this nature being nature, right? More meat means more meat for the people, more beef. Now, admittingly, this is where a lot of gardens and stuff would be closer to the city because you take the cows out, you come back. We would still have plenty of support for these. And same thing in the mountains. You could go live in the mountains as a wild mountain person if you wanted to, eating stuff up there, foraging for things. And then guess what? Any furs or leather, you could bring it into the city, sell it, get some more supplies, and then head back off into the wilderness. Sure, you'll still have an ID, but it will be more so of a, oh, I have decided to live in the wilderness. Now, we'll still have planes and stuff going around, just kind of keeping an eye on everything from above. So if you need help, we can get help out to you. Because again, you can do what you want, but we will still help you because you are an American. You are a U.S. citizen, Colorado resident. My people, we will help you, right? Because we are each other. I'm not politician. I'm not some Ivy League career politician trying to squeeze you for as much as you can. No, I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna take whatever pay they give me because I'm broke as hell, and I'm gonna use that to buy my house, my land, so that way I can also do some regenerative type farming and stuff. As an example, uh, my fodder reactor. Oh, it's gonna be so different though. Don't do oh, digressing. What was I doing? I was saying something. Right. So you can join the church, live in the city, or live in the wilderness. That's your choice. Fully free and available to you. And again, you sell like your leathers or forage goods there is sales tax, but that's something that they would have to pay who's purchasing it from you. Well, honestly, at that point, and again, all cash transactions would, in that aspect, would have uh, no real sales taxes. It really wouldn't be needed, you know. But anything that's happening on a card, because again, the other thing that's going to happen, and we'll get to that in just a moment, is the payment processing thing. So Colorado, through the Treasury of Colorado Bank, TCB, the Burning Crusade. I didn't even remember that happen. But TBC, which will also be the fund where the investment fund is held, fund will also uh, give you the option for a bank. Now, the bank account will be as follows: you'll have a checking account, a savings account, and then a health savings account. Under the checking account, well, that's just your checking account. You can take and receive your check, and then you can make and receive payments to the checking account, and then you have your savings account. The savings account, uh, this one gives you the option. You can either just store money, or you can partake of fractional reserve banking. Now, in this aspect, under the fractional reserve banking, we will split it 50-50. So, however much money you have in there, we will take 90% of it. This will remain as digital money, right? But we will take 90% of the money that's there, loan it out to businesses with interest, and then that interest, so you'll be paid back your money, and then the interest will be split 50-50. You'll get 50% of the interest, we'll get the other 50%. Our portion will go fully into the investment fund, and then any excess, because again, 5% is the maximum we will be reinvesting of the wealth fund into itself to keep it growing. The other 95% will be used for operations and maintenance within the state. And then any excess will be paid back to the people evenly. Now that'll go into, say, this above bucket, and then you can decide where it goes, either your health savings, checking, or savings, right? Now, health savings is going to work a little differently. Health savings is going to be connected to the Colorado Investment Fund. Under this one, it'll be an 80-20 split. So you put your money into that fund, you will get 80% of that immediately. This can be used for medical purposes. Now, medical purposes is, also food, uh, gyms, surgeries, hospital stays, all the stuff that you would need for hospital. I want to move towards a more natural medicines instead of the petrochemical based stuff, but we'll get to that one once we get to that one. The other thing that's going to happen is that the state of Colorado, or the Treasury of Colorado, TCB, Treasury of Colorado Bank, is also going to replace the payment processing systems within the state of Colorado. This means that any and every single card transaction will be handled here by the state of Colorado. So let me go ahead and open. That's not what I wanted. Calculator. So say something costs, I don't know, 19.99, right? And then 10% sales tax. Again, this is 0% on food, 10%, well, 30% on weed, shrooms, alcohol, and soda and candy, junk food kind of stuff. That'd be 30%, or maybe 20%. Yeah, we'll call that 20%. And then everything else will be 10%. So that 10% tax, 19.99 plus. Look at that, 21.98. Under that digital amount, right? That's how much will be taken from, well, your account, right? $21.989. The remaining 10%, or the 0.001 cent, that will be taken by the state through our payment processing system. because it's just that little fractional amount, and that will be put into the investment fund along with sales tax. And because we're now having the nuclear stations, we're also selling electricity, we're selling utilities. And again, you and I are Colorado. It's more than just the topography of nature, right? We the people make Colorado, so we the people need to watch out for each other, and this fund will be used for that. So, utilities, which will be electricity, water, gas, wastewater, and sanitation, right? Which sanitation is wastewater, trash, recycling, all the stuff that needs to be done, right? That's what we'll be doing. Uh, Likewise, sales tax plus the uh, payment processing micro cent tax, and then finally the investment fund. So through those four methods is how the state will make its money. And again, anything extra will be paid to residents of Colorado. Because we're going to work to make it as fair. Because again, if we can reduce the cost of living, which is the purchasing of a home, we can increase the farms, which would then mean there's more food available, which means, guess what? You can now sell the food over here, and it would be sold at cost, so that way you're at least breaking even for the time that it took for you to grow that stuff. That's what it would be purchased at for uh, the militia. Again, the church is all donations. Now, those donations, I mean, there doesn't really need to be a benefit because you're donating to the church. Now, the church is also going to have an orphanage. Now, the orphanage is going to be very strategic because we're not just going to we're going to promote for people to have kids, raise their kids, which means that if you are going to put your child up for adoption, they will be at the church. We would encourage you still to spend time with your child. We will help you get on your feet so you and your children can be together. I would say abstinence is probably the best thing you could do, but I understand that the flesh is weak and easily succumbs to temptation. I understand this entirely, but that does not mean that we should promote ever for people to just do that, because that's wrong, that's bad, it's evil. But we should still be able to help the people. So you as a parent, again, you could still be married and be like, you know what, we can't help, we can't take care of the kids, right? Father died, mother died, you need that assistance. Well, the orphanage, someone else can take the child, right? This would kind of, how's it going to work? I guess I gotta think about this one for just a little bit longer. But here's the other thing that's happening, right? The entire state is getting switched over to Montessori, away from the standardized Rockefeller, will make you a good employee type of unload. There it is. Okay, much better. We will change it from uh, employee type of training for workers. It'll be the innovative type training for, well, innovators, right? Montessori, the growth slash milestone based model. We should be able to streamline what would be the high school education to about age 15. This way, from 15 to 18, there can be what would be college, or at least the beginning of college, right? You could do the more advanced, like English, history, presentation type stuff. Then, when you do go to college, you're only learning what you need to at the college. It would be kind of like a technical trade school, but instead of having to take English classes while there, it would just kind of be rolled into the program, right? Because we can do things better and more intelligently. The only reason it's not happening is because the corporations are trying to maximize profits, and the best way to maximize profits is to separate everything so they can bill you little by little, right? The nickel and dime. That's how they bleed you to death. It's death by a million cuts. That's what it's coming down to, and we can fix it. I know we can. I also want to make guild halls. Now these guild halls will be like former malls, right? Now in the guild, it'll include not only electrical, HVAC, and plumbing, it'll also have tailoring, haircutting, uh, leather working, tanning leather, the whole process for leather goods, sewing, uh, using a milling machine, using a lathe, glass blowing, using a forge. And we will have plenty of places where people can come learn, because I would like to also build 3 guilds in each city. This way, plenty of people can learn any of these trades, and then you can go work in the trades. Or you can also buy some material from the guild and then use it at the guild to make the thing you're going to make, and then sell the thing you're going to make. So all of this is just more options for more self-sufficiency, for more innovation, for this is the renaissance. This is how we build it. And we ensure that no one can be priced out, so we can have an extended renaissance, you know? I would also want to change the copyright thing, the trademark thing, make it to where it's only your life, depending on what it is, right? It's your life. Maybe not your life. We'll make it a solid 30 years. You make something, it's yours for 30 years. After those 30 years, well, then it's public domain. Anyone can use it. Now, of course, this is only for the things that are trademarked. If you don't trademark it, and then, well, you happen to not write it down or pass it along, well, guess what? Your invention could very well be lost forever. Now, this also means that if someone else makes it, or is able to just make it, right, and then they try to, and then you come back to us and be like, hey, I made this first, well, then it's just considered public domain at that moment. Again, we need to do something about that. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's definitely a good thing to do. So we got the militia, we got the housing reform. Oh yeah, that's right. Uh, so again, the church, much like the Shinto temple, though, it'll have the place where monks and nuns can live. This is also where we'll help the homeless get them back on their feet and self-sufficient, get people clean from drugs. That does not mean that we're gonna. So I'm cool with weed and shrooms, but it's other stuff. Those harder drugs, those need to go away. Those are dangerous. Those are chemicals, not nature. So if you can show a fully natural progress for this one, and it's not hella addictive, like nicotine is addictive, right? But nicotine from a plant without the preservatives and chemicals is better. It's like caffeine, kind of. If any preservative or pesticide or any other chemical sprayed on the plant would then be in the seed, which is then in the coffee, which you then drink. Like it's in the leaf and the tobacco. Sure, smoking is not good, but maybe chewing it not too bad. Either way, we can do these things. We just have to make sure that we're doing them correctly and properly. And nature needs to be fixed. We need to save nature completely. And I would love to turn more of it into the thing. Now, Since that's how we're paying for it, this means that you, now of course, here's the other thing too, right? When it comes to individual sales from one person to another, there will be no taxes because we would recommend cash, right? Uh, do it up. We will be connected. But all of the stores, like convenience stores, the train, uh, the ranges for non militia members, the driving ranges for non militia or non clergy members, all of that other stuff is going to be using a card or cash, but there will be tax associated with it, which they will then need to pay us the tax. It just means that us as the state, we won't be getting that uh, fractional centage, the fractions of the cent. That we just won't be getting that in this aspect. Now, of course, anything extra would be paid into the wealth fund. That wealth fund would then be reinvested into itself, and we would use up to the maximum. I would say actually 90%. We will do 90%. 10% will be reinvested. 90% of the money used within the wealth fund will be used for maintenance and operations, along with any revenue generated will also be used for maintenance and operations. And any money left over will then be paid back to the people. So we will have the most efficient electricity, water, gas, transportation. We'll recycle everything we can possibly recycle to empty the landfills, to reclaim any stuff, right? Because we can get it back. I know we can, and we can make it better. I know we can. Like there's a landfill that I know of that's near Memorial Hospital. It's the one north. We could empty that thing out like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, sure, a lot of it would be incinerated, but we would be able to then reclaim a lot of things that can be reclaimed, like metal, aluminum, copper, any silver, any gold, and any electronics. Everything can be reclaimed, right? Any foodstuffs that honestly may have rotted at that moment, it can definitely be turned into mulch. We can make more mulch and then just spread the mulch throughout the mountains. In the underground aquifers. Like Japan has the thing where it's, and again, we'll be using Roman cement, but it'll be like a big thing, a huge pool underground, right? This pool will have clams and stuff to help filter the water, keep it clean, keep it aerated, keep all those things going that they need to go. Any excess water, of course, will just be passed through it, uh, cleaned, still, and then sent off. But the water that's in there can then be used for anything that we would need it to. Now, here's the other thing too, right? Now, I've been looking at this one for a way to kind of make a fully off-grid, self, truly self-sufficient type of homestead, right? And I could do that on 40 acres. So what we would do, I don't know if you know about the United States is probably it is the best sewage treatment facility in the world. So what we do is we take the incoming water, right? The pee poo, all that stuff, broken down. Other stuff will kind of be filtered through so we can remove anything that needs to get removed, and then it'll just be added into the other water. So you'll have the gray water and the black water. Black water is very much the toilet uh, type of water. Gray water is more so from your sinks, showers, things like that. So all the toilets will go into the one reactor where we will use enzymes. Those enzymes and a lot of air are how we treat sewage. Those those microbes, they create a lot of methane. So what we will do is we'll put a bag over top of it, and this will be the methane capture, which that methane capture can then be put through the system to then feed natural gas. because that's what it is. Methane, when it burns, it does not have a smell. Methane, when it doesn't burn, does have a smell. Natural gas does not have a smell. That's why they add the egg smell to it, right? So if we can just add the smells together, well, guess what? We now have a methane egg smell for gas. But when it burnt, no smell. Guess what? Gas stoves, uh, peaker plants using natural gas to heat up water in case we need more electricity. All this will be easily taken care of, right? We won't need as much coal. Coal can still be used, but I would say we should use less of the coal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then, the transformers. Make sure all the transformers are the most efficient possible so we're losing as little energy as possible. So through all that, we will have a cleaner state, cleaner water, uh, cheaper cost of living because there will be more food that is available. Food, of course, can be donated to the church to help feed the church. I want more beef. I want us all to be eating more beef, more eggs, more meat. I understand where the pharmaceutical corporations are like, oh no, you should eat more grains and stuff because it's healthier, even though that's really bad for us in large quantities. So yeah, we're definitely gonna be moving to more meat, more bison, more lamb, more ruminant animals specifically, right? Cows, bison, sheep, goats. I will definitely make it so raw milk can be sold within the state. Uh, it will still have to meet certain requirements of cleanliness. But once you're there, just have at it, right? Raw milk cheeses, because we'll be able to. Hold on, let me take a look at one thing real quick. Colorado, your distance, straight across. Where's the latitude, longitude lines? Okay, 33 degrees. There's the 30, just shy of that. So let's see. That's one, two, three. So there's equator. One, two, wait a minute. Equator is down one. So one, two, three. So about Spain, right? Colorado is approximately Spain, which is uh, a little. And again, I don't understand why they have it as the arc. There's no reason for it to be an arc when that's not what I'm needing to do right now. I need the straight line because again, this is the latitude line. Why are they going to show me this bullshit when I don't need it? When if we look at the longitude line itself, 33 degrees cuts straight across the planet like this. That's 33 degrees north, right? So equator, 33 degrees north, bam. Because that's about Colorado. That's about where we are. I think I'm like 35, somewhere around there. But regardless, still, right? This is an excellent spot, and we need that line. But because of this, right, we can have cheese, we can have all the stuff that we would need to have. Now, that does not mean that we would not still be in connection to the rest of these United States of America, right? Hawaii and Alaska. But doing this, we would make the state better. And then from here, we could export this to the rest of the world. Now, I would like us to have like a tube of some kind that goes from Colorado to the ocean, preferably the Pacific. I actually have a solution for the the lionfish issue down in like the Florida area. The same thing with like the hogs. We need to get rid of hogs. They're a menace and they're destroying nature that we need to protect. We'll get to that later, right? But Colorado, this is what we do, and then we have a better state for us, which we can then export all of this that we do to the rest. So imagine this, right? As a Colorado resident, you can purchase all that stuff that I said before, your homes and whatnot. Now, as a non resident, say you're a Nevada resident, US citizen, you can own one property and then up to 5 acres. Now, that one property can either be a single family home, duplex, triplex, fourplex, condo, right? And then up to 5 acres land. But this would then mean I, as a Colorado person, I could own the four plus the apartment plus the 40 acres. And then also the same thing, one house in Nevada plus up to 5 acres land, or Portland, or Washington, or North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Missouri, Ohio, right? Indiana, Illinois, any of these states, I could do the same thing. Own one home plus 5 acres of land. But in my home state, I would get the largest benefit. This would also mean, likewise, someone in New York, they could own one house in Colorado and 5 acres of land. Now, they wouldn't be able to vote in the Colorado election and stuff because they are a New York resident. But likewise, if, say, I am a Colorado resident, I could purchase, say, one condo in New York. And then I'd be good. So that way I can then go take a plane, go from Colorado to New York, and New York to Colorado. Admittingly, though, I think that we should get rid of the Statue of Liberty. It is, in my opinion, a statue of Satan, and we should not have it here. We do need to bring back the bells. So the cathedrals will have a ton of bells at the proper frequency to, well, ward off the demons and evil. None of you will stop me. You will join me because we can make things better. We just need someone who does not want to maximize profit for themselves. I don't want to maximize profit for myself. I just want to have a fair shot. And I know many people do. They just want a fair shot. They want the opportunity to have meaningful work, community, and food. I mean, that's really, really what it comes down to. Because we're missing a third spot. I'm currently in my room. You're probably on your phone. Now imagine if we had like beer gardens slash plazas slash like those temple streets, right? Something where people can come together, communities, neighborhoods. The third place, right? We'll have plenty more festivals, plenty more stuff. This way, you can have a life without having to work all the time. And I want to get this done. So support me. I am your boy, Coyote Thunder. I'll make this happen. Yes, admittedly, the banks are going to try and assassinate me, slander my name, but no weapon forged by man will ever prosper against me. Because I'm not trying to steal from you. I'm trying to make it so they can't steal from you any further. They're the thieves and robbers who do nothing but murder and destroy. Take, take, and take, and take. And take some more. Oh, and then when you thought they couldn't take enough, that's what they do. They try and take even more. That's not supposed to happen. So, under Jesus' name, we will fight against it. And that's how we will do so in the state of Colorado, which can then be exported all over the country. Now, admittingly, like Wyoming is sparse and tiny, they'll have to figure that out. I mean, there's basically just this line here for Oregon, from Portland down to whatever that is. Then you got Washington, California. I would I would change a lot in California, but again, a lot of people would dislike me. I want to retake the coast from you socialist leftist psychos. We're banning abortion as well, like 100%. Don't have sex. If and I'll be honest with you, when it comes to rape, it has to be proven that it was rape, and then again, we would still say, please do not murder the child, put it up for adoption if you don't want it. Again, to the church, we'll take them, we'll raise them better, Montessori, Christian values. There will be a decent amount of suffering because people have to suffer for character growth. So think about it like this: the military, there's a lot of suffering, but there's a lot of personal growth that happens with our soldiers because the military puts them through a controlled suffering. The church would do the same thing, a controlled suffering. Uh, this way, personality can all continue on as forth as it should, right? That's again why the Montessori model of education will be used for the clergy, the church. We would, and the other thing that's going to happen too, right? If again confirmed that the man is a rapist, you please do not abort the child. I understand what happened to you. I apologize. Give the child to the church, and then the man who raped the woman, because again, the man is the one who plants the seed, and the seed can be planted legally or illegally. Legally is of course your wife, because she is the garden. You are the she is the earth. You are the seed bearer. You plant the seed in the earth as the man, and if you become a rapist, well, guess what? Under the 13th Amendment, you are now a slave for the remainder of your life. Now, as part of this, you're gonna work certain things, right? You will learn. You're gonna suffer greatly, and every ounce of everything that you earn will be used for the child that you have fathered. The woman, she'll also be taken care of, right? We'll make sure that she. And again, if you fuck up that bad, that's what's gonna happen. Now, if it happens too much, we're just gonna start executing you fools. Plain and simple. Control yourself. I can control myself around women. It's easy. You know why? Because they're just people, just like you and I. Yes, if we look at it and break it down to the specifics, I have mighty bones and powerful muscles, right? And thicker skin, more so than a woman. So I can overpower a woman, but I won't because love, I want love. And love can only be given freely. This is why we have free will. This is why God gave us free will. Because you can have the AI robot try and give you loving, right? Because that's what a lot of people did. That's the whole concept of the movie Her. But love is given freely, and love is deeper than what the corporations have co-opted through Valentine's Day. Love is a conscious decision. The best way I can put it, the way we're supposed to love each other is the way we currently love our pets. So a pet, you love the pet. It is your companion, and even when it frustrates the fuck out of you, you still love your pet. That's how we're supposed to love one another. I love you. I want to be in your life. I want to see the best for you. And we understand what is good and what is bad, right? Enabling is bad. Feminism is enablement. That is bad. LGBT is enablement. That is bad. Communism is enablement. That is bad. Same thing with socialism. Well, that's why we're not doing socialist shit here, right? There will be things to help the people, but they are all designed to to help. They're not the end all be all for you forever. Admitting there are certain people that we are going to have to take care of for a much longer time because of the unfortunate reality of things that are going on. But for the vast majority of everyone else, you should be able to become self sufficient. And that's what we should strive for. That's what we should work for. Pueblo, Colorado Springs, Denver, Grand Junction, Durango. It's only showing Boulder still because I've been to Boulder a couple times. I do like the Flatirons crossing, the Flatiron Trail, and that's also where I got my accordion. Which the accordion is getting heavy. It's like 23 pounds. 25 pounds, it's basically my kettlebell. What was I saying though? I was saying something. Damn, you guys. I forgot what it was. Let me take a sip of water. It was. What was I saying? We make Colorado better. That's really all that I want to do. I want to rebuild Colorado so all of us can thrive in Colorado outside of corporations. All right, the rapists, y'all are going to be a slave and y'all are going to work damn near to death. Now, admittingly, here's what's going to happen to the prisoners. The prisoners are going to be fed more grains because grains will make you weaker than they will with meat. That's the other thing you got to understand. And this is something that I would say that is far more of a deterrent than saying that you will become a slave. As a slave for raping a woman and impregnating her. Now, if you're just regular rapist, well, we might very well just kick you out the fucking state, maybe even castrate you, maybe do. If you do things to children, we're gonna drown you. Okay, and it'll be public. You will be waterboarded live. And then resuscitated, and then waterboarded again. Depends on how many victims you had. Now, right, as that slave, you will. That's going to be your life, right? And you'll have, well, I figure what, 18 years till that child turns 18. Now, if you are able to be forgiven by both your victim and your child, then sure, you could be released a little earlier. But again, you're still going to learn some shit. You're still going to suffer. You're still going to learn all this that needs to happen. Now, that's not going to say that you're going to be abused. You'll be given medical treatment. You'll be fed. You just won't be fed too much meat. You'll lose a lot of meat privilege. So be aware. That's what's going to happen if you become a slave is you're going to lose access to meat. And I love beef so much, like steak. Oh, oh, never risk it. And at the same time, I want my own wife. Like I said, this is a girl I like. I would love more than anything to have my house, have my wife, have my kids, work on my anime, have my geothermal greenhouse. Uh, what else would I have? I would have a freeze dryer so I can make a bunch of powders for long-term storage. And really just start making a whole bunch of food for long-term storage, right? Because that's the other thing too, right? I would definitely want more freeze dryers, right? Because that's what both the church and the militia would have, freeze dryers. Because freeze dryers, you could get the food, get it cooked, then take all the water out of it, losing very little nutrients, and then once it's ready to be rehydrated, you just add hot water to the thing, and then you're good to go. Or put it in a little pot and boil it with some water, so that way it's all cooked up and ready to go. Right? We can do that. This way, there's no food waste. Likewise, though, because we will have still things like chickens
pigs, because I do love pork. And then we'll also have all the ruminant animals: bison, cows, goats, sheep, goats for milk, cows for milk, sheep for wool, and then all three for leather and meat. They're all four for leather and meat, and bones and organs, all that stuff. We will lose as little as possible. That's my goal, is to make us efficient in our use of goods and materials. And then the other thing that's going to happen 100% is right to repair is going to be enshrined into our Colorado Constitution, as is the militia, as is the church, as is the other thing, right, is because we'll have the racetracks, you can build your own car using the lathe, the milling machine, all the other blacksmithing, welding stuff that you can learn. And the right to repair will mean that, hey, you can fix anything that is yours. You'll have ownership. Ooh, and the lights. I'm tired of those bright ass halogen white lights. The intensity is too much. It ruins your night vision. It needs to be orange again. Same thing with the street lights. Those need to become orange again. I also want to bury as many of the electrical lines as we can, just to remove them from above. You know, but that's neither here nor there. Well, no, it is here and there. It's something that we need, something that I want, and we can make it happen. Support me. I am Coyote Thunder. I have my like, share, subscribe, do all the things that you need to do. I'm here. I'm gonna continue to hang out here. I am hungry. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I have noticed that I do enjoy some Buffalo Wild Wings, because they use beef tallow to cook their stuff. Hold on, let me check some. Oh, that's realty. I'm checking my emails right now. So I'm not sponsored by any of these people, but I do gotta say, I very much like these barefoot shoes. You can probably guess who it's from, but I do like the barefoot shoes because they're wider than regular shoes, so that way your toes can get the good feel. And then they're so thin that I can actually feel the earth beneath my feet. Now, the only thing that I would change about this, I guess, try and see what I can figure out, is see how I can change out the tread. Because the way I walk, I've noticed that most of it is happening on the ball of my foot, the heel, and then across my the outer ridge of my foot, right? So it's ball to heel, this thing, but on your foot. I definitely want to get those replaced, but these are my favorite fight shoes slash moving around shoes. If only I didn't have my hammer toe on my right foot. I'm gonna let you guys know this. So what had happened is that, you have muscles on top and on bottom, and the muscle just pulls, because that's kind of how the only way muscles can work is they can only contract and relax, and then the other ones can contract and relax in the other direction. So the muscles on the bottom of my foot, so around here, right? Specifically these three, the pinky, ring, and middle, like the muscle just snapped across these. So now my toe is at a constant upward position like this instead of straight. It's stuck here. Same with these two. So these two are fine, but these three are not. That's the only downside for me with these shoes, is that I have a fucked up foot. But my left foot, which is fine, excellent. I love this shoe. So, like, you wouldn't believe. I need to go and get that surgery done. Or Lord Jesus, uh, I ask you this with the Father in mind, so others may see it as well. please heal the ailments that are with my body. Uh, in my deep faith and belief in you, may my nose, my eye, my teeth, my neck and spine, and my foot, and my hernia all be repaired. In Jesus' mighty name, I ask the Father, God, Yahweh, I am. Thank you, sir. God, my Father. Okay. I mean, that's basically about it. Now, sure, it took like 3 hours to explain this, but there's just so much that's interconnected and so much that still needs to be connected with still. So let's focus in on the wealth fund. Well, no, let's work on the banking because the bank, the Treasury of Colorado Bank, is what we'll focus on for the moment. So not only will you have your checking, your savings, which will give you the option for fractional reserve, and then we'll split the income generated there 50-50, and the health savings account, which will be connected to the wealth fund, which will be an 80-20 split, and then the payment processing system, right? So this way we can then get that fractional percentage of cents on the back end. So round up, we'll figure it out. Or we'll take the additional 0.9 or however it's going to be set up, right? However, it's currently done through the payment processing systems, but this time it'll be owned and controlled by the state because that same payment processing system will also take that 10% from all sales. Now, this will also mean that both the clergy and the militia, active militia, will not pay taxes at all. But with the tourism, we'll get a whole bunch of tax revenue that way. So, checking and savings, anyone can open it. You will need that Colorado license. That license will still do all the other stuff that I mentioned, like your camping, hunting, fishing licenses will be included into there, along with like driving. The savings, as stated, you can put your money in there. That'll be the fractional reserve where it's loaned out, and then once it's paid back, it'll be paid back with interest. Again, specifically to Colorado businesses. And once we get big, good enough, we can then start here's the way we need to do it as well. We will not import the world's problems. We will export, or we will not import the nation's problems. We will export our solutions for the rest of the nation, the republic. So the bank will be in charge of both the wealth fund, the investment fund, taxes, fractional amount, and it will also be taking the payments for utilities, gas, water, electric. And then we're handling waste management ourselves. Because through waste management, we can take the waste, like say the black and brown water, right? The black and gray water. We can with through the enzymes, we can make a very nitrogen rich water. This nitrogen rich water can then be used on the farms. And again, that's water we are now selling. Make sure it's got none of the stuff that is not needed within it. No oils, no estrogen, no fats. All the other stuff will really get rid of. And a lot of stuff is going to end up getting burnt, incinerated, but that will just be used to create more electricity. And then we will recycle everything that we can possibly recycle, and then us as the state will resell that recycled goods, whether it be any metals, any reclaimed. So like aluminum, copper, steel, iron, magnesium, everything, right? Every ounce of everything will be reclaimed. Maybe at like a 99.999% 9 is the furthest we could get it out to. But in handling waste management, we also have another revenue source by reselling everything trashed. Like we could definitely make more pellets out of wood from like construction or what have you. And then that can go into rocket furnaces, and those rocket furnaces can then work as small turbines, or even for homes, so that way people can burn it and then heat up their homes using those rocket stove pellets. Because I do like the rocket pellets; those things are sick. They can burn so hot. What else is there? There's so much really that's connected. But yeah, that's actually a fifth form of revenue generation is the state handling all waste management slash sanitation. Nitrogen rich water can be sold to the farms because then that'll just re-enter the water table. Then there's the stuff we're burning to make more electricity. Then there's the stuff we reclaim, the metals, the chemicals, everything is going to be reclaimed as best as we can. We'll also be providing electricity, making sure all the water is clean. The air is clean. Nature will be replanted. Again, the clergy and the militia will work together to make this happen. Because we are the shepherds of this planet. What else is there? Yeah. So all of this, the Treasury of Colorado Bank will also TCB will also handle all the payments needed for well everything, right? So if you yourself say we paid for everything, right? Out of the revenue generated from everything that the state is able to sell, the utilities, the waste, the recycled stuff, water, gas, sales tax, and the fractional tax, and then or the fractional reserve banking for the investment for the income, the investment fund, and then the payment processing system. All of that will then be used to pay for well the trains, the rebuilding, the schools, the education. We're going to get rid of as much bureaucracy as we can. The pencil pushers, those who just siphon money off the top and provide no value, they're getting gone. Certain people will still exist because we still need, the books still need to be balanced, but everything also needs to be public. Now, people won't like me. I already know this. Well, corporations won't like me. I hope you will. I hope you like these plans. Because, like I said, I would love nothing more than to have my wife, have our kids. I'd like 10 kids. That's me personally, though. Have my greenhouse, geothermal greenhouse, my fodder reactor, have some cows, some freeze dryers, and then, start freeze drying a whole bunch of stuff. Because we do tomatoes, chilies, meats, even. All of that cooked, freeze dried, and then can just be rehydrated later. That would be amazing. Then I could work on my stuff, my anime, because I like animations. I want to tell a story. Definitely one that gives hope. But then I would also like, so I have two ideas in mind for two stories. I have one that's kind of, I would say it's potentially a Naruto clone, potentially. But I'm taking things from Naruto, Fate, and Dragon Ball to make this one. And then the other one is definitely uh, Paladins, Shamans, and Hunters. That's the other one. And both of these will start off as a novel, which will then become an animation, 3D animation, which will then become an MMORPG. And that's what I would like to do. I would like to make those. We need bells, though. But that's what the bank would do, right? The bank would TBC, Treasury of, call it TOBC. TOBC. Capital T, small o, capital B, capital C. TOBC. Treasury of Colorado Bank. Then any surplus outside of, 90% of whatever has been received as far as income from the investment fund for that year, plus 10%. Well, then 10% of that will be reinvested. And then that 90% plus the other revenue is for the year. So here's the way it's going to break down, right? Just so you can follow along with me as well. So we're going to use some simple big numbers though. Say we make the $1 million this year, right? 10% of that is going to be 100,000. So that's immediately going to be reinvested. So this means that we now have 900,000. Now, assuming that for the militia, it's about 25%. The trains, the schools, everything else like that is going to be, I don't know, say we use 98%, right? That'd be 822,000, whatever, we understand that number, right? 882, so that would leave the 18,000. And again, we can up this to like a million, right? 18 million. But say this then 18,000 would then be divided up amongst every single person in the state. So let's actually change this now to 18 million, right? And there are currently, say, 6 million people in the state of Colorado. Each person would get $3. Now, if you're a child, well, it's going to get put into and again, your parents will still have to open this up for you, but this is how we would kind of have a continual ongoing census as well. As to who is a resident of Colorado, and again, it's only eligible for permanent residents or, well, U.S. citizens, Colorado residents, permanent residents of the United States of America, Colorado residents are allowed to open up this account, right? Anywhere else, you'd still have to go through other banks. So I'm not getting rid of the other banks. I'm just saying this is specific for people of Colorado because this is how the people of Colorado will benefit. Now, if you move to Colorado and become a resident of Colorado, well, guess what? You will then be a benefit of this as well. So please come here, support me, support this idea. Do not bring forth your Republican or your leftist bullshit. Both of you are owned by a foreign entity. I refuse to be owned by a foreign entity. I'm going to do what's best for Colorado. And if that's against both of you, so be it, because you are both failures, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. What else to talk about? I mean, that's basically what it is. Like, we're still going to have plenty of convention halls for convention purposes, resorts, hotels, uh, places where people can work, manufacturing centers. Like, we'll definitely want to bring back more manufacturing to the state of Colorado. Now, that does not mean that we're not going to have manufacturing in other states as well, but we're gonna do a lot here because we have to do a lot here. But in making the state self-sufficient, we can then help making other states self-sufficient as well, which then, while they are self-sufficient, we can still trade amongst each other so that way we can all get abundance. Hell, it could even provide us with a little bit of excess that we could then again still freeze dry, turn into those meals that would then could be used for the militias of the different states. And again, all of the states would also have to work together with the militias. So say the Colorado militia would then go and train in Nevada with the Nevada militia. Or certain members would go from the Colorado militia to the Nevada militia, train with them, just like certain Nevada militia members would come and train with the Colorado militia. Same with Utah, Kansas, Texas, right? We would all be around so that way we could all get the specific training needed in those other states so we can give better assistance in the event of emergencies and disasters. And because there's going to be a reserve militia, the reserve militia, which would be made of just regular people, like I myself working on my animes, could also be a reserve militia member. I would be taught all that stuff. There would be an ROTC type thing as well for kids. It'd be like a scouts. You'd learn knots. You'd learn all the good stuff, leadership things, and then things that really would be needed at that moment to help support. Because again, under Montessori, we have to see children not as beings that must be coddled and protected from everything. These are inquisitive individuals who we are to support because, well, they are our children. We brought them here. And the only way to bring them here is through sex, which is why, again, rapists would become slaves. And again, we would beg you, women, please do not give up that child because he did evil. What we will do is we'll turn him into a slave and then he will suffer for the rest of his life here. That will be his form of repentance. So that way, if he then gets to heaven, right, you'll know that he has suffered immensely for what he has done. It is on you as to whether or not you would forgive him, but that forgiveness should not override justice. Just like mercy should not override justice. Like God, and again, I'm going to use this as the best example that I can for this purpose. So, God created humanity. Well, first, God became God. God is God. Didn't become God, but God is God. Then God created the angels, the servants of heaven. Then, at the same time, simultaneously, the Son and humans were same thing. So, Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, they existed. And again, time, I have no idea about the time because he exists outside of time. I just know that the order of operations went angels, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Well, no, Father, angels, Son, Holy Spirit, Father in that loving union relationship, then humans, and then, well, because Lucifer, the angel of light, the one who fell to pride, hates Jesus because, well, Jesus took the right hand side of God. And so, out of his own envy and pride, Satan figured the only way, because he knows he cannot do anything to God the Father or to Jesus or to the Holy Spirit. He can't. Too weak. So God, or Satan at this moment, right, said, God rejected me, so I will show God what it is like to be rejected as well. And which is why Satan corrupted humanity. So we would reject God. Jesus, I believe, asked the question, could you ever forgive humanity? And God said, well, a price would still have to be paid because you punishment still needs to happen. Justice still needs to happen, right? So, after Eve ate of the fruit, gave it to Adam, who then followed Eve instead of God, that's where we are, right? And now, that's why God told us man will toil the land to feed himself, children, and everyone else. Woman, now pain, women don't have to actually feel pain when it comes to childbirth. Sure, there's going to be some, but it's honestly potentially like taking a pretty sizable dump. And I hate to equate the two because one is life, the other one is your excretions, but they both kind of work similar, right? You eat food, your body does the stuff, you vacate. The seed from the man enters the woman, stuff happens, human is created in the womb, human is then born, right? Same action. Women should be squatting, unlike what honestly does potentially appear like a toilet or like a throne, right? I think I should need to draw it out potentially. Paint. So let me do this. So now we're doing stuff. Ryoko Matoi. For those who don't know, this is my Ryoko. It's a gift she gave me as well. You know what else she gave me, which I will be honest is probably one of my favorite things, is this. It is a Zenitsu pen holder. And this is my 3D tablet pen. I have a Wacom. This is just a cotton animator's glove that I bought because I'd rather have the cotton glove than I would other type of glove, and then I just cut out the fingers, right? So I can now hold it like that. Is off to the side over here. But here's essentially how it needs to go. Right? So this is going to be the top view. That is the back. Then here is what is the turtlet. Okay. So women will sit here, and here's how it's going to look from the side, right? Well, yeah, no, that'll be fine. But the legs are definitely going to be at a bit of an extreme angle, right? That's what it's going to look like from the front. But it is basically just this. It is that type of chair shaped like that, so that way when a woman is squatting down, because again, you've heard of the squatty potty, right? How the muscle tendon kind of freezes the sphincter, but also remember what is down there. So in opening it in that squat position, then once the water breaks, the contractions start, baby. The father can be down there to catch the child, clean off the child, hand it to the mother, right? Mother should then begin to breastfeed, which would then cause the release of the placenta naturally so it's not getting peeled off like Velcro. And then you wait until the placenta is done pulsing all the blood into the child. There's no need for as much medical intervention that is going on. And I'm tired of people assuming that there is. So, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's what I believe should happen as far as, birth goes. This is again why women don't need to hurt, but you do need to follow your husband because you listen to Satan, not man. God created. I don't know the timeline of it, and I probably never will, but it's either God the Father and then the Son, male, right? So Adam was the first one created. God, seeing that Adam was alone, was like, well, split him down the middle. The other, so now Adam became two individuals, a two half of a man. One half stayed man, the other half was converted to woman, because God is the only one that has the power to change anyone's sex. That is it. And I believe that it was said when it was suffering, it was more so you misunderstand the concept of suffering. There are different levels, but this is kind of what feminism, again, the evil that it is. The same with LGBT, pride, and communism. This evil takes everything to the extreme. And it says that, oh, women are supposed to suffer in birth. And they're like, so it's supposed to be painful. They're supposed to tear, bleed, potentially even die. No, that's not at all what's supposed to happen. Because doctors switch women from this position to on their backs, so it's easier on the doctor, harder on now women. And feminism defaults to what they consider the authority figure, which is terrible because things have just gotten worse. So we do it this way. Women are fine, good to go, right? Do not say. So, men, women have children, whether you be in the clergy or in the militia, right? If you do have children, then guess what? You can get that interest-free loan for the house. You can then do whatever work you're gonna do, and because it's only like $350 a month, I mean, you should be able to pay that off relatively quick, right? I was thinking about it like this. Currently, say I make $2,000 a month, right? Because that is not very much money in the grand scheme of things because of inflation, which again, no one has yet to give me a valid reason as to why the price of anything needs to increase when manufacturing, when that gets better, that means that it should be easier to make these things. Therefore, you can then sell them for less. Or if you wish to sell them for the same, then their quality needs to increase. So say you go from canvas shoes, which can be sewn up in like a few minutes, to say leather shoes that take a lot longer to make and build and stuff. So here's the way it should work. So first, you're sewing the canvas shoe, again, like my barefoot shoe here, or a Converse, or whatever you have, right? Once it's sewn up as a shoe, sure, you sew it together by hand, then you put on the bottom layer, and then you put in the insole, and then you got the shoelaces through, and then you can sell it, right? You sold your pair of shoes. Well, as the manufacturing process becomes better, easier, or more automated, the price of these shoes should then go down. Now, if you want the thing to remain the same, then the quality needs to increase. But as manufacturing gets better, as it becomes easier to create the item, the cost should and is required to come down. Now, that does not mean that, you know, like, and again, when it comes to shoes, the right to repair would mean that I can buy this shoe and then I can replace this bottom sole by myself, so that way this top part can last even longer. But same with, like socks and all that stuff, right? We can make so much of what we need, and if we do it intelligently, we can make it better. So like I'm wearing a linen cotton blend of shirt and pants right now. Linen is a great material. Honestly, I think that we could make 100% linen stuff that is good for everyone. And same thing with the wool, but the wool would then have to be with cotton. Like linen could also be with cotton or hemp, just like wool can be with either cotton or hemp, but you should not mix wool or linen. And for those who don't know, the reason you don't mix linen and wool together is because everything in existence has a vibrational frequency. So the vibrational frequency of linen and wool is both 5,000 hertz, but they have the opposite sine wave, right? So when they encounter one another, they zero out. That's the unfortunate part. That's why you don't mix those two fabrics. But we could definitely make it work. Some very, very thin, light cotton for the uniforms with the underlayer of wool, or the summer uniforms would just be that of linen. Same thing with the church. Uh, they would have linens for summertime, the warmer months, and then they would have wool and cotton for the colder seasons. And this would be like woolen gloves, wool compression shirt, wool pants, wool socks, wool beanie, wool balaclava, all that stuff, you know? And then, the fact that it would then become walkable would mean more people are out and about, less people on the internet, potentially. Now, yes, this is going to cause some problems, but this is why I would say that Colorado should benefit the United States more than the rest of the world. Do not get me wrong. I I still want our Japanese brothers and sisters, our German brothers, our Spaniard brothers and sisters, our Hispanic brothers and sisters, all of us to be able to come here. But as an American, you should get the most benefit, right? So, as well as a Christian American, you should get the most benefit, right? So, say say we have someone coming up from Mexico. They are here on a visa. We would just have to implement this thing that, if you have one of those visas, well, you can then buy like our version of the Go card, right? That card can then be used for purchases within the trains or for train rides. It would definitely be like a prepaid card more than anything, but it would be one coming out of the machine. You get the prepaid card, you put money onto the prepaid card, like Dave and Buster's or Round One Gaming, right? It's a reloadable card that you can then use for your train purchases, food purchases, all that other stuff, right? Taxes will still be assessed on it. All the stuff will happen on this card as it needs to happen, but you can just withdraw some money, put it onto the card, and then you can use the card again for trains, ski lifts, ski resorts, all the stuff you need to use it for. Now, if you are an American, you scan in, you get the card. This card, you get a different price for the train versus having a passport. So the train or the passport, because here's what's going to work, right? You will have the Colorado ID, right? Then you'll have the militia or clergy ID, which will grant those aspects. And then if you have any other state ID, you can then get the Go card, and it'll have a different price for the trains. It'll be cheaper for you than it would be for, say, someone from overseas, which I get it, right? Even you, as my, because I support Japan doing this 100%. If you are a Japanese person, you will pay a lower price than you will as a tourist. 100% should happen. I agree and support Japan in doing this one because Japan needs to make things better for their people. I believe that I can do things better for our people here in Colorado. What this would mean that, a Japanese homie is coming over to Colorado. Well, guess what? You, with your Japanese passport, you will pay us. And again, this is going to be based off of who we have treaties and alliances with and everything else like that. So, Colorado will be at the cheapest. Well, so now, mind you, Colorado, outside of the militia and the clergy, you will pay the same price as, say, anyone else in the United States of America. So, say Iowa ID, or Kansas ID, or Idaho ID, Oregon comes to Colorado. You scan that ID, you can get your Go card. That Go card will then have a price for the trains. Now, only Colorado residents can join either the clergy or the militia. So that's how we're preventing that. And then through our allies, Germany, I would say Japan, Germany, and Spain should be like the big ones because of how I am, how we are, and maybe even some towards Mexico if they come here, of course, legally. But we should also help Mexico, and I don't know, have the whole thing behind that. But regardless, I'm not an ally with Israel, so no, they will pay the same amount as other nations like the UAE or France or China or whoever else. Someone that we don't have this deal with, they will handle that. They will pay more for these services because say yeah, there's a bunch of Chinese people coming over because that's kind of what they do. They go travel. Well, guess what? You're gonna have to pay more here. You can pay less in your home country of China, but if you want to come to the US, specifically to Colorado, well, you're going to pay more. This additional payment, of course, will still go into the wealth fund, which will help fund all that, which will curtail so much or too much tourism, Don't get me wrong, I still want you to come here. I still want you to do this, but you need to understand that, well, we're going to benefit specifically the people of Colorado and by extension, all of the American citizens and all of the nation of the United States of America first, and then our allies. And I would say our allies who actually help us, not the leeches who just take from us. So, Japan, because of what they do, Germany, because, what they've done, the Spaniard for what they've done for the Hispanic people, to free us from the cannibalism and human sacrifice, and of course the Mexicans. But they have to get their shit together. I mean, I'm anti-Israel, anti-Islam, anti-communist, anti-LGBT, anti-feminism, anti-socialism. I think I already said that one. Especially communism, socialism. That's the worst. And I do believe that the people need to be fully armed, which is why we're going to have uh, the active and reserve militia members. All of you can join. You will all be trained how to work together. And then if something happens, say the nation goes to war, well, you can then choose to volunteer, moving from the Colorado militia and what we offer as far as our benefits go to the military. And then you would have to go under whatever off benefits they offer. Now, Colorado itself is also a huge military town, which is why we would need that, well, basically what would be the Golden Dome. We would need the firmament to protect us from, well, incoming attacks, nukes, and things like that from around the world. Because again, I hate to say it, there are evil people who would definitely use the most evil to take everyone out. And they need to be handled. But we'll get to that later. Release the Epstein list. Completely unredacted. If anyone does need to be redacted on there, it should only be the victims. Their names can be protected, but everyone else. If the government collapses and implodes because of this, then the government needs to implode and collapse because of this and then be replaced. The people need to be held responsible. Plenty of people are going to need to be executed. Admittingly, we are told that we do not have the right to judge the life and death of someone else, but it also does state that should you take the life of a human, so too will your life be taken by the hands. Should you take the life of a person, a human, so too will your life be taken by a human. It's simple. Getting rid of a murderer does not make you a murderer. Taking out someone evil does not make you evil. Righteous indignation. We got to understand that. What else is there? Oh no, there's like a lot of many things. YouTube has me nowheres. Fact. Hold on, I'm gonna do something real quick. So let's go ahead and let's leave it out. Display. Okay. Video. View my channel. Okay, so we're here. We're live currently. Which reminds me, how do I get to the lives? Oh, there's the lives. I mean, there are plenty of people who are live. There it goes. Just about all. I don't know who Clive is. Either way, I think that this is good. Yer. Mm. I think I gotta poo again. Be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Love is being left. We are back, boys and girls. Most likely boys. Yo! Oh no, that's me. Never mind. I was like, yo, it's mm. Large minor. Tall run man. Let's see what all games we have here. Yo, build a queen. Let's go. Let's see what it sounds like. Made with Unity. Insane. Absolutely crazy. What even is this? Angel. Okay. Hey, I got the 100. This is weird. This is absolutely bonkers. Aha! Get wrecked. This is dumb. This is so dumb. Execute. What is this? I can't with none of that stuff. Oh, Subnautica. I can't with the ocean. Lazy world building. I don't know. I figure my world building is pretty decent. It won't work. Skill issue. Yes, forced diversity is in fact actually killing actual diversity. Abilities need limits. Oh, I hate you. So no, I like you, RM Transit. You're a good dude, but I hate the way it is set up right now. That's an Uchiha shirt. Yo, Miz, this dude, he is a loser. Damn, damn. How's I get why you wouldn't want to like be against your friend, but if I don't know something about it's who you associate with, and I'd be like, bro, what is this? I'd talk to Emmy on her own, get her side of the thing, and then get his side of the thing, know the truth, and then from there determine whether or not I would. I don't enjoy Mizkif. I don't watch any of his stuff. He seems like a always seemed like a loser. I liked Asmon though. I do like Asmon. He's a very smart individual, right? Very eloquent in what he speaks. Much better than I. But I believe that I'll get there. I think my insights maybe on par, if not maybe a little better than his, because I don't know, he can see things as well, but certain things, like in his own interpersonal life, admittingly, I've kind of like separated myself from a lot of people. But I have no problem discerning between good and bad in others. You know, it's super easy. Just follow the Bible. Again, if morality comes from the Lord God, God took on human form in Jesus, the Son, who is God but also separate as himself. It's complex, more complex than I can fully grasp. But I disagree with a lot of the stuff that's going on with a lot of people. It seems like they're succumbing to their own greed. Admittingly, I would love to have the cash money, the big old fat stacks in my bank. Admittingly, that would all be used for my political campaign, and my political campaign would be for the specific purpose of making it so, hey, if you want to, you can enter into voluntary poverty and still be good because you're then with the church, because the church will then have more ability to handle itself. And still be plenty of smaller churches and whatnot, but the church, I don't believe in Joseph Smith. I don't believe. Don't get me wrong. The Mormon people, they're fine, right? They're still looking for loopholes with the whole, oh, no sex before marriage, but soaking. No, that's some stupid shit about it. But Mizkif, you loser. Admittingly, I am an actual who. I mean nothing to. Well, I do mean a lot to like the people around me, but for the rest of the world, I ain't nobody. More people know who Mizkif and Emmy are, and Asmon and Atozi, but you got to be able to cut people off. Now, I will say this: we were, we are created in the image of God, right? God would never give up on us, but at the same time, God is not going to force us to be with Him and live by His rules because we have free will. So if you wish to separate yourself from God, God will respect that and allow you to be separate. So we should do the same. Invite people to come join us, repent, do the stuff that you need to do to show that you've changed to us, because we don't know what's in your heart. And then, but if someone decides not to, they don't want to be a part of our stuff, they don't want to be follow our rules that we have all agreed to live by in the state, you can get the fuck out. You don't need to be here. Simple as. What am I hungry for? Let me see how much money I got. I am tragic news, my dudes. I am currently in between jobs. I am looking for a new one. Oh, it's my merino stuff that I bought. Okay. So I got this wool, merino wool uh base layer. It's socks, pants, long underwear basically, a shirt, and I also got another pack of 3 socks, but I also got a beanie. I'm also gonna need to get some gloves. I have some large hands, I believe. No more stretching. Reflective stretching. But I do have enough. Well, the question is where or what should I eat? And if I am, like I said, I do like Buffalo Wild Wings because they cook in tallow. I like their burgers, but I also still like their wings. But burger and fries, that's where it's at. And you see, I also like picking up food myself because then I don't have to pay for the delivery fees. But then that also means that I'll be driving from here to there. It's going to be maybe 15 to 20 minutes from here to there, and then another 15 minutes from there to here. See what are the rewards. 2x points when you spend $30 or more. Well, I ain't about to spend no $30 or more because I really like their pick six meal for two. What it is, it's gonna be an American burger, a second American burger. I think I'll do potato wedges for this time. And then I like to drink. So I'm I'm definitely a person who is against. Now again, I'm not sponsored by anyone just yet because I'm new and tiny. I'm keeping the Clippy animation on the thing on mine because I do agree with Rossman, Joseph. What's his name? Something Rossman. Louis Rossman. Why am I not
Hey everybody,
subscribed
how's
to
it going?
this?
Hope you're having a lovely day.
But the Clippy, see, Clippy won't let you be. Clippy will set you free, and that's what I support. I support ownership and right to repair, and that's what I believe that I should do as governor of Colorado. So that's why I am Clippy. I agree with what he's saying. If if ownership or no, if purchase isn't ownership, then piracy isn't theft. Because think about it like this: piracy, for the large section of it, stopped happening when Netflix had everything. It was the one-stop shop, so people were more than happy to be like, "Hey, here's some money. Let me just enjoy the content." Admittingly, that's why I want to go back to owning my own media as well. Not digital stuff, right? Like DVDs, Blu-rays, VHS tapes, even. Like, I'll be honest with you, my favorite movie's gotta be Edward Scissorhands. Let me check out with this because I am gonna go get the food and then we're gonna set a timer. But yeah, I enjoy Louis Rossman. He's a great, intelligent, smart man who I believe would like what I do with the state of Colorado. Yeah, car repairs need to be able to be repaired. You need to be able to repair them on your own. You need to be able to have the stuff to. I hate AI for the most part. You know what I dislike? So people talk about them sex robots. I think those sex robots are probably the worst thing that could possibly happen to humanity as like a whole. We should not allow it to take place because there's an anime called Kingdoms of Ruin, which kind of shows what's going to happen in the event that should those sex bots take hold. So the way it worked is that there's humanity and then there are witches. Witches were born from trees. Witches have certain abilities. There was one witch who happened to be born. So spoilers for the anime Kingdoms of Ruin. Spoiler warning. Spoiler warning for the anime Kingdoms of Ruin. But a witch was born with the ability to charm men. Does not work on women or other witches because they're women. All witches are women born from the tree. So, what did this one witch do? She was like, well, fuck all other women. So she went, married the king, did the whole revolution, the gear revolution, which really brought about cell phones and all technology as we have it now. And then simultaneously created sex robots to give out to the population of men so that way the witch could then round up the women and then start murdering the women, which is why there's a bunch of trans dudes running around dressed up as women, still with the beard and everything in the 5 o'clock shadow, because those are dudes. There are no women, so they have to then fill the role of that because they decided to follow, or because a witch, you know, charmed all the people to then kill off the women, which then caused the men to then go kill the witches. So that's the issue with sex robots. They will be used as a tool by some evil motherfucker above, right, to get give the sex robots, or I guess at this point sell them, but also sell them for cheap enough that a lot of people can buy them. So that way, hey, guess what? You got a sex robot. Now you don't need women. But guess what? Now women will go missing because those corporations that be will start kidnapping women, uh, and then harvesting the eggs and then killing off women because they're evil and that's what they plan on doing, mainly by separating men from women from one another. That's why I hate feminism and LGBT and communism, because that's what those things do. They work to separate men from women, which is counter to God, which is why they are evil, which is why I'm against it, right? I'm fighting against it. And the militia, all of you will join me in this endeavor as well. We will fight against the evils of this world, because that it's imagine like a crusade, but a crusade that does not require the Pope, because the Pope isn't the one to make that final decision as much as it would be through prayer and through our Lord Jesus as to whether or not he would allow us to do this crusade against the enemy. Now, the enemy is those who cause harm and cause others to sin through coercion, through lies, through all that stuff, right? Those who intentionally mislead others. Those are the ones that need to get taken down. So 2163 is what it's going to cost. We'll do a mukbang when I get back, right? Because I'm gonna have the what I need. Okay, we're setting a timer. Oh, we're starting up the clock. Display. Clock needs to update. Oh, it went through. Okay, so here's what we're doing. You find my keys. Don't care. Timer. Start. Getting food. Getting. Oh, that's not at all what I wanted. Stopwatch. Stop. Stopwatch. There it goes. Getting food. Getting food. Getting food. I don't know when I'll be back, but the timer will show how long it takes Buffalo Wild Wings. Burp. Okay. There's my keys. Where's my wallet? There's my wallet. My room is a mess. But I'll be back. Food time. Haha, 27 minutes. I gotta let a dog back in. Give me a second. Okay. Hey, what you know? It definitely in under 30 minutes. We done did it. 28:01, and we's back. Well, let me go ahead and show you my haul. These are two unsweet iced teas. And this is Buffalo Wild Wings. I got wedges, more wedges, and then I got two, count them, two burgers, considered the all American classic. Admittingly, the burger kind of fell apart. I think it would have been better had they used the smaller things. Because look at this. Look at the way they handed it to me. Now I got to reconstruct it. And the shittiest part is separating the meat from the meat when it is glued together by cheese. Un, do, right? They put a hella pickles on this thing. Way too many. Don't get me wrong, I like pickles. They put like 6 pickles on this bitch. And now, to reassemble. There we go. Burger, burger fixed. On your paper towel. Okay, I went and got my paper towel. Got my paper towel. Now here's the other burger. This other burger came out looking much better. Still gonna just double check it though. Look at this, same thing. All the pickles and shit are on one side. I don't like pickles. And then potato wedges. Burger time. Now I need my entertainments.
True. I want to make sure that you're not stolen from anymore, Gen Z. I don't know what to watch though. Ooh, I know. Let's watch that Atozy video. It's like from 12 days ago, right? Where's Atozy? Let's take a look at this whole with Emaru.
This
Take a
Twitch
look at
streamer
this.
just filed a lawsuit for defamation after his wild behavior by an ex-girlfriend and fellow streamer, Emaru, came to light. And this is the Plan B response, it seems like, because his first attempt of responding to this was going live and declaring demon time.
It's time to go full demon time. There is no holding back. I will expose everything about every person that you've ever known. Let's watch the world burn.
So I have no idea what that was all about, but I do have a feeling that suing will only make things worse. So after all this information came out, it didn't take long for the internet to do what they do best and dig up all the clips that basically confirmed all of this. And it's safe to say things went from looking bad to awful.
No, I'm not talking to him today.
Well, nobody asked you to, so.
I'm not doing anything.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past few days.
If you're an avid watcher of Twitch streams and have logged on to Twitter in the last, week or two, then you probably already know what I'm talking about. And honestly, even if you don't watch Twitch on the regular, there's a good chance you've still probably heard of this entire situation. Because this is quite the man-child situation, to put it lightly. Because this all
It's not a
revolves around
man-child.
Mizkif, a 30-year-old streamer whose real name is Matthew Renato. And it's safe to say he's had his fair share of call-outs, but now he's really outdone himself, and unless, I guess, he wins this lawsuit, like, it's starting to look pretty bleak for this guy. Honestly, even if he wins the lawsuit, like, reputation-wise, the damage has already been done. Because a little bit over a week ago, his ex-girlfriend, Emaru, who's also a Twitch streamer, she went live and alleged that he was abusive, controlling, and even had threatened her with blackmail.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kif has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing.
And even though Miz took it upon himself to immediately go live and try to do some damage control, he only essentially just made it look way worse for himself. And viewers had already started finding and reposting old clips that started to paint a bad pattern.
Okay, so you said you were going to punch me, like, in those tweets. What did you mean by that? You should write a first-person account of living with NPD. I would read it.
What's NPD? Narcissistic personality disorders, mental health condition where a person believes they are better than... You really think I think I'm better than everyone else?
Well,
But now, the most recent update to this is Miz has gone a step further and filed a defamation lawsuit against Emaru, Asmongold, OTK, and other entities in the wake of all these allegations. I wanted to kind of take a step back and see what happened from all this before I made a video, and now it's safe to say something's definitely happening, so I thought I would make a video on it now. Okay, so all of this started on October 25th, when Emmy went live and announced that she was only there to discuss a couple serious things, and it was not for her usual content. She started detailing the recent TwitchCon incident that she was also involved with, where someone was able to bypass security at her meet and greet and essentially grab her, which would be terrifying for anyone, especially when you consider the situation could have easily been so much worse. And then in addition to that, I mean, she has a bunch of confirmed stalkers that have been harassing her for years. So for this to somehow happen at TwitchCon is a really bad look for Twitch. They completely dropped the ball when it came to security. But after giving her viewers an update on the still ongoing Twitch incident, she announced that she has something else that she wanted to discuss. And it's safe to say, nobody could have really expected what was going to happen next. Because Emmy gave a quick heads up with this story by telling her chat that she's run all of this by her lawyer before saying anything, which now seems like a good idea after Miz decided to actually take the legal route. Regardless, though, it was clear that it was going to be serious and that she didn't want to really be airing this out. But she did it at the point where she felt like she had no choice, since other people, according to her, may be put in danger.
for the entirety of this year, I've attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I I feel like it just has to be done.
Then Emmy dropped it all, announcing that she would be opening up to the alleged psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, essay, and threats of blackmail that Mizkif has done towards her. She then follows this by stating that she was told by multiple people just a few weeks prior that Miz has already done something similar to another girl. And one of the rules that she apparently made for herself was if she saw that someone else was in danger, that she would speak up. And she also claims that Miz has been trying to recruit mutual friends to help him create a smear campaign against her, claiming that she was neglectful and abusive towards her rabbits.
For a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I kill my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him.
And the irony is that's exactly what he did, but we'll get into this less than articulate response in a minute. So Emmy then begins recounting her timeline of events. She says that Miz invited her to move into his house around the time of 2021 as a way to help her avoid stalkers. That
Is that? I think
was
this is a
having
Tozy's
problems
video.
with. Naturally, it seemed like a good idea. She could put some real distance between her and these stalkers, and she would be living with multiple other creators under one roof, which I'm sure felt a lot safer than being by herself.
I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021. He offered, I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas.
And apparently, quickly, her and Mizkif became closer and started a secret relationship. Emmy says that he made her feel safe and supported while she was navigating a difficult situation, and she also felt slightly dependent on him in regards to her social life and stream. And I mean, if you move states, that kind of makes sense. So you're obviously going to cling more to the few people you already know in the first place.
I ended up joining the org and everything. We did a lot of streams together. We started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022.
She then continues by saying that it's probably not a surprise to anyone who was paying attention that Mizkif was very controlling over how she dressed, who she hung out with, and how and when she streamed. She also makes a point to say that his behavior changed gradually.
It was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls, wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
She also recounts the alleged physical abuse of starting with things like him throwing plastic water bottles and his phone at her, despite her telling him that it scared her. She also stated that at one point he actually hit her in the face with his phone and it resulted in a black eye, but claimed that Miz was very good at playing things off like it was all an accident.
He would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me, and one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye. He always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident, and I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. At the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off.
And people have actually found clips that actually lines up with this story where Emmy claims that she has a black eye from running into a wall.
I actually had like a small black eye from running into something, and no one could tell. I thought I wanted to be able to cover it because it was really bad. What'd you run into? I was like turning a corner really fast, and I hit like the bottom of my eye socket on the wall.
She then touches on a topic that you will likely remember if you already are aware of this, because, you know, you have the whole like Mizkif's alleged cover-up of SA, where he was accused by Trainwrecks of downplaying and covering up an incident where his roommate and fellow streamer Crazy Slick allegedly SA'd a female streamer by the name of Adriana Lee. And this was really what kind of like marked the beginning of Mizkif's downfall. Like you could say, because even though, according to Texas-based law firm Jackson Walker, the Investigations Council did not find any direct evidence that Mizkif attempted to minimize or cover up the SA as alleged, there was definitely still like a spotlight of shame on Miz that has never really fully gone away. And according to Emmy, this was also the catalyst for this behavior getting way worse, because apparently this is when Miz started control when Emmy would stream. She also claims that he would essentially not allow her to go live at the same time as him, since they shared a lot of the same audience members, and Miz didn't want the viewers choosing Emmy's stream over his. Honestly, massive skill issue on his part. Oh no, someone's going to someone else's stream over yours? Maybe, just maybe you should take some personal accountability and make better content. It's really not that deep.
After the like cover-up allegations happened and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream, he never wanted to stream at the same time as me. If we're live at separate times, we're both gonna perform better, you know, it makes sense. A lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him.
But in 2024, during a Rust Kingdoms event, Emmy and Miz were both live at the same time, and for the first time, it's safe to say it didn't end well. Pretty soon after they all started, chatters from Miz's stream started flooding over to her chat, and it became obvious that Mizkif had gone offline, because when she checked her Discord, Emmy saw that she was getting messages of him, like, you know, completely raging out on her because she had more viewers than him. Like, what in the man-child thing is going on here? Because, I mean, come on, like, if your significant other is crushing it, and apparently they were significant others at this point, if you're not proud, something is wrong. Like, if you're serious about this relationship, a win for her is a win for the team. And if you're together, like, you're a team.
True.
Like, what is the loss here for
100%.
him? What? Oh no, poor Miz has, like, what, 15,000 viewers instead of 20,000 viewers, and his girl is absolutely crushing it? Dude, that sounds like a dub. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the fact that he, like, man-child out about this and essentially just burned down his entire relationship because he couldn't control his own ego, that's pretty pathetic to me.
The first time that we ever streamed at the same time, 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch, I thought it was going really well. I start seeing in my chat unofficial Miz raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me, Emmy, I'm gonna KMS. Basically, he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. I was like, come back and play. Everyone's like wondering where you are. I'm still live, trying to act like nothing's wrong. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong.
But once again, thanks to people digging up old clips, we can see exactly what Emmy was describing.
Oh, wait, check this out. Come here.
Ooh, hello?
Yeah. No, I hardly slept last night. Alright, chat. I'll see you guys later. I just need a nap. I'm zooted out of my mind.
What does unofficial Miz raid mean? Oh, he
Guys,
did?
Listen, why are we all acting like we haven't pillaged? She was coming after me. I had to attack back.
Go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right
There you go.
Okay, sick. Okay, I'm stuck in here. Okay, sick.
Oh, sorry. Like 20 minutes.
The fact that he's slamming on her door while she is live, that is so pathetic. Come on, dude. But obviously, with all this evidence coming out of the story, because these people live stream so it's people can just go back in their stream VODs and find and corroborate these stories. Like, that's what's so crazy about live streamers. But after doing that, it became pretty obvious that Ms. Kip was actually capable of doing stuff like that. So she then continues on, recounting that this was about when the relationship ended, and she decided to move out as soon as possible. And this time frame was where she says that he was actively breaking things, punching holes in the walls, and becoming genuinely more violent and angry. Emmy even said that she would...
Oh man. Oh. So as a don't get me wrong, I'm about to say something here, but it's just a little side thing. So I tend to eat very quickly. I was never in the military. I wanted to, but they wouldn't take me because of my foot and nose. Because deviated septum, the cartilage on my nose is all cracked over this way, so I can't really breathe too well out of the right side of my nose. So one side will close and the other side will open, and then vice versa. It'll switch out like this, right? That's what the nose does. Now, when you're exercising, they're both open because you're breathing a lot more air. But throughout the regular day, it's, like this. Well, because this side of my nose can't get enough air as this side of my nose, I end up snoring pretty loudly because I end up also breathing through my mouth. And my foot, as stated before, the muscles on the bottom of my foot, which control the pinky's downward action, ring finger, toes, downward action, and then middle finger, toes, downward action, those muscles are not connected, so it's just skin then bone. You can feel it on my foot versus the other one. I won't show you them foots because my feet are gross. But that's the reason why they wouldn't take me in the military. Too much work to get that fixed, unfortunately. But that's neither here nor there. Why did I even bring that up? All right, because I eat fast. So my mom would say that I'm eating like I'm running from immigrations, just shoveling food in my face. Like, did you even taste it? You just inhaled that thing. I do taste it. It's delicious. I just also eat quickly. But sometimes when you eat quickly, you tend to, or you know what? Sometimes while you eat, then your throat will kind of like be lined with like some of the oil, like the fat from say burgers or fries, or even like the fried like these potato wedges. Again, they're potato. You bite into them, it mixes with the saliva and then kind of coats your the mouth and throat a little bit. Well, that's what happened here. Now, Ms., you absolute loser. If I'm not envious, kind of. So I kind of am, but I'm also not. Like, I'm not gonna take what his is his. I don't covet what is his, but I do want what he has, right? He had, well, or I guess I should say he had a girlfriend, Amaru. She's a very pretty woman, right? I don't know anything about her. I haven't really watched her stuff. I just, I don't know. But regardless of that, he had a girlfriend. I don't. She was streaming on Twitch with him. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. So hopefully you guys can join me up. But uh, he squandered it so bad. It's not that he fumbled. Like a fumble is accidental, right? This was intentional. Like he spit on it, threw it on the ground, kicked some dirt in it, and then walked away. And then assumed that it would continue to follow him. No. Fumble is, oh, I fucked up. I dropped. Oh, whoops. Right? That's the fumble. That's the whoops. Oopsie doopsie. Right? No, he doesn't. So I'm more so upset that he was able to get away with it. Right? I didn't know anything about Mizkif. The closest that I knew about Mizkif was when I was watching the OnlyFans, but I would watch Soda Poppin' and Zaryu and Tyler One. They were like my main, and I think Soda Poppin's girlfriend, the one VTuber girl, I watched her as well. I can't remember her name. I think it was Vibe. uh, I'd watched Asmon, and I only knew of Emmy through Asmon, and I gotta say, he's a abject loser. I would fight him. I would fight a multitude of people. No money involved. They can be video streamed or whatever, but if there's no money involved, then there's no contract I gotta sign, which means I can truly throw hands at him. So I would take $0. I, if he needs to get paid, he can get paid. He can follow whatever script he wants to follow, but I will not be paid. Therefore, I will not be subject to any of this uh, oh, follow the script like Mike Tyson had to do with Jake Paul. It's not about the money. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it for the love of the game. That's why I'm gonna throw hands. And again, that's if uh, people want to see Miz get his face beat in. I mean, hey, if he's willing to sell his face to get punched in by me, all for it. Same thing with that Jack Doherty loser, right? Any one of them, any of them, I will happily fight. Not, mind you, when it comes to certain people, I can agree with some of the things they say. I can also disagree with some of the things that they also say. Like, I am not a fan of the red pill as its overarching identity because it does promote promiscuity in men, which is not as bad as in women, but it's still bad. And that's what people don't understand. There's the line good, bad. Your proximity to that line does not change. The line is the line. So I can do some good, or I can do better good, right? Just like I can do bad, and then I can do worse. That's what a lot of people don't seem to grasp. There is different levels of good and bad, but the fact that there is still bad and there is still good means that there is that yin yang, right? Because again, everything that was created by the Father. Nothing that was created was not created by the Father. Therefore, in my opinion, everything that was created was many of these things may have been perverted and taken by the demons, and by perverted I mean used in a way that it was not meant to be used for, while there are ways that it should be used. And Miz, the absolute loser that he is, misused a relationship. What I would have done in this situation, not going to say Emaru because I don't know what she's about, I don't know what her life is, but I'm streaming. I get famous for streaming because I'm playing World of Warcraft or something. Or mine, Tales of Eatcell, right? It's island, but you're actually pronouncing the S. Eatcell. Let's spell it out. Eatcell. So it's like island or isles, I think. Isle, right? Isles. Oh no. Redo. How do I redo? Control X? No. Eatcell. Okay. Or Isla. Is it? To the internet. Isla. Eatcell. Isles. An island or peninsula, especially a small one. So, Eatsil is the Isles, because have I shown you guys the thing? I'll show you guys later. I've gone on a horrible tangent. Let's get back to this one. Uh, Anyone who would want this to happen, I train. I've trained in judo, jujitsu, a little bit of wrestling, Muay Thai. You know, the knees, elbows, all the stuff, and a little bit of freestyle American wrestling. I know I need to still lose some weight, right? Like if I hold my hair back, it's better. But I don't, so my hair is just out and back, so I look like I have a huge head. Not necessarily a neck, because you can see the difference between. I have a little neck, but that's also because I was in an accident. But regardless, anyone wants to see Ms. Kiff get fought, he'll get paid. I don't care if he gets paid. I won't, because I'm gonna just do it for the throw of hands. That's all it really is. And I will do that to anybody. I think I was saying I don't appreciate the red pill because it does promote promiscuity, and it doesn't incorrectly. Because it's like, well, we'll talk about this later.
Lock herself in her streaming room while he would bang on the door and yell at her.
Obviously, didn't move out right away. After like all of that rough stuff happened, was
But at least she
when,
left.
domestic abuse stuff really started. Destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I'm streaming. My girlfriend is streaming. Well, one, I'm gonna date her to marry her, and then we're gonna have kids. Because, like I said, I would like 10 kids, minimum three, to replace myself, to replace my wife, and to replace the childless liberal down the street. And then they will all be raised in the Montessori method of, well, raising. They will get internet when they turn like 16, but I would happily cheer on my wife, right? And even then, she doesn't have to be a streamer herself. So say for like, I will use this one girl that I like. So you'll get some descriptions of her. If I had to give you a phenotype, no, I'm not going to tell you a phenotype. Uh, but she's an artist, right? She does 2D animation. She's done some 3D stuff. But she also does a lot of 2D drawings, a lot of pen and paper drawings as well. And I gotta say, I love her artwork. It is amazing to see. Uh, it's always a treat because she can very much show emotion because she doesn't do a lot of writing for like words, lyrics, not lyrics. What's dialogue? That's the word. So she doesn't really do dialogue, but the way she presents the expressions on people's faces and their body language. It is fantastic. I love her work, and I believe all of you should watch it as well. But now again, I'm not gonna. I mean, if you try hard enough, you could. But her name is 90% Spoon, like a cat, right? But I digress. If, and again, I know we're not together, but again, this is the hypothetical, and I will also tell you that I am removing lust from this one because this is I love her, right? But remember what I said before, love is kind of like the love you have for a pet, but for people. Now, again, this would be, I know some of you don't have good relationships, and I apologize for that, but those of you who do have those good relationships with like your parents or your siblings or both, or you have a favorite cousin, right? Uh, no matter how much you love them, there will always be a moment where that person will frustrate you. But you're not just gonna stop loving them because of that little bit of frustration, because they mean something to you. That's how I love her. I love many people, right? I love many things. My love is boundless, more so than the ocean and the skies and all fluids combined, right? Doesn't mean I don't have hate. I can hate correctly. I can judge correctly. That's the other thing, right? But so say I'm the streamer, right? Or I'm governor, which is what I'd rather be, so I can build a state, so that way, hey, everybody can, have a walkable state. Now, I won't mean everywhere will be walkable because there will still be some places that you have to like drive to, only because the train won't go out into the deep wilderness. But regardless, say I'm the streamer, she's doing her art. I would happily tell everybody to go with her as well, right? We would do more things together, so that way our community becomes together, and then the communities could also technically kind of separate a little bit, you know? This way I could do some of my things that I enjoy, and she could do some of her things she enjoys. And again, not Emaru. I'm talking about this 90% spoon, right? Uh, But she does her thing, I do my thing, and then we come together and we share that thing together. That's what I would love. I would celebrate her. We would celebrate her wins. She would celebrate my wins, and then we would be there to console each other in each other's losses. That's the way it should be, and that's what I want. But it could be because I am asking for everything, but I'm also giving everything in return. Maybe women are afraid of that. Maybe it's something else. Maybe I'm just ugly. Who knows? Maybe I don't have enough passion. Maybe I don't know. Failure to launch could be a whole multitude of things that are going on. But I would now don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna let myself be walked on because I am the man. I am to lead because I have this vision and I need to get to this vision because I know it'll be better for everyone. And I would love for her to follow. Now that following, that submission does not mean slavery. Because again, I'm celebrating her, she's celebrating me, we're celebrating each other. We're here for each other in the good, the bad, the better, the worse, uh, sickness, health, everything until death. Because once we are in heaven, we will still be together, but not as like marriage, because the physical flesh will be gone, but the spirit will remain. And in heaven, I will still love her. That's not going to change. It just means that we won't be married. So that's beside, because again, God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit which fills us. So I would love to learn from God the Father. Does this mean that I would stop loving Spoon? No. Yeah, Spoon is great. I would still love her. I would still love her art. I would still love her insight. The only thing that I will say is the separating factor is that she does not listen to any opposing ideas. No matter how scientifically sound they are, she does not accept it. So that's why I had to separate from her. But I am always and ready for her to honestly just be able to have that conversation, have those talks with me, have the truth, right? I would absolutely 100%. I'm still eating, FYI. So if anyone is still eating, let's take a bite. Mm. That was a tiny little bite. Okay. So as I was saying, right? I she just will not listen to those, opposing ideologies. She is very much in a liberal leftist area, and as you know, the leftists don't allow themselves to be questioned, as they feel you are perfect as you are, even though a lot of people are poisoned right now. And I'll be honest with you, I was too. And then I did something. I never thought I'd do it, but we'll talk about that after this. So let's take a look. Miss, you loser! I'll fight you. Don't pay me a dime. I'ma just beat on you. This way, if there is no money, there is no contract I have to follow, or no
front
script.
of me and near me, I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me.
I mean, come on. It almost sounds like a parody that this dude would be banging on her door while she was streaming because he couldn't hold his little temper in. Like, the dude is so mad that he's essentially like Minecraft punching her wall. Like, essentially trying to grief her streaming room simply because she's getting more viewers than him, and because of that, he can't control his ego, and his ego is scaring her away. Bro, you did this to yourself. And again, for context, like at this point of time, he was like one of the biggest streamers on the platform. He went from like what, like
Not
a little
sponsored,
bit north
unless you
of
guys want to
20,000
sponsor me.
viewers to maybe like 15,000 viewers when she was live. Like, oh, boo-hoo, cry me a river. Dude, you're crushing it. Like, why aren't you just being grateful for how far you've came? And overall, also, just massive skill issue, because if you're a top streamer and someone's going to another stream for you, clearly your content isn't as interesting. So maybe, just maybe, that's a sign that you need to level up your content game. Or at the very least, don't date.
I'm gonna disagree with you there, Tozy. It's definitely the fact that Emeru is a woman, and women do get a lot more views from lonely dudes looking for the girlfriend experience. But that is also correct. I don't think anyone knew. Had they known, Emmy probably would have had even less. Because if you notice, female streamers who get a boyfriend or a husband, they end up losing a lot of followers, and usually those followers are men. So keeping it hidden is definitely something that would have needed to happen for Emmy to actually continue to grow as she has. But come on, man, you know the facts.
Don't be
one of
like
the
that.
other top streamers on the platform because clearly he has like a winner takes all mentality and can't accept that someone else in his circle is doing better than him. But she also brings up the fact that he would
Yeah,
drive at high
agreed.
speeds and threaten to crash the car and end them both.
Like, if we were
No.
driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour. One time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us.
And that's honestly
That is fucked. So I'll be honest with you. I've done it. Not not like the 150 because I don't have those kinds of cars. But I did once hit like 90 miles an hour on the freeway headed to Denver. I was keeping up with traffic, but still, no. When I was driving around with Spoon and her sister, fraternal twin sister, because again, I like her too, right? She's a fantastic girl. Kind of kind of very much. Again, I'm not going to go into too much specifics here, but I like her too. She's very open, willing to discuss, but at the same time, because of her sister, that whole separation kind of. Again, I still love them both. Would still love for them to back be in my life. I love her parents, her mom, her dad are amazing. Even everyone else in the household that I've met, and the other people that I've also encountered while with them. You know, they're all fantastic, wonderful people. The only but is potentially the unwilling to listen to other other voices. She's very much a fascist. That's the left. They're very much fascists. They don't allow you to talk about anything, and they don't allow you to do the thing to to question their ideology. They'll question yours all day, every day, but they won't allow theirs to be questioned. So, and again, this is on that interpersonal thing because it's free will, but I would never hurt her. I don't care what happens. Well, the only time I would potentially do anything would be if I had to subdue her, but it wouldn't be to hurt. Like no strikes need to happen, which is why I've trained jujitsu, judo, and wrestling because those are to take someone down. Muay Thai, as extension, boxing, which I could absolutely box it if need be, but you don't do that to your girl. If she needs a little intimidation, that's fine. That's different. That's okay. If you look at some of the content women have, it's very much an intimidation factor that they're looking for within men. Not and it falls into line of what I would say that category of the Beauty and the Beast. It's kind of stupid because they took it to the extreme, saying that oh, you could turn a wild animal into a calm, docile, take a wolf and turn it into a dog is basically what it's implying. You can't. You have to understand that if you're gonna get the wolf, you end up joining the wolf. That's the other thing I dislike about the Red Pill Bros, which I will probably watch one of those in a bit, but I dislike the fact that they say passport, go out there and bring her back. That's not what you're supposed to do at all. If you're gonna passport, you're not plucking her from where she is and bringing her here. You are leaving to be with her. You exit. That's the other side of it. That's why I dislike Red Pill just as much as I dislike whatever the equivalent to the Red Pill is for women that sees them as Beauty and the Beast type nonsense. But this, you don't put that kind of recklessness, in my opinion.
just messed up because we've already had a McSkillet. We don't need another McSkillet. Especially, we don't need a McSkillet that brings even more people with him. For context, McSkillet he was a Counter-Strike YouTuber and streamer who decided to be a selfish man-child and ram his supercar into like a family SUV and ended everyone's life because he lost a bunch of skins on Counter-Strike or something like that. It was because he was a gambling addict and then he just took everything out and his YouTube career was also going down. So instead of you know, locking in and making it back because he had a platform to do so, he just decided to be a selfish piece of shit and remove himself and a family out of the world. So for Miz to be threatening this makes him look incredibly pathetic. But then this story got corroborated by an old clip where another one of Mizkif's exes, Maya, told a story that sounds very similar to Emmy's.
There's something about being trapped in a car with an angry, aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car and then he'd go like 100 and I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry and then he would not slow down until I apologized. And so then I started driving only, but then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would like scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity.
So obviously that's just a very sane and normal take. But when she was
He's a
finally
loser.
able to move
I'll
out
fight him.
and
I'll
they were
fight
officially
anyone.
broken up, Emmy claims that Miz came over to her house for closure and instead allegedly ended up forcing himself onto her while she cried to the point where she screamed, and it startled him enough to jolt up and announce that he felt weird now and I guess just left.
A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk from closure. The emotions were just very high. I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of, so yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch, and he started kissing me in my face. I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. Suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants, and when I screamed, he jumped off me. Instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house without checking if I was okay or anything.
So obviously if that's true, that's extremely alarming. Despite of this, Emmy says that she tried to stay cordial for the next few months, while Miz apparently was slandering her to mutual
Those are the
friends,
6 punches.
calling them
Then you have
worthless
elbow,
and that she is no use
elbow.
to him and so on and so on. He would also share private stories of Emmy's stalkers on his stream without her permission
Elbow.
and claimed that he needed to go travel and find himself. But while he was finding himself, he would still be DMing her constantly and even allegedly.
Which that is the 4 strikes I would say of Muay Thai is a cross. So you have forward, back, up, down. Those are the 4. I mean, you don't really go up at an angle unless you need to, but it's still a cross because it's still this part of the bone, right? That's what you're hitting with. Bam, 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 back, 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 but it's still that. And then you have the 4 punches, which is your jab, front, and then cross, hook, inside, outside, hook, front uppercut, rear uppercut. Then there's a knee, and then another knee, and then a flying knee. And those are more of a spear technique, right? Same thing with this one. You go blam, forward, just blam, into them. And then you got the shins, and you got the kicks. All of that could be done. Just saying.
Following her around at parties that they were both attending.
It's
In general,
absolutely
he
a
would say
toesy.
horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you." He realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year. This is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying.
And to make things even worse for him, apparently a lot of the DMs came back as very likely written by ChatGPT, which is also kind of amusing because he can't even pretend that he actually cared. He was just getting AI to put in the work for him so he could pretend like he cared. Obviously, that's a minor detail compared to everything else, but still odd and interesting. But ultimately, she hasn't spoken to him since January of this year and is actively working to file a restraining order against him in both Texas and in California. But Miz wasn't going to let this information be shared without doing everything in his power to discredit Emmy, and he went live with what can only be described as a dumpster fire of deflection. Because even though he clearly has a script, maybe he should have, workshopped it a little bit before going live.
If people want to act like this, I see some people saying some very obtuse things. We can watch the world burn.
Okay, fascinating response to put it lightly. Yeah, so Miz recounts a pretty similar timeline as Emmy, but of course he has his own opinions of what actually happened. He agrees they were trauma bonded, but claims that for the first year, they never really fought. And Emmy was just simply misrepresenting his actions.
As we were celebrating her joining OTK, there was a huge scare. Someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8 and drove off. And while we were outside thinking it was a schizo viewer, we were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. This scared us to no end. My first concern was Emmy. The cops came, the drunk driver did have a gun, and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Me and Emmy were terrified that night. And on the way home, I grabbed her hand, and she grabbed mine. And we knew we were trauma bonded, and we didn't want to let go. The first year of our relationship, we almost had no fights. We started to date officially in January of 2022, and up until my cancellation, everything was perfect.
The water bottle that gave her a black eye, that wasn't thrown in aggression, and throwing his phone at her, that was apparently just a misunderstanding, according to him. He also claims that he mindlessly threw his phone on the bed while Emmy was laying there, and he did stop after bruising her and her asking him to stop.
She brushed over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped.
He then gives us a demo of him throwing his phone.
I will throw you and show you an example, chat. Right here, look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed. Like I would just lob it over because I was going to bed.
Yeah, and obviously that would hurt if it whacked you in the face. Like, it's a phone. It's not like a plushie, which we'll get into later on. But Miz seems to use Emmy's stalkers as an excuse for part of the stress that he was feeling, even though he invited her to come live with him because of the...
Again, the militia. If you are trained, then you have less to worry about one of these. Now, if you are also trained, then this means that you also understand the integrity that is required for any militia or reserve militia members, and you also have the care of life. Because life is precious, and we should never squander it. The big old, again, never squander a life, but sometimes a life does need to get taken if they do enough evil, right? Because then at that point, it's forgiving and perpetuating evil, which we should not. But trained, you're better able to protect yourself, and if you're also trained as part of the militia, you wouldn't have as much need for this. And then if you did end up fucking up that hard, you get kicked out the militia. But weak men create these hard times, and weak men are him. And I'll say most leftists are weak men.
those stalkers to begin
Especially
with.
any
But
trains.
hey, he does also seemingly just kind of glaze over the fact that Emmy was the one directly being stalked and harassed, and then his own solution to this was for her to just stop streaming as much for his safety and sanity. And that's kind of sad because that just means the stalkers win.
I did feel a lot of stress over the time of our relationship up until this point from her stalkers. From the ones that would show up at our old house, and also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them. I told her, if we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. She agreed and understood that it was a safety concern for not only me, but the house. Russell, Simply, Corey, or anyone that was in my house or anyone that was near us.
He also talks about how the 2022 assault cover-up allegations affected his mental health and how that was the beginning of the decline. He admits that he would lash out at loved ones, but Emmy would still stick by him because she loved him and wanted to see him get better.
I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others trying to claim I covered up sexual assault. It was proven wrong.
He probably did. Again, I have no idea. I, as just an individual, can say whatever I want. I have no substantiating facts behind this one, but I'm going to treat him and assume that he is. The court system is innocent until proven guilty. I should probably also continue that the same. Admittingly, I am going to have to watch him with more scrutiny, which means I will have to be able to judge him properly. And when they say do not judge, it means it was specific to the woman caught in adultery and other situations like that. But murder, that's a whole other thing. Assault and abuse, that's a whole other thing. It's still bad, but less bad. Like adultery, still bad, but less bad than, abuse, assault, things like that. Oh,
But that destroyed my mental health. I was depressed. I was losing OTK, my mental health, and all my friends. Emiru was one of the only people that were there for me.
During a trip to Japan, he says that's when everything reached a breaking point for both of them, and that's when the fighting began.
It got so bad that stress and constant talking about the same things over and over and no sleep that most of my hair started to fall out, and Emiru started to hurt herself while we were in Japan. And being that Emiru hung out with me all day, she too started to become high strung. But as we stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. You can take it out of only mode.
And I guess after fighting through the crocodile tears, he, pivots to then discussing Emmy's rabbits, which she kind of pre-fired that was going to happen. Because obviously, remember earlier when I said Miz did exactly what Emmy had anticipated in regards to trying to start a smear campaign against her. This is about the point where his eyes, start drying up, and he starts painting Emmy as an animal abuser and neglectful pet owner who ended the life of numerous rabbits out of ignorance.
Emiru has a lot of rabbits. These were a big part of her life. But as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits. Here is a video up close of Emiru's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she
Where are the
didn't care.
rabbits?
She left them to die, and I'm not gonna sit here and have her pretend she didn't. Emmy didn't care. She would sit inside and play League of Legends all day.
And then he blames her for having stalkers and lifts off a few things that he expected of her that were pretty obvious forms of control. And a big problem there is with any relationship, both people should be on the same page when it comes to these things. That's also a whole different issue. And I'm not even talking about just public to, the audience members, not even their friends knew about it, allegedly. So I feel like that also creates this really weird dynamic for a relationship.
I would use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. But I would constantly tell her on and off stream that she needs to do more because these stalkers are getting worse. I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling, I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me. I also said that I didn't want her to hang out with specific people. This is because I didn't want her to get hurt. I didn't want some man to do something to her when I'm not there, and I wanted to keep her safe.
Oh, you
I know
didn't
I was
do anything
controlling,
while
and I
you
should have
were
just
there.
ended the relationship, but I was so confused as a person. I'm sorry things got to this point, man.
He then tries to act like he was being a hero and trying to protect her, but in reality, it just kind of...
Bro, that is the entire thing about it, right? You have to be prepared and ready, right? Like I said, I've trained in, and I'll be honest with you, I feel like I wasted so much time with Kung Fu. It did teach me certain things. Like I do know about certain pressure points that, should be struck when fighting. I can use my fingers because, they're strong enough to do this because I like I said, I did it for a year and I trained in those techniques, right? It's what I focused on. I don't know, it felt like the best. But everything else, a lot of stuff in Kung Fu felt like a waste of time. Maybe the weapon stuff was worthwhile, but I did this just because I enjoy it, and now that I have this skill, I can use it to defend others. Same thing with firearms training. If need be, I can protect others. And that's what you're supposed to do as a man, and Miz is a coward. He is he is male. We'll call him that. Not a man, but he is male.
seems like he was trying to paint himself as a victim. Like, he compares Emmy throwing plushies or clothes to him, literally putting holes in the drywall or slamming doors. Like, I don't know about you guys, but one feels wildly less violent than the other one.
Our fights started to get louder. We were breaking up with each other almost weekly. Fights were getting more aggressive, and shouting began to increase. I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
Like, I just can't get over the fact that she would throw clothes and plushies.
Better. So, this is also linen. This is like a little hat beanie thing I like to wear. But I digress. How? Okay, I can understand not wanting stuff thrown at you, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Could be pennies, could be mud, could be dirt, could be plushies, could be pots and pans, dishes, phones. What else is it? There's so much out there, right? So much that you wouldn't want thrown at you. I wouldn't want thrown at me either, right? Which is the same as like spitting on someone, I would say, and that's what certain groups do to others. Instead of throwing money, they throw their spit at them. I'm pretty sure you can determine who I'm thinking about with that, right? While I can understand that, there is still the difference between thing and intent, you know? Because intent does matter in this one. So a penny thrown at someone, like, I know some of you did this in school. You'd be like, you'd have it, and then you'd go bam, and then it would fly that way, right? It'd be a penny, and you just start chucking at your friends, bam, right? Versus throwing at someone in a form of offense. Admittedly, if you're going to be offensive to someone, that's an asshole thing, but you should not go to jail for it. Now, if it escalates, that's when, someone should or could go to jail. Throwing a plushie at someone, there's also a difference, right? Whether it be, oh, I'm throwing shit at you to just bother you, to distract you from what you're doing, that's an asshole move, right? Now, throwing something at someone because you're upset because there's a now again the other one is like, oh, it's your friend and you just chuck a plushie at him because it's soft and it's not going to hurt him. That's different, right? Then there's the intent. Are you throwing it at them to bother them or because you're upset at them because of whatever reason? Well, that does show a form of control. Admittingly, throwing it was still bad, but the fact that it was a plushie and not a plate, a pot, or a pan, or even a knife is a good thing. Throwing anything else, you know, really anything that has some weight behind it, like you'd be, I'm upset at you, and then you throw like a shirt at them or a towel and be like, you know what, I'm done. Throw it on the ground, throw it at them. Sure, that's still kind of shitty of you. It's still bad, but it is less bad than throwing pots, pans, cups, dishes, plates, anything else. Now, admittingly, I am saying that this, to me, that way is left, this way is right. So, while that I may be going left with this one, I don't mean yes, there's a lot of bad on the left, but that's not what that means. It's just this is the easiest way for me to do it. This is bad. This is good. Because good requires me to turn my whole shoulder and everything, requiring more work. Bad is just easy. And throwing something at someone out of anger or hate is a bad thing. Out of frustration is a bad thing. Is it less bad to be a plushie or a sock or a towel than a phone, a knife, a pot, a pan, a remote? Anything with heft is bad. Things with no heft, the intention is still bad because you couldn't control yourself, but it's less bad. Again, we have that clear line. It does not mean, oh, just because they did the thing, and this is specific to Ms., just because Emmy threw a plushie at you does not then make it right for you to throw a phone or a water bottle at her. Likewise, just because something is thrown, and again, we'll say a sock. Say, I mean, he did worse, right? That's what you need to understand. It is worse. Hers is still bad. None of that situation was good. It is on the bad side of the situation.
at me. Like, that was like a crazy thing. Like, dude, imagine Emmy pelting these things.
Because really, the moment anything was thrown at her, she should have left. That is maybe not left, but been more direct about her boundaries. This does mean that she would need to respect his boundaries, but it's all complex. Maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I should just shut up and watch this. Let's go.
At him, all while he's like literally punching holes in the drywall and slamming her door. I'm just saying the threat levels are not matching up here whatsoever. But his recounting of most of the fallout paints Emmy
That's
as a
Hosey, your
needy and manipulative
audio.
person. But I think most people can also take a step back and understand that, you know, codependent relationships like this are hard to get out of, even when things are going very bad. And he ends up finishing by telling his chat that he had screenshots and evidence that he's going to be leaking as time goes on, but also that he had never had planned to use her rabbits against her, except if she spoke out about him. So basically, exactly like she said.
I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. I never had a plan in my life to go after her or do anything. It was if she ever said anything, I would say something as well. I have dozens of photos and videos, calls and messages. I have things I will be leaking over the next few days of other people, of other things. I have a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on.
Yeah, okay, so that just sounds like he was holding information against her to be useful one
Yeah,
day
no,
in
I
case
am
she
probably
acted
just
out.
dumb.
Kind of sounds like blackmail to me.
I don't know
but
enough about
what
this.
do I know? The
This
immediate
is why we
fallout from all
shouldn't
this was
gossip.
pretty insane because, like I said, clips have been popping up left and right of Miz making terrible comments about friends and exes, throwing things, or just genuinely just being a man-child on streams. I mean, just even the people who believe him in regards to Emmy abusing her animals, they still feel like that doesn't justify everything that he did towards Emmy. OTK, Mizkif's old organization that he helped co-found, made a whole statement saying that they support Emmy, and they'd actually terminated their relationship with Mizkif quite a time ago. And one of the most vocal voices about all of this was Asmongold, who is another OTK streamer, or former OTK streamer. And Asmongold
He does
claims
not
that he
really
knew
talk
about
about
all
how
these
people should be
issues
in
for quite a
relationships.
while
I've
now.
noticed
But
that.
since all of this has now came to light, Asmongold has been rallying behind Emaru and perpetuating the narrative that Mizkif was an alleged abuser and aggressor.
It was explicitly hidden as much as possible in order to make sure that nobody knew about it. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, right? Emmy was afraid that if the information got out, and Miz made her afraid that it would negatively affect Miz in multiple ways, and so he didn't want that to happen. That's more of their interpersonal stuff, and that's what she said on stream, and so I'm not going to elaborate beyond that.
And even though Mizkif hasn't gone live since the abysmal explanation, and neither has Emmy, leaving people to wonder like what's actually going on behind the scenes, on November 3rd, a lawsuit filed by Mizkif outlines what he claims is defamation and breach of contract by OTK. And the 12-page lawsuit describes what he, in his opinion, was a targeted attack by Emmy, Asmongold, and other OTK entities, listing her October 25th livestream, his almost immediate release from OTK, and them reclaiming his shares in the company in the wake of the allegations as evidence. Mizkif also claims that OTK has no basis to do this since he never breached a contract he had with them, and they didn't make enough effort to investigate. Instead, just sending him a letter the same day as Emmy's stream, letting him know what would be happening. He also stated that Emmy and Asmongold both knowingly perpetuated harmful and defamatory narratives about him during her October 25th stream and the following days after her stream. So now we can only assume that Demon Time means he's just gonna go full lawsuit mode, or maybe originally Demon Time was him trying to like lash back at her, but when he quickly realized the tides of the communities were not siding with him, that's when he went the legal route. That's probably what happened. But who knows? That's just my opinion. His problem was he immediately went live and he confirmed a lot of Emmy's statements, so that definitely will not help him. Overall, this is going to be really interesting, especially legally, because a lot is going to come out in discovery if it gets that far. And I don't know what the contracts were like, but you would think they would be able to hold the right to release him for anything, especially in the influencer space, because, you know, suddenly an influencer does something and, you know, the org doesn't stand for that, so they should be able to release the influencer pretty quickly. But if he is a founding member and he had shares in the company, I don't know what's going on there, because at least you would think that he would have to be bought out at a fair market value of what those shares would be worth. Overall, I don't have enough information to speculate on what I think is happening here, so we just kind of have to wait and see. I think
Neither
the
do I.
clear
That's why I
takeaway
said
here
I'm
is
done.
don't be a
'Cause I am.
scumbag, especially not to other Twitch streamers while you're live streaming yourself doing so, or while they're live streaming yourself doing so. It's just awful for business. Also, it's free to be a decent human being. I don't know why these people act like this, but hey, it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens next.
It's technically not free to be a good human, just like it's neither free to be bad. You do something good, it can work against you. You can do something bad, it can work against you. You do other things bad, and it actually works for you. You do enough bad to enough point, you end up losing. And that's why we're gonna watch this one next. Why are they so huge? That's crazy.
Are they going to continue streaming, or will they be silent until this lawsuit is over? Who knows? But hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this breakdown, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Yeah, I do like you, Tozy. You're concise, you're consistent. I agree with some stuff, but then I disagree with others because you're not seeing the full picture, as I would say. But a lot of the stuff I do agree with. It's just some of the stuff, it's slightly off the mark. Where's my comb? Here's my comb. So I have a horn comb, not sponsored by them, but I wrote on here to remember to be a good leader. Now these all broke off because I put them in my I put this in my pocket with my keys, and on my keys I have weight-rated carabiners, and it just tore through like all those. I was this is my fault. But if you take good care of this, it'll last a long time. Same thing happened with that one. It got knocked out because of me. I'm gonna order another one. I did also order these for the one girl that I like. Because I don't believe in rings, but I would still want to give her these combs because horn, hair, same material, so it's like sanding your hair smooth. And I wouldn't mind brushing her hair forever. But again, it's oh, and so here's what we were talking about, right? I'm talking about how autism has been associated in my research. Uh, Autism and ADHD is a symptom of heavy metal toxicity. This is like aluminum, titanium, bromium in the body, right? We can handle silver and copper, like we wear silver all the time. I'm drinking through copper. Copper and silver are both excellent water purifying. They shouldn't be used in nature, but they're excellent for purifying water, right? Water. Love it. Especially out of copper. But like aluminum specifically. And then the fact that in the United States and probably a lot of Europe, there's no deworming going on, which a lot of people don't realize. You need to deworm probably at least once a year. Definitely just once a year. You can deworm more, but you got to do it properly, right? So you do both a heavy metal detox to get the heavy metals in your body out. Then you continue the heavy metal detox while you're doing the deworming treatment, because of that deworming treatment, it can be, different frequencies, pills, things like that. It'll cause them basically to die within your body. Same thing with the eggs. They'll just be split apart at the atomic level, broken down, and then your body will just kind of gather everything up, sweep it out, and then expel. It will eat whatever it can eat, but it's when they all perish within you, all of that heavy metal gets released. So that's why you continue to do the detox. And again, I'm no doctor. I'm not anyone who should tell you what you should or shouldn't do. But as governor, I would, and we would have a research and development team who would confirm this information. Now, once it has been confirmed or rejected or really whatever answer happens, you would be informed as the public here is what we have found, right? So currently, my hypothesis is autism and ADHD, along with Alzheimer's, are associated with aluminum and other heavy metal toxicity within the body. So mercury, aluminum, bromium, cadmium, all kinds of stuff. We're cool with iron, copper, and silver, and gold. Those are excellent with us. Yes, you can have too much iron, and then that just causes other issues, but that's the same thing with most anything. If you have too much, then it's bad. But aluminum, we never need. It's always bad, no matter what size it is, or what anyone tries to say. It is bad. Sure, we can use it for our food. We shouldn't. There should be something better. My first idea for that, which this is a side note, is you have your glass dish, then you get like a metal thing that is the same size as the dish, maybe a little bit taller, but you put it on there, and then guess what? It can now heat up while still covered without aluminum. And you could use stainless steel for that, right? Very, very thin stainless steel, stamp some patterns into it for rigidity. There you go. Someone in the US make it. But also maybe things like chromium as well. Those metals, they get into our body. We don't need them. They actually cause problems within our body. And then the worms, much like fish, absorb lots of mercury. That's why they say pregnant women shouldn't eat fish or ocean fish because of mercury. Worms, much like fish, can absorb mercury and hold on to a lot of it, and or aluminum or other metals, right? So, heavy metal detox from beginning to end. So after like a month of the heavy metal detox, you then do the deworm treatment, and then you continue both until it's done. And then you go maybe like another week out. And then all the heavy metal should be gone from your system. All the bugs should be dead within you. And then fast. The reason that I would say fast, and you'd want to do like a single 36-hour fast and then do like a very clean when you eat again. And this is what I was saying. This is my hypothesis as to how we can cure autism / ADHD and or to treat the symptoms. So, continuing on my hypothesis, and again, we'd have to test it. That's truly what it comes down to. And it would need to be tested on a person, but because none of these are experimental drugs, because we know that these drugs already work, heavy metal detoxes are just that. It's a thing that does not get absorbed into the body, but it pulls stuff out of your body, like those metals. And then the deworming medicine / frequencies, we already know how those work. So that's easy to go as well. And then the other one is a fasting, 72-hour fast. Just a single one so you can, clear out all of the junk within your body, right? And then once you eat, you want to eat whole meat. Would anyone be against eating whole meat? I'm not talking like ground beef, which is in my burger, which again, we're still getting through, right? It's just, I'm going slow. That was a minuscule bite. Like, I think I might be full for right now. Yeah, I'm full for right now. Right. So instead of like ground beef, it would be like a full steak or full chicken, or maybe not fish right away, because there is still lots of pollution in the ocean. I would like to start my own aquaponics thing, which we'll probably check that out in a moment because I have some ideas as to how I can draw this up. Because if anything, I could draw to you my homestead, how I'd have it set up. No, where is it? Right. So eat steak, a couple eggs, sourdough, and but make sure it's some fresh, good bread. None of the stuff from the store with the preservatives and seed oils. No soybean, no canola, none of that stuff, right? And none of the preservatives, because those are all petrochemical based, right? So what you would do, and stuff that's been grown organically, no pesticides, because again, those can still get in your body, and those are estrogenic based. So, like some sourdough, some cheese, sourdough bread, cheese, steak, chicken, to start. Preferably, here's what I would say: do a steak, do a ribeye, not a ribeye, a New York strip or two, depending on how big you is. Like I can do one. Here's what I did, and I would recommend for others to do. So after that 3-day fast, you're gonna have a steak, a New York strip steak, cooked medium well, but you're gonna dry it. You're gonna salt it and dry it overnight in your refrigerator. And the next day, you're gonna cook it in the oven, 250 for like 50 minutes, right? Then you're gonna bring it out and you're gonna let it cool down, right? Fan it, do what you have to need to maybe do. Then after it's cooled down a little bit, you put it, or I put it on the on a very hot cast iron skillet, sear front and back. There you go, delicious, well salted steak. Nothing else really needed. Then I like having sourdough toast with cheese. I like Gouda the most, but really just try and get yourself a raw milk cheese. And then 2 eggs on top of that sourdough toast with salt and pepper, right? And then I'll have some fruit. That can be like a peach. I like peaches. Peaches for you. Peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Peaches are amazing. I do like peaches. Banana, maybe. I don't know how healthy those are anymore. But I stick with peaches or plums, pears, things like that from trees. And that's really it. That'll be my first meal after a 3-day fast. And then from there, just do the carnivore. I would highly recommend it. That's what I would want the monks and nuns and the militia to do, would basically be the carnivore diet. Any carbs to be eaten are going to be through sourdough or day old heated bread, or even rice that could then just be cooked one day, let to cool, and then cooked the next day as fried rice. That's also fine. That's actually fantastic. But cook it in coconut oil. That's what I would say and do. And that's what I would do with my girlfriend and or wife. Well, no, my girlfriend to then be my wife, and then our children. Now, admittedly, I will admit, I do still have that the bad, the lustfulness within me. Why? Because it's trying to think of an excuse to have 2 wives. But it's wrong. It's maybe this is why. I can understand it then. But it's the here's my opinion as well. The original sin are the intrusive thoughts. Those that immediately lead to the doubt and negativity, not just, well, mainly within ourselves, but us created in the image of God also then puts doubt in God. Because if we're created in his image and we doubt God, we doubt ourselves. Now, worry is a whole different thing, right? It's like, oh, I have to do this thing. If there's a way that I wouldn't have to, I would like that, but I will still do what I have to do, right? That's Jesus. There was no doubt in him. A want versus a doubt. No, not to say, oh, why should I do this? There's no reason to do this for them. That's counter. That's very, very counter. We're looking at Colorado right now, but that's counter to what it is to be Jesus. He is without sin. He is without that doubt. We have that doubt, and that doubt through pride, well, that doubt creates pride. So, sure, the first sin was pride. That was the greatest fall of all. And that's why it's not considered necessary. Is it considered a sin? Is doubt considered a sin? Doubt is not always a sin. Ooh. See that? Refusal to believe in truth is a sin. That's just off the first one. Let's see. Sin, doubtful sin is the result. Anytime we allow human reason to overshadow faith in God, sin, right? Doubt in itself is not of sin, but it can lead to sin. And then the sunk, or the, what is it? The sunk cost fallacy takes into play. That's where we dig in our heels, and it's like, okay, I made this decision. It's the wrong decision. It's a bad decision, but I made it, and I'm gonna keep going because you doubt there's a way out. But that's what it is. That for us specifically, as humanity, is not pride, but doubt. Pride is what caused Satan to fall, and his hatred of us, well, his hatred of God made him use us as a tool of revenge against God. Because God, Jesus, and this is my belief of timeline. It's God, Jesus, the Son, and the Holy Spirit already living together in loving, harmonious bliss. Didn't need know nothing else. Then God, knowing all, created the angels. I don't know how much time, as far as we can understand time, would be in that realm, right? But angels, so God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, three in loving one another together, one and the same at the same time, right? Then angels, then humans. That's the order. But these were made, the angels were made as the image that God decided to make them as, while humans were made as a direct bridge link created in their image. God the Son and the Holy Spirit. Could say the Holy Mother. I don't know what the actual, but that's what it is in the Bible. It is the Holy Spirit. So there you go. I mean, it might make sense because Jesus came first, then Adam, and it's like, oh, then that's daughter, right? That's neither here nor there at this moment for that. But Lucifer being created as the most high, most sacred of cherubim, which is really, I believe, to be Quetzalcoatl, the snake, the serpent snake, is Satan. Which means he was deeply enrooted there, because that's also where there was so much human sacrifice going on. Now that I think about it, awful, horrid, delete, get deleted. Regardless, Lucifer, the Most High Cherub, music, probably also made of an accordion, uh, was to sing the praises of God. Lucifer wanted to sit at the right hand of God, but that was already Jesus' spot. And so, Satan felt rejected by God. Satan knew about humanity, and Satan, okay, I could say some things in this, but we'll cover that in a second. Uh, so that yeah, but that's Lucifer found out that God was going to create humans. He saw us and said, "Yeah, I could have loved you. I really could have. But because I hate God, I'm now going to corrupt you. So that way God knows what it feels like to be rejected." And you know what? He made you to love him. How about instead you love me? But in a twisted opposite fashion of what it is to be God. Now, this is where I would say the concept of yin yang comes into real truth, right? The light and the shadow. The light is God, is life. Shadow is death. The light will not over, or the darkness will never overtake the light. I don't again, I don't know how we're gonna look at this one. There's probably some deepers behind it, so I'm just gonna pull what I need to, and if someone can give the opposite side of that, that's fine. You do you. But the light's where I want to go because I want to be able to see. Darkness and death is the end. There's nothing beyond that. Is the way I see it. But Lucifer being Lucifer, an angel of the snake, they're able to transform, cast down, right? Humanity was just supposed to be this perfect being and then just continue on. We is a very we didn't know anything, right? So Jesus then asked God, if humanity were to not listen to you, could you forgive them? God said, well, they would they would still need to pay for their justice still needs to happen, right? Regardless, they can be forgiven, but justice still needs to be the price still needs to be paid for justice, right? That still needs to happen. And he said, really, it would have to be someone up here who would take their place. Jesus immediately says, like, I'll do it. I'm on it. I'll save them. Because again, God, the Holy Son, Holy Spirit, Holy Father, all one and the same. They love us. That's why we were created. And again, infiltration from the synagogue of Satan. I don't know what they may have hidden, what may have not been told, what's happening, right? Again, many things are hidden from us. So it's all speculation at this moment. You can say I'm right, you can say I'm wrong. I'm cool with either. If you think I'm right, help me figure all this stuff out. If you think I'm wrong, help me figure all this stuff out. Show me where I'm wrong. Like actual evidence, right? So Jesus said, yeah, he will take on the price for our sin. And then continued on. Now, here's my opinion on this one. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are not constrained by what our understanding is of time. Because, they travel back and forth, forward and back. They can see and exist in every single possible parallel reality, right? That's the whole parallel lines, right? And or multiverse. All under his power, right? But us, in our firmament, right? We have a set clock. That clock is going, and it will eventually stop. But because it's only going forward, it's a time pocket that is designed to only travel for this amount of time. We, existing within this time bubble, can only go forward. God can go forward and back. So God can see every single branching option and opportunity and see everything that's going to happen all at once, forever. Now, that does not necessarily mean that we do not have free will. But if I know that, say you're going for a walk, I know that you can either step with your left foot or your right foot, and then I can know how far you're going to walk, how long your stride is, and then where you're going to turn based off of, what's really available to you, right? So just because I know that I can choose to exit my room or stay in my room, and then once I exit my room, I can then either hang out uh, in the living room, go get some food in the kitchen, or I can leave my house, or I can go to a different room, right? Just because you know all of the options available to you doesn't mean that us on ourselves aren't the ones who are making that decision. So, our time is only forward. God can see all the branching forks in reality and how they all interconnect with one another. It's a very complex 3D lattice scape that is beyond me. Uh, be in awe of his amazing knowledge because it's crazy. So, because we are in the time pocket, there's only going to be one line. So God, while knows every line that's available, there's only one that's actually going to happen within this, I would say, experiment. Or I guess became an experiment. But that's also kind of where a test might need to happen, right? Because you need to be given the option. It would have probably been different had Lucifer not done what Lucifer had done, right? Because if again, that's the whole part of yin yang. Admittingly, the light is life, and that's where we should all strive for. But the darkness is death, which is what we should all avoid. And the reason that there is death in life is because currently we sin. And that sin is what leads to death. So, because we do know there is good, there is bad. Well, and that bad is evil, right? It's just to a certain point, right? But again, good is good, bad is bad. There's there's good, there is less bad, and there is worse, just like there is less good and there is better, right? But there still exists that line, and that's why to know good and evil is to know, well, I could feed someone, or I could do something bad to someone. I could love someone, or I could hate someone. I could be envious of someone. I could lust of someone. That's bad. And that's why I know it's something I don't know anymore. I am I am equally as lost. I'm just trying to tell people what I know or what I believe I know. Okay, moving on to the next one. Jack Doherty again.
Jack Doherty is the IRL.
I will fight any one of these. Here's the thing. Unlike Mike Tyson, I'm not going to do it for money. And if I'm not getting a dime, I cannot be held to any sort of contract, to any sort of script. I respect Mike because he did probably what he had to do because he might have been low on money. So I'd never be against Mike. He would, because I'm not. I mean, I don't have the kind of money to pay for a script for him. He would beat me into the dirt. But I wouldn't take any money, which means I would not be beholden to any contract. Pay him as much as you want. I really don't care. I'm gonna throw as hard and as many hands. I will Hashirama send you the 5,000 palms of just get whooped upon. Any of them.
Streamer who can't stop destroying his own life. And at this point, nobody even feels bad for him as he's built an entire career of harassing innocent people on the streets, then hiding behind his bodyguards, using his bodyguards to sucker punch people who call him out, and then exploit young women for his OF business. But I mean, it's safe to say things have gotten so much worse for Jack after his ex-girlfriend sat for 5 hours in 2 different interviews going through the extremely alarming reality of being in business with Jack. And this ranges from pressuring her into doing OF, to getting her hooked on stimulants, to literally putting her life at risk for content. And just when you think Jack would maybe, you know, take a step back, respond to it, maybe even lay low after dropping something like that, I guess he just decided to break into TwitchCon without a badge and harass other streamers, and even steal someone's microphone, then have a public meltdown afterwards. I don't know, the whole thing just doesn't make sense.
Nirvana looking ass, you, the face of that shirt looks like your face on your face. So stupid. You can't let me speak. You idiot. Go ahead. What can you speak? That's my on that one. You got you got
and all of that just happened in like the last 2 weeks. But I mean, overall, it's safe to say that Jack has had a rough couple of years. But considering his track record, we all know the worst thing that's ever going to happen to Jack is the next thing that's about to happen to him. Because somehow, things just keep getting worse. So, what happened? McKinley, who is Jack's ex-girlfriend, appeared on Camila Arroyo's podcast for a 2-part episode that spanned like 5 hours. Do I wish I could get those 5 hours back? Yes. So please drop a like on this video because I don't know if my brain cells will ever recover.
Your
But in this
audio,
podcast,
man.
they go through the entire story of the
Hold on,
2
I need
years
to
that her
try
and Jack
someone
were
else.
together, from the moment they met to their final days as a couple. Now, right from the start, McKinley paints this picture of herself as some innocent church girl from Georgia who got swept up into Jack's world without understanding what she was getting into.
She came in and she basically told me, hey, my friends from Florida are in LA. They were wondering if you would like to film a video. At the time, I didn't know who Jack was. I took that as an opportunity. I was like, you know what, like, I'll film a little video, like, sounds fun. At the time, I also didn't really understand the whole, like, only aspect of it. I assumed, you know, people have their content houses. That was something that was very popular at that time, especially. So I was assuming this is a group of people, they're from Florida and they're having so much fun, like as friends, they film videos together. That's their way of making their income. I realized that the way they did make their money was through only, and that was something that I didn't judge them for. That was something that I knew that I didn't want to do.
You should have judged them. You should have. That's where you failed. That's where a lot of women fail. I need to turn on my fan. That's where a lot of men fail too.
For myself. And like at that time, my parents, I'm from Georgia, very conservative. I grew up conservative. I grew up in church.
Yeah, okay.
That doesn't matter.
However, even though she can be considered a
I grew up in church, and you know what I did for a while? I'm still actually kind of evil myself. We're all sinners. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how close you are. None of us are there. So don't say, "Oh, I'm Christian." No. We're all doing bad, and accept that you did bad. Doesn't matter where you were.
victim throughout this whole story. Maybe even potentially Jack's biggest victim in recent time. It's important to emphasize 2 things. Number 1, she's been separated from Jack for months now. And if this lifestyle was really so morally conflicting for her, if she truly went against everything she believed in, you would think, you know, that she would step away from this life, maybe shut down the OF account. Then on top of that, she pretty much only surrounds herself publicly with other people in this industry. She went on dates with another streamer to promote her OF, and then I guess is like dropping these tell-all interviews on one of the biggest OF influencers' podcast. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of important to take all of this with a grain of salt. This very much so seems a little bit like a crabs in a bucket moment. Oh, and I almost forgot. One of the last times I covered Jack, I also covered how McKinley used, I guess, or she promoted her OF using kids on her Instagram and TikTok content. So,
yeah,
again,
they're
if
evil.
this was so morally conflicting, Why is she still doing this kind of stuff?
Would you rather have this girl or this year?
Because the reason that they don't see their own hypocrisy is because that's what they are. This is their evil. They promote evil, but don't see what they don't see themselves as evil. It's why she said, "Oh, I grew up doing this." It doesn't matter. You're doing the opposite right now. You're being evil right now, and that's what she's doing. And she needs to understand that she easily could have walked away from it, right? Before she even stepped into it. But now that she's in it, she's refusing to get out of it, but still trying to be like, wait, look at me, I'm not like them, while still covered in dirt. I'm in my mud. You know I'm covered in dirt. So I'm saying, let's all go that direction to the light, where it's clean. But we're also clean because we've been purified by. I'm still learning.
Eurus.
I'm taking that Eurus.
Eurus?
Yep.
All right. Would you rather have this girl or this McLaren?
Clara.
McLaren? Oh, okay. All right. Well, sorry. All right. Would you rather have this girl or this blue Lambo?
Lambo.
Still?
Still.
Not good enough for you?
No.
Oh my gosh.
And then there was also that whole mess of making up stories
Never
about
make children.
dating Mr. Beast for clout.
Who's the most famous person you've done it with?
I actually only have one body, and it was Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
There's no
Lying
way.
Yeah,
ass
he's like
liar.
my only body, but I have herpes now.
Are you kidding me? He really unleashed the beast.
Yeah, he unleashed my beast.
There's just so much stuff that's just
Disgusting.
so unbelievably
This
stupid
is
and pathetic
their evil.
that has gone into her marketing and whole content style. So again, this is why I just take everything with a grain of salt from all these people, because so much of the stuff they do is just outright disgusting. And I guess you could argue that a lot of that was recorded while she was being managed by Jack's OF management company, but still, at the end of the day, she was the one who sat there and recorded. So again, nobody is completely innocent here. But even with all that said, it doesn't mean
I
that
agree
what
with
she
you, Jose.
revealed isn't worth analyzing. Because honestly, most of it is pretty disturbing. And a lot of it lines up with what people have been speculating about Jack for years. So, the interview kicks off with McKinley talking about how she met Jack and what their relationship was like in the beginning. And pretty quickly we start noticing a pattern. She keeps circling back to this idea that Jack made her feel special and cared for her, but then, in the same breath,
When I came back from Vegas, why I kept giving him chance after chance, even though I was kind of seeing things that were crossing, boundaries that I would have never let happen in a normal relationship. But again, this is not normal because he was, so involved with social media, and that was something that I actually looked up to. He was providing an illusion that he cared for me and that he was a genuine caring person that, wanted the best for me. He was also providing me a life that I had seen before. In Miami, I'm 20 years old. I had never been to a bar or a club or like seeing these boats. Like, it was something that was so new to me, and it was exciting in itself. Even without a boyfriend or whatever, that was an exciting moment.
yeah, she admitted the main reason she tolerated his behavior wasn't necessarily the love or loyalty. She says even though she did fall in love with Jack at first for the illusion of the nice guy that he was providing, the main reason she always kept coming back was the lifestyle. Now, this is where things get sketchy, because according to McKinley, every girl in that house is locked into an ironclad NDA, and these basically forbid them from discussing their financial arrangements with Jack. She says that Jack takes a significant portion of their OF earnings, but nobody can actually say how much, because that would be breaking the agreements. And if you break those agreements, that could mean lawsuits.
A few weeks pass. I'm still doing my things. I'm getting sent, clothes, and I'm modeling the clothes, and I'm doing brand deals. I remember one of the girls had a conversation with him and just said, "What value does she bring to you? Like, she brings no value. She makes you no money." She was like, "All she does is take selfies, and she's around the house, and she does this. She's unemployed. She doesn't do anything. Like, she doesn't make you any money." That's when I started piecing together that they make money from only, but he also takes a large chunk. And I never knew what chunk of money was taken because he has everyone on NDAs. They were unable to talk about it, but also at the same time, I did have a lot of the girls confide in me because I wasn't involved in the business side of things, and they would just tell me, like, how unhappy they are with the contract that they're in.
So you essentially have a full house of young women who can't legally discuss their own income arrangements, and honestly, that doesn't really sound like a content house. That sounds like a different kind of house. And the word that keeps coming up in the discussions about this is how this is all predatory. And honestly, when you're using legal documents to silence people about the money they're earning, that label could fit. And McKinley also revealed that Jack basically gave her an ultimatum at one point. Either join OnlyFans and sign his contracts, or pack her bags and bail out. And despite her moral conflicts, she decided to sign that dotted line.
I'll never forget this night. Michelle walked into the bathroom I was in. I was by myself. She basically told me, listen, don't freak out. Jack really wants you to start OnlyFans. And he said that there's no reason for you guys to be together if you're not helping. When he realized he didn't have the control over me, he realized that he did need to create an ultimatum for me. And that was hard for me. And he knew that. He knew what I felt and how I felt about him and the whole situation. And I cried and I was like, I just need to talk to him. I was thinking, you know, if I go and talk to him and just say, you know, this is how I feel about this, like he'll respect it again. And like if he sends me home and doesn't want to be with me because of this, I guess it is what it is. But I didn't want to lose that. And that was what I was like prioritizing. It wasn't what I could make on OnlyFans. No idea. I just knew that I really liked this guy and that he was such a safety blanket for me. I felt like.
Now, this next part is where things go from sketchy to concerning, because McKinley tells us about Jack's addiction to prescription stimulants.
Safe. We all know in the back of my mind, so I'm a W and you sacrifice everyone else for me. But it's like, it's okay. Only I have to know that. How many points you do? How many, Mom, what the fucking lies, dog? I don't take pills, bro. Mom, I don't do anything. I leave my goggles on, bro. Mom, you know I love you. Mom, that's not funny. You have to go now. You're the best, but, dog, you're cool. Okay, I'm going. Bye. I love you, Mom.
And it gets worse, because according to McKinley, Jack was constantly taking these prescription stimulants to maintain his insane content schedule. And when she asked him how he kept up with everything, he told her that he was using these pills and suggested that she should use them too. Apparently, he also said that she would be way more successful if she used them. And since she felt pressured to be whatever Jack wanted her to be, she started taking them regularly.
I also want to say the second I signed to him, disrespect started showing. He was not as respectful as he was in the beginning, never went on dates. We never did anything like how we did in the past. He was strictly just content. So I was like, how do you keep up with all of this stuff? I'm exhausted. Like, how do you continue to do this? And he was like, it's like, you should try. He's like, you will be successful. I'm not proud of it at all, but I had a horrible addiction dating him. Also, it's like when Jack's face is somewhere, I was always there. I had to keep up with him without that substance. And when I did that, I felt more motivated. I'm not on it anymore, thankfully, but that ruined my life. I couldn't function without it.
And honestly, people really don't talk enough about how dangerous stimulants can be for your heart and brain, especially taking them when you don't medically require them. That is a slippery slope. I've had friends my age go into heart failure because of medically prescribed stimulants. I've also had friends who've completely destroyed their relationships with people because they become so robotic and neglect their loved ones. But stimulant use is unfortunately incredibly normal now, and you see it with a bunch of creators, streamers, and any other high-paying jobs that require long hours of focus. But I guess it's kind of like with anything with life. Some people will use whatever they can do to give themselves an advantage. But also in life, there's no real such thing as a free lunch, because they definitely come with awful side effects if you're not careful. But continuing in the story, every morning before she could even eat breakfast, she would take these prescription medications because they needed to immediately go downstairs and start filming content. According to her, there was no time for food, and Jack allegedly hated it when people would stop to eat anyway.
When he did it, I would do it every morning before I could even eat breakfast. I did it because we needed to go downstairs and film as soon as we woke up. We had no time to eat. He hated when people ate. He would get mad at people when we were eating and saying we were wasting time. We needed to focus on content. We're taking too long to eat. So I went through a very long period with just not eating and just waking up and taking.
So now we're looking at a situation where Jack isn't just allegedly abusing stimulants himself, he's allegedly getting young women around him dependent on it so they can maintain the content production schedule and keep up with their output. And honestly, if this is true, that's pretty dark. McKinley says that she's clean now, but admits the addiction destroyed her life while she was living there. And honestly, that explains so much about the manic energy that we see coming out of that house. I remember so many comments of my videos on him saying that
this is why you gotta warn people with reality. It sucks, and it's evil, and that's plenty of evil going on there.
That Jack looked completely out of it. And yeah, it turns out they might have been right. So at some point during their relationship, McKinley broke her ankle badly enough that she needed surgery. But we already knew that part. Like, it happened when Jack was drifting and doing stunts in a golf cart with McKinley in the passenger seat. And eventually, the cart flipped over. But what we didn't know, until now at least, that none of that was an accident. Allegedly, Jack flipped the cart on purpose, right on top of his girlfriend, just to farm clips and content online.
But some of the worst things happened to me. Not everything was caught on camera. A big chunk of things were filmed when I didn't even want them to be filmed. A lot of emotional things happened to me, traumatic events. One of them being he flipped an entire golf cart on top of me on purpose, and it was for a clip. I know that because he was trying his best to flip it, and you can see in the footage the only thing that he was looking for was the camera to see if they got it.
And it doesn't stop there, because when McKinley insisted that he would take her to the hospital, Jack had other plans because he wanted to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown. So getting her medical attention, that wasn't exactly the top of his priority list. They eventually got into an Uber, and I guess he took her to the emergency room. And when Jack showed up later on, he brought his camera with him. You know, because there's nothing like farming your girlfriend's medical emergency for content.
I was in so much pain. He thought it was not that big of a deal. He was just worried about getting the good clip and seeing it on TikTok, not making sure I was okay. I knew I needed to go to the hospital, but he had prior obligations to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown, so it wasn't a priority. So I end up Ubering back to the house, not to the hospital. I was like, well, maybe if I go to the house, I'll feel better. I'll get a heat pad. When I'm on the way in the Uber and I'm sitting upright, I'm realizing like this is bad. And I walk into the house, everyone is there. They looked at me and were like, we need to go to the hospital. Like, we'll go with you. When I went, Jack had met me there and he had a camera and he was filming me. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, I'm in the hospital. You're filming all of these things. He was like, you're the baddest one in the hospital. And I was like, I'm just not in the mood for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear. He doesn't take that she's actually injured seriously at all. But somehow, it gets so much worse because during one of these takeover events in Compton, McKinley was apparently too frightened to leave the van and join Jack and the crew on stream. So she stayed inside in the van while Jack went to do whatever things he wanted to do for the content. And while she was alone in the car, someone approached with a weapon and robbed her.
I told them, I was like, I think I'm going to stay in the car. I don't feel safe going out there. The last time I was out there, we had heard gunshots. I'm like, I can't do this. They're like, okay, well, we'll give you the keys. I'm going to lock the door. They get out. I tried to tell them just to not go because I really genuinely felt like something bad was going to happen. And that's where I'm like, always trust your gut. They leave. I had the keys in my hand and the light was on in the Sprinter van. This is like a big like party bus looking thing. Like we were not hiding anywhere. Like we were in a party bus. And I was sitting in my seat and I remember looking up and making eye contact with two guys in shiesties. And I was like, oh, I hope they can't see me. The lights are on in here. I need to figure out how to turn the lights off. So I get up. Yeah, I get up. I turn the lights off. And then I go in the very, very back so that I'm not like near the windshield and they can't see through. And I just laid down. I'm hearing helicopters. I'm hearing gunshots. I'm hearing fireworks. I'm hearing every type of thing, freaking out, so much anxiety. And then I hear the car door open. I pop my head up and I'm like, okay, everyone's back. Like, finally time to go. When I looked up from the seat, I make eye contact with the guy I'd never seen before, any surgical mask. Like, it wasn't the two guys in shiesties that I had seen. It was a guy with a bag, a gun, and a blue surgical mask with gloves. And I looked at him. He said, who's in this party bus? I didn't think he knew I was in there. So when I popped up and like made eye contact with him, I thought maybe it would spook him and that he would like get out. And then I saw him hop over the seat.
And Jack's response when they got back into the van was he didn't want to stop filming or streaming. And because of that, we have this exact clip.
What'd they do? What the f*** bro? Wait, what'd he do? Wait, did he take your stuff? He took your purse? McKinley, where's the key? Where's the key?
So it's just crazy that, you know, everything in Jack's life is just content. Like, he doesn't take anything serious here. And the interview also pointed out that Jack's consistent use of just kidding is essentially just him gaslighting and manipulating people. I think one of the first times it was pointed out was by Pack God, because Pack God confronts Jack about constantly saying ridiculous things, then immediately following it up by, nah, I'm just kidding.
What? Because why not? No, I'm kidding.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you is that like a trick?
I'm kidding.
No, okay, Jack, come on, man. Come on. Just how about you just say it, but then stand by it.
Jack essentially just uses this as a get out of free jail card, so it lets him say whatever toxic thing he wants to on his mind, and then if someone gets upset about it, he can just flip it around and be like, ah, no, you're the problem for not taking this joke. And I don't think anyone close to Jack had ever spoken publicly about it before, like McKinley or Camilla here, I guess.
Anything he said to you was followed by just kidding, so just in case you retaliated, it was holy, you're insane. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely one of them.
And I was just kidding. That's what was always. I literally think we need to right now add in a compilation of every time he has said just kidding. He says the most vile and we'll go. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding.
I'll bend over. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm kidding, bro. You're so hot. Sorry. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Shut up.
I'm kidding, bro. I just don't want her talking. No, I'm kidding.
See, Shotty, your friend. She No, I'm kidding.
And the reason it comes across as manipulative is because he
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
take
he's one of
accountability
them.
for the
Absolutely.
things he does and says. He just
Knock
uses
him
it
out.
as a blanket
Someone
term
knock
to
him out.
deflect. Then things get very sad because at some point during their relationship, McKinley got pregnant. She took a test, it came back positive, took another one to confirm, and then had that overwhelming realization that her life could change forever now. But when she told Jack, he apparently was not surprised at all. McKinley says that he also wasn't excited about starting a family or beginning a new chapter in their lives as parents. Apparently, his
That's
first
why I
reaction was
dislike
to get
Jack.
excited about how much money they were going to make.
I go
Through the
downstairs and
seat.
Jack is outside and I was like, Jack, I need to talk to you. And I told him and he didn't seem surprised whatsoever. He was like, W. He literally was excited over the fact that we were going to make the most money we have ever made in our lives. It wasn't because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and start a new era. It was, oh my gosh, we're going to start a family YouTube channel and you're going to make so much money when you're pregnant and you have a pregnant belly. I remember looking at him and I was like, Jack, you do not realize if this is happening, I'm done. I'm not doing that. And I don't want to be on social media and we need to change our lives.
So that was a thing that allegedly happened, I guess. So being with Jack seems like it was nothing short of hell. Like a short man syndrome stimulant addict, constantly on edge, raised by questionable parents, all while making millions of dollars exploiting young women. And I say questionable parents with absolute certainty because near the end of the second part of the interview, McKinley shows a bunch of excerpts from the conversations with Jack's mom. And the things that she was saying to McKinley are pretty wild for some mother to say. You definitely don't want that as your in-law, that's for sure. So that covers the interview. In these 5 hours of content, there are a few more points the girls discuss about the last 2 years, like the time Jack withdrew over 300 grand from their joint account he shared with McKinley on the very day that she was going to buy a car, and instead he spent that money on a house that she never even wanted. And this is without even consulting her.
That same day I bought my car, Jack and I had a joint bank account. We shared a bank account. He would take the money from only put it into this joint bank account and take his cut of money. But when I went into my account, I realized that all my money was gone before I even could wire the money for my car. The day I was buying my car, I went into that bank account, which was where I was gonna use that money to buy my car. I looked at it and it was all gone. And I was like, what? Like I was so confused. Thank goodness I had money in my other accounts because I was making YouTube money. So I was able to wire the money for the car. He took that money from me and put it into the house. How much? I want to say $300,000.
And then on top of that, apparently Jack was always calm in front of the camera, and then as soon as the cameras were off, he became verbally aggressive and even escalated to physical aggression once.
He's like, you're stupid. And he's spitting on me.
He is of the synagogue of Satan.
Spit come off of his mouth because of how close he was to my face, screaming in my ear. And he pushes me as hard as he can into the wall. And I caught myself in my arm, which I have a picture of the bruise from the day after. He pushes me and I caught myself and he told me, he was like, oh, you flopped. He's like, stop flopping. I was like, I did not flop. I said, don't you ever put your hands on me, ever. And he was like, I didn't put my hands on you, you flopped. He was like, I don't give a you flopped. So I walked outside to the outside balcony. I just remember I was on my phone. I think I had texted Michelle on Snapchat and I was like, bro, like I need to get the out of here.
But now, as of the timing couldn't be worse, literally right as this interview started blowing up online, Jack decided to not address it at all, but actually just go to TwitchCon without a pass, sneak in, and start causing some chaos.
Just can't understand the aura. Look at this aura. This is crazy. I've never experienced it. I'm gonna FaceTime mother and father.
And I guess his opening move was to walk up to some random streamers such as Peach Jars and start throwing around homophobic and transphobic slurs like he's trying to hit some sort of like offensive content bingo card. Then, when people called him out for essentially being a scumbag, he tried to argue that he could be offensive like that because his brother's gay.
I'm kidding, but like my brother's gay. The fact two guys at once. How can I be homophobic? You don't know anything. You're just a woman.
You can still be homophobic.
Oh, and what are you? Homosexual?
Reasonable human being.
How am I homophobic? I love my brother.
You're not just hear all the slurs you
So what was? Doesn't mean I'm homophobic just because I say I'm homophobic. I'm homophobic.
What was reasonable?
And nothing's gonna happen to me. That's the problem. No, I'm kidding.
My guy, that's not how it works. What? Peach Jars just kept trying to walk away because she clearly didn't want to engage, but Jack followed her around with his camera, trying desperately to get some sort of reaction from her. This will end up backfiring for him because he's the one who ends up giving the reaction in the end.
Just walking away.
She walked up and flicked you off.
Yeah, you walked up and flipped me off, bro. You have nothing to say to me. I'm not homophobic. Wait, time out, time out. What if I wasn't homophobic? What else do you have to say against to me?
Transphobic, homophobic.
That for sure. None of my family members are trans, so.
That's why the curls are
You
on the
wish,
forehead.
you wish, boy. My dad's 69 and had full head of hair. You wish. Now, give me. I need a good comeback. I need something from you. You're full of hate. I need you to have one good, hateful comment on me. Something that makes sense. Something that's true. Because I'm not.
I think he's better looking than you.
No, because you have nothing to say. You definitely. She's saying mean things to me.
Oh, I was telling you he's homophobic.
Like it's gay, bro.
But it's like that's not a big deal. My brother's gay. I can say.
This is a dumb clip you're farming.
I can say it. If a word offends you, you can cry about it.
During that situation, when things started to escalate, news traveled quickly that Jack was at TwitchCon, and multiple.
So I've never really looked into any of his stuff, because every time I've heard of him, it was through this. But this is my first time actually hearing him, and then seeing all this, I can definitely tell you he takes the deceit route like you wouldn't believe. He is definitely one of those synagogue of Satan motherfuckers, right? As warned about Revelations 3:9. You can look that up yourself. Well, 3:7. Sorry, Revelations 3:7 through 9. Or semicolon.
Streamers started actively hunting him down. And this wasn't just because Jack has a reputation for being obnoxious, but it was also to confront him about the multiple crypto pump and dump schemes that he's been running over the last year. Because just in case you didn't follow the complete timeline, after his McLaren incident and then getting banned from Kick, I guess he started looking to try to find some sort of alternative revenue sources. So then he started launching tokens on sites like Pump Fund, where he would create coins or boost existing ones and tell his audience to buy in and then sell into his audience, essentially running away with a bag. So his audience lost money, but at least he made some money. So when streamers finally found out he was at TwitchCon, they immediately started pressing him for why he rugged all those meme coins. Jack tried to deny it, but he himself live streamed the evidence, so that's a little bit hard to deny then, and obviously it's also on the blockchain.
Hey, how are you? How come you rugged all those meme coins, bro? On Pump Fund. I didn't. What do you mean? You did. You're still streaming? Yeah, I'm live right now. On Pump Fund? Streaming on Pump Fund? Nah, not on Pump Fund, nah. Wait, I mean, you took all the money from those, like, 4 coins. I didn't take money from... Look at the charts, boy. You didn't rug them? Nope. It was a straight red candle, bro. On every single one of them. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Dude, I know. Nah, no one bought it. You rugged for 6K, though.
Oh, you rugged a coin for $6 grand with a...
You couldn't even move it past 100K. Dude, what happened? The coin didn't even go past 100K. Zero motion. Jack, let me know when the next coin's dropping. Jack, ECA, please, bro, please.
But after getting confronted about the crypto schemes, Jack was visibly upset. The dude started getting extremely mad, and streamers started following him around the corner and kept calling him out for everything. And that's when Jack completely lost his composure.
What you say? 100K topper. When you say when my next coin dropping? Yeah. Next time I need 6 bandos. So now? So never? Not tomorrow. Okay. Damn, you're that, bro. Huh? 100K topper. Wait, what coin you guys looking at? You think you can pump a coin? Alright, you're so stupid. You can't even let me speak, you idiot. Go ahead.
What? Can you speak? You
man, bro, you on that one. Hey, you guys Son, you got me like 6 Is that Marlin? Oh, that's great. They have nothing left. They have a rugless. Jack already has. Dude, are you crying?
Look at that loser, bro.
Which is kind of funny because just, minutes ago, he was following around Peach Stars trying to get some sort of reaction from her. But instead, when the tables turn, it was him providing the reaction that he was looking for. And in case you thought things couldn't get more petty, Jack somehow finds a way, because after the whole crypto confrontation, he was so upset that he actually started stealing equipment from other creators. So, Canel Joseph, a YouTuber and streamer who was near TwitchCon, got stopped by one of Jack's girlfriends for an interview. They asked him, hey, what do you think about Jack Doherty? And Canel said this.
What are your thoughts on Jack Doherty?
What's up?
Why?
Because it's Jack Doherty, bro. He's a bro. If he doesn't have no security, bro, he's. Where's he at? Is he behind me? Where's he at?
Would you pull up on him?
I would pull up on him, but like no security, like I'll pull up on him.
Well, that was apparently enough to make Jack confront him directly with his bodyguard, of course, because this guy will not go confront anyone without his paid bodyguard. Because, I mean, who else would he hide behind? But Jack got into Canel's face, trying to provoke him, but Canel made it very clear that he wasn't going to fight, because that's obvious what Jack wanted. Because at the end of the day, Jack wanted to bait something so his bodyguard could hop in.
Your main income maker right there.
Jack,
Boom.
I got the
Twitch. Twitch is not my main income. Well, then touch me. Do something. Why are you stuttering? You nervous? Nah. Can I touch your heart? Yeah, you should. Oh. Why you touch this? Wait. Why you touch this? Yo, he's nervous. No, he's nervous. Feel it. Look. Oh, what? I'm wait, no, listen. I'm late for lunch.
And then, because Jack couldn't handle being called out, one of his people allegedly stole Canel's microphone. I mean, it's getting real pathetic out here. So
He is pathetic.
Canel kept asking for his mic back, and Jack's crew kept playing dumb, like, where'd it go? Oh, super funny, dude. And eventually, Jack himself got involved, acting like he was trying to help locate it, while it was very obvious that he was just stalling.
Okay, can I get my mic back? No, I know. Or like, I'm looking for it. I actually don't know where it's at, bro. One of the girls has it. She ran away, bro. You should have been meaner. So the other girl took it. Someone did, bro. Should have been nicer to her, bro. Bro, you corny, bro. You know how corny you are, bro. I really do feel bad for you. I'm corny. You won't stop coming up, bro. You're not giving your mic back. Whoa, come on, bro. Don't ask me. That's what I'm. You're not the mic. Who asked me? Bro, who asked me? Wait, are you serious? All those girls are freshly 18? They're freshly 18, bro. Oh my god, I wish my sister never grows up to be like that, bro. What the? You wonder why a lot of people don't like you? You do weird shit like that. Like, look, if you punch me, if you did a lot, look, if you did all the look, Jack, look. No, I'm just giving you a lesson. No, I'm just giving you a lesson. It's weird. Like, bro, it's like some little man child. You taking a mic. He's stealing a mic. Like, that's not a good clip. Like, if you did anything else, that'd have been a good clip. But like, both these are your little slaves. Bro, these are your little slaves, bro. Come on, bro. Hey. You come on, bro. Bro, you control them. Look, I'm not talking. Look, hey, listen, you can tell them what to do. Girls, you want to fight with girls? No, I'm not talking to them. I'm not talking to girls. No, I'm just saying, look. No, I'm not fighting. I'm just saying, you tell them what to do. So just tell me my mic back. Like, you say, girls. Bro, you control them. 99 split, like 1%, you get, come on, bro. It's just weird. Look, you can do anything else, but like.
Probably is a 99
You
split.
even know that's like some petty. Taking a mic, that's not like, it low-key makes you look lame, bro.
He is lame.
Like that. Seriously, stop.
I mean, even for Jack's standards, this is pathetic. I mean, this is just some middle school type behavior. But I mean, hey, that is basically just his brand at this point, and that's what he's built his whole character and reputation on. But at least now, there's a 5-hour recorded interview and an entire TwitchCon disaster to document exactly who Jack really is. And I feel like you can only run this kind of operation for so long before people start talking, because once one person breaks their silence, usually others tend to follow. So I mean,
I have it. Here's the way it'll work. I will challenge any of them to a fight. The contract will be set up as such. I will fight them, regardless of whatever outcome. If they show up and fight, well, they can get their money. If they forfeit because I'm not beholden to any script or any contract, then I get the money. So I only get money if they completely refuse to be involved. If they do be involved for any reason, they can they can't quit. Like they can't just quit in the middle of the fight. Their contract is just fight until you get to the end, or whatever, right? They either have to defeat me or make it to the end of the thing, and then they get their money. If either one of those two happens, or if they forfeit because they're such cowards that they don't want to fight someone who would actually fight back, then I get that money. Excellent plan. Let's go.
He's essentially solidified himself as the biggest skid mark on the internet. And that speaks volumes, as we cover
'Cause he
quite a
is
few others that would easily be
that
runners
one.
up for that spot.
Call him a skid mark.
Yeah. Dude, he is a skid mark. He's a solidifiable skid mark.
But identified himself as a skid mark. That's classic. That's good.
But other than that, hey, feel free to subscribe if you're new here. Drop a like on this video because watching 5 hours of this, yeah, I'm not getting that time back.
Let's see what Asmon Gold has. Yeah, I disagree with Trombone. Oh, he's facing 7 years in prison. Hopefully he is gone. Stress. Are y'all stressed? I can't say I'm stressed.
Stress is an ancient superpower that's slowly killing you. It evolved as one of the most powerful tools for survival, but has turned into a double-edged sword in the modern world. It grants your wish to rise to a gnarly challenge or to work harder, but claims a chunk of your life force in return. Unless you learn how to use it right. What is stress?
Like nuclear
Why
energy.
is it harmful? And what can you do to escape its consequences? All living things strive for homeostasis, a state where their body is in balance. To maintain this balance, they make adjustments like moving into the sunlight or eating nutrients. But the world is a cruel place with death lurking behind every corner, and organisms need a way to react to extreme situations. This is how stress evolved, as a physical response to a stressor, which is anything challenging or dangerous. Stress is a very fast, drastic change of the state of the body that prioritizes survival. An emergency program that lets the organism push way out of its comfort zone to survive. To understand how stress works in humans, let's visit a scene 50,000 years ago. The superpower awakens. A group of early Homo sapiens are huddled around a fire when suddenly a desperate and starving saber-toothed tiger attacks their camp. Their leader, the bear smasher, jumps up as time slows down. His brain classifies the tiger as a critical stressor and unleashes the stress response. Adrenal glands pump out adrenaline that rushes through Urd's body, activating
in the
fight or
kidney.
flight mode. His heart starts beating faster and his lungs accelerate, providing an emergency supply of nutrients and oxygen to all critical systems. Adrenaline dictates that his muscles have energy priority over his other organs and activates them for rapid action. Their strength and speed are ramped up. Pain and fatigue signals are muted while his senses become super sharp and lock in on the threat. Perceives every detail with maximum clarity and realizes the tiger is getting ready to pounce. There's only a split second to react. Adrenaline forces to make a quick, impulsive decision. Without thinking about it, he chooses to fight and attacks with full force. But the battle is long and arduous. The animal is desperate and will not back down. Our humans risk exhaustion. A new hormone joins the battle, cortisol. Cortisol is the slower, more strategic hormone that manages a longer stress response. It orders a total shift of all body systems, ramping up the fuel supply while suppressing all non-essential functions like resting, disease defense, or digestion. Ur's body isn't his own anymore, it belongs to stress. Finally, Ur the Bear Smasher deals the killing blow. The tribe gathers in celebration. Their bodies shut down fight or flight and activate rest and digest. Wounds begin to hurt and muscles cry in exhaustion. It's time to recover and heal, bond and tell stories about how they killed the angry tiger god. Some fall asleep, others eat to replenish. The tribe relaxes and homeostasis is being restored.
See, that's what I
These
want.
people are your ancestors. When did this amazing superpower turn into a curse? The
In
deadly
The Office.
email. Our world has changed so quickly and profoundly that our biology couldn't keep up. Stress is still the same it was 50,000 years ago. Sense a stressor, react immediately and with full force, prioritize present moment survival, make sacrifices if necessary. That works well when you have to jump out of the way of a car, but most stressors we encounter nowadays are abstract, acute and more numerous, often intangible, persist for much longer and usually don't even require physical action. The tigers of the past are now angry emails, deadlines, online dating, rush hour traffic, or doom scrolling the news and social media.
Very true.
But our brains are built
I
to
do a
take
lot of
fear
doom
very
scrolling.
seriously. So if you experience even a short burst of anxiety over an email, or because you scrolled through Twitter, the helping hand of stress springs to action. You can have dozens of these micro stressors per day, constantly activating your stress response, even if you barely notice anymore. While these micro threats stack up, we also have to deal with bigger stressors like unpaid overtime, angry clients, rising rents, inflation and healthcare, or tariffs and chaos making our future more uncertain. But the boost we get from stress can also be extremely helpful if you have to study for an exam, run a marathon, or complete a big project. It's a proper superpower and can feel exhilarating, even addictive.
You just got to know how to use it. It's like nuclear energy. It can make it so we don't have to burn as much anymore. Can definitely mean for a cleaner, healthier air by having like a danger zone. But if we're smart about it, it's great. Or it could be evil, like I'll be real, Oppenheimer is pretty evil. They usually are. But the weaponization of it, that, yeah, that's evil. So do not do evil, do good with all of these things that we have been given.
So many of us end up abusing it. Especially if you work in a competitive field, you may keep pushing and challenging yourselves and others, relying on stress to get your best performance possible. The problem is that stress was only ever intended to be used in short spurts and critical situations. If it's activated over days, weeks and months with no release, it becomes chronic stress, one of the deadliest conditions for humans. How chronic stress destroys you. The price of chronic stress is the slow destruction of every part of your body and brain. As the stress cascade is activated over and over, adrenaline and cortisol keep flooding your body. Your fight or flight systems are overactivated, while your rest and digest functions are constantly suppressed. Your muscles tense up for a fight that never comes. Instead, your back, shoulders and neck scream under the tension and you get pounding headaches. Your digestive tract cramps and suffers, either holding things in too long or rushing things out. Your fat metabolism is disrupted and starts slowing down fat breakdown, while increasing fat buildup in your belly area. Your cells become less responsive to insulin, increasing your risk of metabolic diseases. Your heart keeps pounding, eager to supply your body with fuel, but your blood vessels aren't built for this constant overactivation and get destroyed in the process, massively increasing your risk of a heart attack or stroke. Your immune system gets weaker and stronger at the same time, in a way that causes maximum damage to you. The parts that protect you from disease are suppressed because who cares about a cold if you have to fight a tiger? This increases your risk of infections, cancer and autoimmune diseases. Meanwhile, cells that cause inflammation for wound healing are massively boosted, inflaming your tissue all over. Your brain gets rewired to serve stress. Perceiving an ongoing critical emergency, it slows down calm reflection and thinking, instead favoring quick and rapid reactions. You literally get worse at thinking clearly and lose wisdom points. You're much more likely to make bad, impulsive decisions like breaking up, eating junk food, or using drugs. You become worse at solving your problems while creating new ones. Under chronic stress, you're simply a worse version of yourself. If this persists, your memory and cognitive abilities get worse as you slide into anxiety and depression. So your chances of getting out of a stressful situation in the modern world worsen the longer you're chronically stressed. A hellish, vicious circle. If you can't escape it, odds are that you may die earlier and suffer greatly along the way. How to use stress as intended. Stress can be your friend. In measured doses, acute stress enables you to conquer mountains and push beyond your comfort zone, helps you to improve your skills and grow as a person. And it can make it feel amazing to perform at your very best. But to get the good without the bad, it's critical that you properly wind down your fight or flight response and relax. Listen to your body. If you feel stressed, you are stressed, full stop. There's no universal threshold you have to reach before you're allowed to do something about it.
Hopper.
Next, ask yourself, is your stress response productive in your situation, and is there an end in sight? If you're studying for exams or moving house, stress is a superpower, helping you unlock your full potential. But your health needs breaks from fight or flight mode, be it meeting friends, working out, or going for a walk in nature. Relaxation is not being lazy. This is serious self-care. If you relax actively and regularly, you'll keep stress from claiming a price on your body and mind and still be able to use its power. If you can't do this at the moment, plan active relaxation time as soon as you can, without this stressing you out. Okay, but what if you suffer from constant unhelpful stress? You can't control your body's stress response, but you can influence it. As annoying as this is, mindfulness, like meditation or yoga, is scientifically proven to take the edge off stressful situations and to tell your brain that this email is not a deadly tiger. But the single most effective way to remove stress from your life is to remove the stressor itself. Become your own personal assistant and assess where tiny bursts of stress are coming from during your day. Do you feel stressed when you doom scroll? Social media doesn't show us what we want, but what makes us engage. And negative emotions make us engage the most. So simply getting rid of the apps or unfollowing stressful people can actually remove a lot of stress from your life.
True.
Especially with the really big problems, removing the stressor is extremely effective. If you live in a dangerous neighborhood, move. If you're bullied at school, see if you can change your environment. While this is drastic advice and may not be easy, it will have the biggest impact on your chronic stress levels. So think about what you can change in the midterm. Of course, there are situations where you can't just eliminate the stressor or meditate the chronic stress away. If your brain is stuck in stress mode for too long, it will get worse and worse at solving problems. You may not be able to think clearly to get out of your situation. In these cases, the most powerful move is to ask for help. Open up to friends or family, or get professional help. An extra pair of hands can make a huge difference. In the end, life will throw stressors your way. This is
Always.
unavoidable. And
Every
that's
day.
okay. Stress is your superpower. Use it. But never forget to get to the other side of it. That's why we created a health journal. We've collected all the latest health science and designed a framework to help you figure out what actually works for your life without pressure or guilt. If you want to reduce stress, start with the rest and mental health chapter, or dive into nutrition or physical fitness. Each chapter is packed.
So it's probably my headset.
Real science, lots of examples and inspiration to get you started. But you can make it completely unique to fit your needs. In the end, you'll have built a custom health mix that works for you. We also made it as beautiful and fun as possible, as taking care of your health should always be.
My bad,
And you're
Atozy.
not
I didn't
doing
mean to
this
say
alone.
that anything about
We'll
your video.
check in
It
from
was
time to
my
time,
headset.
and we'd love to hear from you. Share your progress and inspire other burbs on their health journey. After the Gratitude Journal and the Habit Journal, this is the third part in our best-selling journal series. To kickstart your health journey, we've also created some exclusive Health Club merch for you. Wear them as companions to remind you of your goal. Just give yourself 1 month. Try it. See where it takes you.
exercise. Exercise matters so much. Like you probably do understand, but here's what a lot of people get wrong. So, uh, if you wish to see true and actual gains in muscular size, you want to go hard like 1 day a week, right? Endurance is a whole other thing. Endurance is to do something often and for long periods of time. So we do need a good balance between endurance and explosive power. So, I mean, engage your core correctly. Let's check this.
Sucking in your belly, holding your breath, thinking. So this is how you engage your core. Then suddenly, head spinning, fatigue kicking in. Congrats. You're part of the 1% engaging their core. Wrong. Real core engagement? Imagine someone's about to punch you. You brace your midsection, not suck it in, but create tension through your abs and back. And yes, you can still breathe. Gently draw your belly button inward. This brace protects your spine, powers your movement, and turns every rep into a core workout. Stay tuned. Our next reel shows you exactly how to train your core the right way. Sucking in your belly, holding your breath.
It's not what I wanted. Yellow dude. Subscribing to Yellow Dude. I think y'all should as well. Uh, exercise for explosive wrestling.
We're going to give you one of the best workouts that you can utilize to improve your explosive speed for wrestling. And we're going to start right now. Okay, so when we're training explosive speed for wrestling, we've got to think about this is a workout that should be done the second or third day of the week. So you're going to do some real heavy lifting for wrestling, right? You're going to do a leg day, maybe do an upper body day. Now we can do some plyometric work to really focus in on that speed. So we're going to give you those 5 key exercises, and we're looking to attack this from a unilateral aspect as well from a bilateral aspect. Think about someone like Jordan Burroughs, Kyle Dick, David Taylor, Gable Stevenson, Nick Wisdowski, all these animals and how fast they are when they're taking their shot, how they set up their shot, and how quickly they can react. That's what we're trying to build as we work through this entire workout. The whole point of this is to mimic someone like when you would get dominated on the mat.
Oh.
Like when Kyle Snyder took you down.
So someone has your leg up.
Someone has their leg up.
Okay, well,
and you're
hold my fucking leg up.
And you're defending them.
Just hold my leg up and I'll defend it.
First exercise.
So hold my leg up and I'll defend it.
It's going to be the high leg mini hurdle hops.
Yeah? That's the wrong way. You don't want it out there.
And so we've got 2-time state champ Jan Johnson, and he's going to demonstrate this with a quick reaction. The whole goal is that we want to be nice and easy reacting. Think about what folk style wrestling is. That's too low, Jan. Folk style wrestling, we're gonna see, takedowns like this. This isn't where we want to be offensively, but if we can react quickly and we have that explosive speed from a bad situation, we can get out of it and we can try to get ourselves into a better position by utilizing exercises like this. I'd say, use 5 sets, 3 each side. Focus on that good stability and good hip mobility and dynamic trunk control. Nice and easy. Is your hip cramping? Is your hip cramping?
No.
I hope it does. If I'm here,
I want explosive power, like a sprinter. Sprinting faster. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start sprinting. Oh wait, sprinting warm up. That's what it is.
How do Olympic sprinters like Usain Bolt warm up before winning a gold medal at the Olympics? And what can we learn from them to maximize our own training, even if you're not at their level? I looked through textbooks, research papers, training footage, and even interviews with the top coaches in the world to combine all the best pieces of information and create my own warm up. Here is what I came up with. Usually I arrive to the track by car, so I like to first get started by walking. Otherwise, I feel really tight from sitting in the car. If it's a warm day, about one lap around the track will be enough for my hips to loosen up. But if you're walking to the location anyways, you might as well just get into the jog. Research on 20-meter sprint times showed that just 20 minutes of warming up had a significant impact on improving speed. The warm-up consisted of a jog, dynamic stretching, and incremental sprinting. 20 minutes might sound like a lot, but this includes doing drills and technique work. Elite sprinters actually warm up for up to 90 minutes before a competition, but unless you're about to run the 100 meters at the Olympics, that won't be necessary. I found that jogging for 5 minutes, 10 if it's cold outside, is good enough to get my heart rate up and loosen up my body. Personally, I jog until I break a sweat, which during the summer in New York takes about 2 laps at the most, with a moderate speed. Despite what you would expect, a person with more training will actually sweat faster due to a process called acclimatization, where your body adapts to training and generates heat much faster. Even during the jog, I'm working on basic sprint technique, which includes minimal side-to-side rotation of the torso, landing softly on the ball of the foot, and upright posture with the eyes looking straight ahead. Have you ever wondered why does our body even heat up when we exercise? Because I have, and here's what I found. When we use our muscles, they produce energy. About 20% of that energy produced is used for further muscle contractions. Meanwhile, 80% of that energy is converted to heat. This is why your body will shiver when you are cold, because those full body contractions generate heat for the entire body. Because sprinting is a full body workout, it's important that we have a full body stretching routine. In this clip, you'll see Tyson Gay, American world champion sprinter, doing some dynamic stretching before getting into his sprint drills. For the ankles, I do crouch walking because I'm able to get a really good stretch in the foot muscles, Achilles, and calves all at the same time. I never have any issues with shin splints, and I suspect that this is one of the main reasons why. For the quads, I do kickbacks. I noticed that this is a stretch that both Tyson Gay and Asafa Powell both do, and it's very easy to see why when you actually try it out. Compared to everything else I've tested so far, this one is by far one of the best at stretching the quads. Just make sure that you're kicking your knees up high to get the full stretch. For the hamstrings, I do bent over reaches. There's a lot of classic hamstring stretches. This one is great because you get a lower back and upper back stretch at the same time. For the hip flexors, I do hands up lunges. This one is great not only because you're warming up your leg muscles during the lunge, but you are also stretching out the hip flexors and abs when you raise your arms. For the shoulders, I do external rotations. The arms move violently during the sprint, so we can't forget about the shoulder and need to prepare the rotator cuffs as well as loosen up the pec muscles. This is another stretch which I've noticed that Asafa Powell does before his sprints. For the glutes, I do steps with a rotation. This one allows you to get a deep stretch in the glutes and also the upper back. For the lower back, I do step overs. I found this one gets a great stretch in the lower back muscle, specifically the QL muscle, which gets very tight from both sitting and standing. For the abductors and adductors, I do side lunges. This one gets a good stretch in the muscles on the inside and outside of the leg, which are usually neglected but very much active during sprinting. It's important to note that all of these should be done moving. Plenty of research has already shown us that static stretching, where you hold each position for time before your workout, actually decreases performance. Specifically, one study with 97 rugby players showed that static stretching decreased sprint performance while dynamic stretching increased it. Typically, I'll do 8 to 12 reps of each one of these before moving on to the next step of the warm-up. In theory, can you get into a hot tub to warm up and still get all the same benefits? Well, let's define the 3 ways you can warm up. One is passive, which is through external means like getting to the sauna or getting into the hot tub. Number 2 is active non-specific, which is by performing movements not relevant to the workout you are about to do. Number 3 is active specific, which is by performing movements relevant and similar to the workout you are about to do. According to research, there's actually no significant difference in physiological effects and performance between active and passive warming up. Although we could argue that active specific would be the best use of time since you are warming up
I can agree with that.
and also practicing technique at the same time. Sprint drills are usually done fast and at high intensities, which is why it makes the most sense to do them after dynamic stretching. Depending on what you are working on that day, your sprint drills will vary. If you're working on becoming faster for track, for your sport, or just for bragging rights, you're going to want to focus on acceleration drills such as the acceleration foot strike drill. This drill teaches you to strike the ground behind the hips while having a significant forward lean, just like you would during the acceleration phase. If you're working on improving your top speed for conditioning, fat loss, and or hormonal benefits, then you're going to want to focus on upright sprinting drills such as the A step with hands up. By keeping the hands up, it forces you to have an upright posture just like the top speed phase of the sprint. If you're working on your starts to train your muscles to fire explosively, improve your reaction time, and or build muscle, then you're going to want to focus on start drills such as the bent over arm swings. This trains 2 things. 1, it trains your back muscles and your core muscles to stabilize your torso from bending or twisting. 2, it trains your arms to swing powerfully so that your legs follow and you exit the blocks powerfully. I actually have a full video on my top 3 beginner sprint drills. If you haven't already seen it, it'll pop up at the end of this video and it'll be in the description. If you're not working on any specific phase of the sprint, then you could do all of these for 2 sets each. Instead of focusing on reps, I would worry more about performing as many as I can with nearly perfect technique and take a break once I feel any bit of fatigue setting in. At this point, we're finally sprinting first at a low intensity and slowly increasing it until we reach the speed we plan on using for our workout. I forgot my spikes on this day, but after a couple of these, I usually put them on. This is the transition between your warm-up and your actual sprint session. Although depending on your fitness level and goals, this could definitely qualify as a workout itself. In this video, Usain Bolt warming up before winning a gold medal at the Olympics, I counted that he completes around 15 of these. Unless you're about to run at 100% effort in an attempt to break a world record, you probably won't need as many. Personally, it takes me around 10 of these before I feel ready for my actual workout. But how many you need will largely depend on how long it takes you to feel ready and what you're working on that day. Experiment and find what works best for you. Although there isn't one best way to do this, it seems like this is the general pattern that you would want to follow. Jogging, dynamic stretching, sprint drills, incremental sprints, and don't forget the most important part of this entire process, hitting the like button. Now, apart from smashing the like button, what does your sprint warm-up consist of? Drop it in the comments and check out my top 3 sprint drills for beginners if you haven't already.
I'm going to give you a like, but not because you asked for it, but because I did find this informative and it definitely agrees with some of the stuff that I've also agreed with. So this is the thing, right? And I understand excuse, right? Call it what you will, call me what you will. Ugh. I am cool with whatever is that is. I need to work on my sprinting so I can heal up my body. And this is something I'm going to start doing. The sprint warm-ups in the morning, because that whole study.
Also stretching out the hip flexors and abs.
It was somewhere. It was that one study about those dudes. But honestly, passive stretching or passive warming up. Hold on, let's take a look. What are the benefits of warming up? I think my goal is not. Okay, so my duel is not knocked, but I thought I heard it knock, so I also got to pee. I'll be right back. Ooh, my booty cheeks. I guess my one booty cheek. Ow. I don't know if I'm built for like sitting this long. Ah. Oh, my balls. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm still fat. No lie, right? I got like still 30 pounds to lose. Let's take a look at burpees. 100 burpees every day. Let's see if I can get to
Burpees are
there.
one of the most powerful fat-burning exercises. The technique of the exercise is to alternately change several positions. With the proper technique, all the major muscles of the body are included in the work. In this video, you'll learn what happens to your body if you do burpees every day. So watch the video till the end. It will be interesting. Let's go. Burpees are a functional exercise that combines elements of squats, planks, push-ups, and jumps. When performing the exercise, the muscles of the abdomen, legs, chest, and upper back receive a load. Burpees also develop endurance, strength, and coordination. Another benefit is the improved ability to synchronize movements. Burpees straighten the cardiovascular system, increase the supply of oxygen to the organs, and improve muscle tone and the ability to maintain correct posture. Burpee is an effective bodyweight strength exercise, and it doesn't require any additional equipment. What muscles do burpees work? As already mentioned, burpee is an exercise with global impact on the body. In fact, this exercise includes 4 elements: squat, plank, push-up, and jump. It combines the work of several muscle groups at once. The quads work both in flexion and extension. The biceps also work on extension and flexion under their own weight. The pectoral muscles, gluteal muscles, abs, back muscles, and shoulders work on the transverse flexion and extension. In addition to the muscular core, burpees increase endurance, accelerate metabolism, and develop the cardiovascular system. Athletes involved in CrossFit have long appreciated the benefits and high efficiency of burpees. CrossFitters refer to the exercise as the Little Death because it's very energy intensive and requires a certain level of fitness if you plan to include it in your workout. However, you can always make burpees easier by eliminating push-ups or jump-ups. In addition, burpee is super effective for weight loss. 20 repetitions of burpees burn about 15 kilocalories. Metabolism is accelerated. The body warms up very quickly from constant changes in positions. Also, burpees have a beneficial effect on the development of core muscles. These are the muscles that are located in the pelvis, abdomen, and lower back. They form the core necessary to maintain the balance of the human body. Burpees develop strength and speed qualities of an athlete, develop flexibility, improve coordination, balance and endurance, fix posture, and maintain back muscles in a good shape. The indisputable advantage of the burpee is the ability to perform it anywhere without the presence of special sports equipment. To perform the exercise on your own, you need to understand how to do burpee correctly. As with any exercise, the burpee technique is very important to get the most out of it. If you break burpee down in stages, then it consists of simple exercises. Therefore, in order to move on to burpee, you must learn the technique for performing these exercises. The squats, plank, and push-ups can be used as a warm-up before performing the burpee. To warm up the muscles, make it a rule to always be well kneaded and warmed up before any physical activity.
True.
How to do burpees with proper technique. Stand straight, feet shoulder width apart. This will be your starting position. Bend your knees. In a squat position, put your hands on the floor. Transfer your body weight to your hands. Jump back with your feet so that you are in a plank position on straight arms. Do one push-up and return to plank position. Jump your legs up to your arms and get into a squat position. Jump up and raise your arms sharply, making a clap above your head. Make sure that each stage is done as correctly and fully as possible. Only in this case, you'll get the full effect of the burpee. Be especially careful about including burpees into your workouts. If you have knee and hip problems, chronic heart disease, overweight, pregnancy, and a 2 to 3 month postpartum period, make sure that you don't experience dizziness, nausea, and chest pain when performing. Stop exercising if these symptoms appear. If you feel good, try the burpee, which is deservedly called the king of exercises. By the way, friends, be sure to watch other videos on my channel. Links are on the screen right now. See you soon.
Truth about daily burpees. Let's find out.
What would happen if you did?
So here's my thought process on this one. Over the course of a 2-week period, so 14 days, you're going to do burpees every other day. So I do them on a Monday. Well, let's start on a Sunday, right? So I do Sunday, take Monday off, then do Tuesday, then Wednesday off, then Thursday, then Friday off, then Saturday, then next Sunday off. Then I do it Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday, Thursday off, Friday, Saturday off. And then it repeats like that for nigh infinity, right? Or do burpees for 20 minutes every 3 days. So I start on Sunday is day one, Tuesday, or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, then I do Wednesday, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, and then Saturday, and then Sunday, Monday off, and then Tuesday, and they'll just continue on like that forever.
Did 100 burpees every single day for a month. It's not all about getting superhero glutes without any pain. Trust me, I jumped straight into this crazy challenge to see what really happens. Day one hit me way harder than I expected. My heart was pounding, legs shaking, but I kept going. I completed 100 burpees that first day in about 10 minutes and 40 seconds. It felt like running a marathon with a backpack full of bricks. By day 30, however, something amazing happened. I could finish 100 100 burpees in just 7 minutes. That's 3 minutes and 40 seconds faster than when I first started. How did my body and mind change along the way? Let's dive in week by week. I won't lie, the first few days were brutal. On day 1, I was excited but terrified. 100 burpees in a row? My muscles were screaming just thinking about it. Burpees are like a mix of a push-up, a plank jump, and a squat all in one. That means they work almost every muscle, from shoulders and arms to your quads and hamstrings. Started after warming up. One by one, the burpees added up. By burpee number 20, my legs started shaking. By 50, I was already drenched in sweat. Yet I pushed to 100, stopping the clock at around 10:40 dot. I felt every single muscle burning. Each burpee is a full body move. When I dropped to do a push-up, my chest, arms, and core fired up. When I jumped back up, my legs and butt did the heavy lifting. My heart and lungs were frantically pumping the whole time. In fact, burpees are such a high-intensity blend of cardio and strength training that they make your heart work extra hard, boosting your heart health like a mini sprint. Despite the soreness, I felt proud after day 1. On day 2 and 3, recovery was key. My legs and shoulders ached each morning, but I forced myself to eat protein and rest well the day before, because muscles actually get bigger and stronger when given proper rest. When you exercise, tiny tears form in muscle fibers, and they heal and grow during recovery. So good sleep and stretching became part of the plan from the very start. By day 4, I noticed something. The workout still felt insanely hard, but my body was handling it a bit better. I could do first half a bit quicker. My time dipped to around 9:50. But I had to trick my brain to keep going. To stay motivated, you must break the 100 into mini goals. After 1 week of punishing myself with 100 each day, I had some results. My muscles looked a bit more defined, especially shoulders and legs, and I lost about a pound of fat. A burpee burns tons of energy, about 10-15 calories per minute, because every muscle works hard. I could touch my toes a bit easier. Each burpee's squat and jump stretched my legs and back. By the end of week 1, my hips and ankles felt less stiff. Week 2 was a roller coaster. On some days I felt unstoppable, like day 10, where burpee 50 felt no tougher than burpee 10 was on day 1. I completed 100 burpees faster on those good mornings. For example, I cut my time under 9 minutes around midweek. But some days, like day 12, I woke up feeling slower and more tired. My legs felt like jelly before I even started. After 10 burpees, my heart was beating really fast. I had to take a short 5-second break after every 25 burpees just to finish. The human body adapts unevenly. Some days fatigue, stress, or lack of sleep make things tougher. Some days felt easy, like a nice walk. Other days felt super hard, like running uphill. But the big thing is to keep going, even on the hard days. If you don't stop, your body gets better and stronger. By day 14, something cool happened. I could talk a little after 100 burpees without feeling out of breath. My heart and lungs got stronger, and that helps you feel better when doing anything. My muscles didn't hurt as much, they just felt a little sore. That meant my body was getting better at recovery. By the end of week 2, I found out that sleep is super important. With 8 hours of sleep, I woke up ready to go. By day 14, I reached a big goal. I did 100 burpees in about 9 minutes and 40 seconds. That's 1 minute faster than day 1. By week 3, things got a little crazy. Some mornings I felt excited to start, but other days I hit snooze on my alarm 5 times and said, no, not again. On day 21, I reached another milestone without really noticing. I could do the last 20 burpees really fast without taking a break. Before, I needed small breaks. Now, I was finishing sets clean. My body also felt more balanced. My core was much stronger. So, jump back part was no longer a weak link. By week 3, something funny happened. My weight stayed the same. The scale didn't move much after the first drop. Why? Because I was burning fat but also building muscle. Muscle weighs more than fat. So I got stronger even if the number didn't change. By day 25, I saw something cool on my heart rate monitor. At the start, my heart was beating really fast during burpees, but now it still got fast, but it calmed down quicker after I finished. That means my heart got stronger and better at supplying oxygen to my body. At the start of week 4, I was almost done. Just 6 days left. My body was stronger, but doing 100 burpees still felt super hard, just like on day 1. The big change was that my muscles didn't hurt as much with every burpee. I wrote down my times. Day 28 was 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Day 29 was 7 minutes and 45 seconds. And on day 30, the big finish, I hit 7 minutes exactly. It felt so good. I had done 3,000 burpees total, and I was 35% faster than on day 1. By the end of this challenge,
Let's do
my
it, boys.
body had changed a lot. My legs and arms were more muscular. My core and posture were rock solid. I lost about 5 pounds of fat. My resting heart rate was a bit lower. Mentally, I gained discipline. If you do something hard every day, you prove to yourself you can do hard things. If you're thinking about trying it, remember, warm up, listen to your body, and give yourself good
Let's check yellow dude, burpee
So,
apocalypse.
you decided to do 100 burpees a day for a month. Strong choice. You've never done it before, but the algorithm knows you better than you know yourself. Or maybe it's that little yellow dude inside telling you this is exactly what you need. People
Yes.
say good things happen when you do 100 burpees every day. You'll get stronger, fitter, and tougher. You know there's only one way to find out, so you commit. And yeah, you know you might be risking death. But quitting? Out of the question.
And never.
After all, you're a Yellow Dude subscriber. And if you
And with the
haven't
power
yet,
of Jesus,
it's only a matter
of
of
God
time.
with me, I can do
So,
these.
you start. The first 10 reps? Easy. You feel like an athlete. The fear you had before starting? Completely unnecessary. This is nothing. You're built for this. Then, you hit rep 12. Something breaks. Your lungs stage a protest. A few reps later, your soul exits your body, looking down at you like, this was a mistake. You stop counting, because counting requires oxygen, and you have none. Your heart is pounding so hard, you wonder if it's about to explode.
Yes.
Finishing all 100? Not a chance. Maybe you manage 30 before reality smacks you in the face. But that's fine.
You walk away feeling proud you started, but also slightly worried you have made a very, very poor life choice.
Regardless, you sleep better than you have in years, because you're absolutely wrecked. You're supposed to wake up, but you're not waking up, because you're dead from yesterday's workout. Nah, just kidding. You're still alive. Barely. You wake up expecting to feel bad, but somehow it's worse than you imagined. It's like your muscles sent out an emergency distress signal overnight. Every movement is a negotiation. Rolling out of bed, a challenge. Sitting on the toilet, a crisis.
Yes.
At this point, you might wonder if burpees are a government experiment designed to break people. But here's the thing.
I remember that
Today
feeling.
isn't about suffering. It's about recovery. Sleep. The good kind. Not nap with one eye open sleep like this. Yeah, that's not gonna cut it. You wake up with red eyes and regret. Not a great way to survive a burpee challenge. Enter the Manta Sleep Mask. This thing blocks 100% of light.
Total blackout, even if your neighbor's house is made of sun.
The eye cups are C-shaped, so there's no pressure on your eyes. Nothing
Is
pressing,
this dude
nothing
Norwegian?
squishing. And once it's on, it stays on. It uses a cool, breathable fabric so it's comfortable to wear all night, and it stays in place no matter
Like-
how much you toss around. Earthquake? Still on.
Norway.
Burpee Nightmare? Still on. Manta
Finland
Sleep
area.
Mask. The only reason you survive day 3. Congratulations! You have officially woken up muscles you didn't even know existed. Your body is still stiff, but you're not broken. Every movement is sharp, clean, and painful. But it's a good kind of pain. The kind that reminds you you're alive. The
Yes.
kind that tells you this is working.
Enya.
You don't wait for the soreness to go away. You don't wait to feel
Only
ready.
time.
Movement is the medicine. You start slow, breaking it into sets of 10, pushing through the stiffness. You try to hit 100. Maybe you still don't make it, but you do a lot more than day 1. And by the end, something strange happens. You don't feel worse. You feel better. Your body is learning. You're still sore, but it fades quicker. You notice something new. Your heart isn't exploding after the first 10 reps. The first 20 reps feel smoother. Your jump doesn't look like a dying fish. Your body still complains, but it doesn't scream. This is the first day you complete the full 100 burpees, and for the first time, it doesn't feel like the end of the world. You're tired, sure, but you're not on the floor questioning your life choices. In fact, you feel like you could do more. Maybe just a few extra reps, maybe just to prove to yourself that burpees don't own you anymore. Something is happening. You're getting better. Day 5 is when you start realizing burpees aren't just pain and suffering. They're a skill. You're landing softer. Your push-ups are cleaner. You're breathing better. You still sweat like a waterfall, but now it's controlled. You're not just doing burpees, you're learning burpees. You complete 100 reps again, back-to-back days. Never done that before. This time it feels a little easier and you can't believe it. But completing 100 reps isn't your goal anymore. Now you want to do them with better form and pace. Something weird happens. You wake up expecting to be wrecked, but you're not. Your body's recovering faster. You still feel the work, but it doesn't slow you down as much. You used to need 4 or 5 breaks to get through the workout, but now you finish your 100 reps in fewer breaks. Your endurance is building, and your recovery between sets is getting faster. You realize you can do this, and maybe, just maybe, you're starting to like the challenge. 1 week ago, 100 burpees felt like climbing Mount Everest. Today, you still struggle, but it's your struggle now. You own it. You know the pain, the rhythm, the pace. You finish your reps without questioning whether you'll make it through. That alone is a win. You've officially lasted longer than most people who try this challenge. That puts you in the top 0.01% in the world. And guess what? Next week, things change again. Something feels different. The first 10 reps don't hit like a freight train anymore. The first 50 reps, still tough, but no longer a death sentence. Your lungs aren't on fire immediately, maybe just simmering. You're still sweating buckets. You're still breathing hard, but you don't
I'm
feel
not
like you need to
sponsored,
lie
but I
down
like
and contemplate
Element.
existence after every set.
I like the orange
That's
flavor one.
progress. Honestly, didn't think you would make it this
If only
far.
I could get a
You've
flavorless
stopped
one.
fighting the movement. Your burpees are smoother, less flailing, more flow. Push-ups, no longer just chest collapsing onto the floor. Jumps, you actually leave the ground now. Recovery, you don't need a full TED Talk's worth of break time between sets. You start pacing yourself better, cutting down wasted energy, and for the first time, you realize you might actually finish this challenge. Your body isn't just keeping up, it's adapting. You recover quickly between sets. Your muscles feel stronger. The soreness is still there, but it's background noise now. You finish your 100 reps faster. You don't collapse on the floor at the end, and best of all, you actually have energy left after. You're no longer fighting burpees. You're owning them. Before you know it, you've powered through half a month. By now, your body has stopped resisting. You don't need motivation, you just do it. Your endurance is undeniable. You don't cheat the reps, you don't break form. You get through 100 without fear. You're officially good at burpees. A new question pops up. Can you do them faster? Can you push harder? You start competing against yourself. By now, burpees are second nature. You don't think about them, you just move. You've built endurance, mental toughness, and an unfair advantage over anyone who skipped leg day. Your time to complete 100 reps is significantly lower. You're stronger, leaner, and sharper. And now, the big question, do you stop here? Final thoughts. Was it
No.
worth it?
Yes.
You built endurance,
You
got
keep
stronger, and proved you can suffer through anything. Your cardio is through the roof. Climbing stairs, easy. Running, no problem. You earned the right to tell people, I did 3,000 burpees in a month.
And we might have the richest you get.
Was it painful?
This dude is
Absolutely.
Norwegian.
But was
Or
it
he's
worth
got a
it?
Norwegian guy with him.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. They are worth it. Ooh. Elemental magic system.
Hey, keep your voice down. I gotta be quick before the main video starts. In case you missed it, I'm writing a comic. It's called Aurora, and the first print volume is coming out really soon, like this week. And if you're watching this video later, not the day it came out, it's just out. It exists in like bookstores and stuff, which is so weird to think about. Anyway, if a fantasy superhero-ish comic sounds interesting, you can pre-order or just order the book, and or you can read the whole comic online at comicaurora.com. Various links about that are in the description, and yeah! Ah, shoot, it's the fuzz! Quick, roll the video! There's an old saying that truth is strange.
So here's what the way my world is working. The anime that I'm writing, the magic system, like I said, is a bit of a combo take from Naruto with its magic chakra system, and like the fate system, right? With like magic circles and shit. They use some Full Metal Alchemist, right? But the idea is that within my world there is magic. Magic can only be harnessed through magic circles, and so you have to first draw the magic circle, understand the magic circle, how it works, and then project it in your mind's eye to wherever you're going to go, and then the magic circle made of magic goes around, which then creates the spell. The spell effect of like fire, lightning, ice, what have you. Now, there is also a evolution within my world, and the way this evolution works is that you make a deal with the Fey folk, right? Uh, make friends with them. They basically have to offer their life, the Fey folk, to you, the human, and this would allow you to what is a spirit dive. You get 2 wings though, and they're very much based off of like the fairy type wings of the fairy that you happen to contract, the Fey folk that you contract with. You glow, you know, your hair's kind of standing up, your body's glowing, your eyes glow, but your eyes glow with magic anyway. Now there is also the skill where you can have your, because whenever you have any of your abilities active, your eyes will glow because that is essentially the kind of signaler that your magic is activated. Now, if you are a high enough level, your eyes will not glow and you will have the physical embodiment active. Now, humans, us people, we have like overshields on us, right? And this overshield can take so much damage. But there is a metal that can act as a extension for our magical, you know, self. So that way the blade can go from like regular blade to then a glowing blade. Probably just the edge is the way I'll do it. Or the blade itself will just glow, you know. And then now whenever you, that blade can then slice through our magic shield and therefore attack the person immediately. And we are still just human. We can just harden our bones with magic, right? We can anchor our organs and stuff to the rest of our body. So, for example, right? So to not be knocked out, because you know when you get knocked out, right? Say you get hit in the chin, your head goes this way really quick, but because our brain is within like a little pool of water, it can move fast enough that that the head moves faster than the brain can keep up with, right? So that then causes the concussion. With the magic within this world, you can essentially hold everything in place. So the bone can hold the brain plus all of its fluid in position to one another. So that way, even if you get hit like in the face super hard, your brain will also move with the rest of your bones.
so you won't get knocked out. There will be no concussion. Same thing with like your internal organs and your blood, right? If you move fast enough, then you prevent, then your blood itself will begin to pool. It's like pulling G forces, right? The weight pulls the blood down away from your brain, right? The world in which that we operate, there is the magic that will physically enhance your body. It will keep your blood flow going regardless of G forces, regardless of anything, right? So muscles won't tear. You can give 110,000%. They'll even be boosted by it. Your bones will be incredibly powerful and all that, right? We're immune to bullets, basically, except for those swords, because those swords, well, they're the only thing that can slice through our own magic shield. Now, the sword itself slices through the magic shield, but it's also made incredibly strong, much like our bones. So as long as there is magic being passed through the metal, you can strike it against another blade so hard you both end up getting pushed back from your own attack. So that's what's happening in my world. Now, magic circles are still just that, magic circles, and I'm thinking I'm going to base them off of cymatics. So like the frequencies of sound create a specific wave, and then certain elements like fire have a frequency that is required to make said frequency. So we'll make circles like that, right? I'll try to make them as cool as possible, but in a way that also makes sense. And then of course, once you ascend with the spirit connection, right? Then you gain access, well, to flight, increased perception above what regularly is available with magic, uh, increased strength, right, and access to fire pure energy. Now it's still going to be based off of the Fae that you have contracted to. I'm still figuring out that system, but whatever Fae you're contracted to is the one that you will be able to access their magic freely, right? But you usually, and I don't know, maybe it should just be one. I haven't quite figured out what the Ascension mode is going to be, but it's essentially going to be Super Saiyan. Everyone gets magic though, and the way the magic works, it activates 2 times. First at age 5, and then again at age 15. Let's make it age 16, because everyone's graduating at 15 within my world, because it's a Montessori schooling. Well, it's again part of my political campaign for change, to rebuild, uh, and to take all the best and bring the best here, But I'm still figuring something out for its ascension, and then I think there should also be like the combat and fate, I like that kind of stuff, or even Demon Slayer. Very nice, like sword v sword kind of stuff.
Than fiction, and I don't.
But the magic system will also give us the ability to say walk on water, to walk up a tree, to kind of Spider-Man our way across stuff, Because not only is it in the feet, it's also in the hands. So mana grip is what I have called it. You can Spider-Man your way up a wall. You can do the water walking, the tree walking, all that good stuff. And same metal can also be used as like a spider web thing, right? So I'm thinking there's gonna be like a grappling hook thing that he has, but it's made of this metal. Yeah, so that is what's happening. It's this metal wire. Dante's currently the only one that has it, but he is going to teach the others. But it is what is essentially a wrist gauntlet thingy, right? Bracer that he can
shoot out the web, but because it's a very thin wire, right, and it just loops around the whole thing in a very, very tight coil, but because it's super powerful, because mana's getting pushed through it, then he can use it to like grapple onto something and use the magic through his magic through this cable to then, manipulate the metal to cause it to grab something. But that's currently the magic system in my world, so and it is elemental based. Earth, wind, water, fire, metal, snow, all that good stuff. So let's see about this trip.
I don't think there are any fields that prove that more comprehensively than physics and chemistry. In our attempts to model the seemingly intuitive works of the material world, such as fire hot and things fall down, we've stumbled upon near infinite rabbit holes of fundamental forces barely perceptible to human senses and the logic of chemical reactions occurring on a scale far too small for us to see, underpinned by the complex quantum dance of even more unseeable subatomic particles and the energies concealed therein. People have been trying to model observable reality for longer than we've been people, and all things considered, our current models seem to be pretty good. We've got the periodic table mostly filled out, we've been finding those particles the math indicates have to exist to make the equations balance, chemical reactions can be modeled in advance rather than just mixing concoctions to see what goes boom, black holes look about how we expected them to. But it took us a long-ass time to get here, and frankly, the model we currently have is, not intuitive. It can't be. The way the world works on a fundamental level, on the smallest scale where the rules are hiding, is not really how the world looks like it works on the level humans live at and form their intuition around. When people hear that 99.9% of an atom is empty space, that doesn't gel with the fact that they can touch a rock and it feels solid. The world we observe versus the underlying forces that make it work that way are separated from each other by many layers of abstraction. This is why I stuck with pure mathematics. All this applied stuff gave me a headache. Historically, there have been many attempts to model reality, to lock in simple mechanical rules that explain why everything works the way it does. Perhaps the heavens seem to circle around the earth because we live at the center of the universe and are cosmically designated as God's favorite princess. Perhaps certain things burn while others don't because they contain the element phlogiston, which is released in the form of the flame. Perhaps storms form over the sea because the god of the oceans is a temperamental bitch baby who likes causing problems. Maybe hanging around dead bodies makes you sick because of all the angry ghosts, or because they make the air go bad, or maybe it's because the world is full of invisible little guys that sneak inside your body to fuck you up. The real world really only looks intuitive because we're used to it. The actual mechanisms that drive its functionality are, appropriately, ridiculously complex. Arguably too complex. Which is why, when a writer world builds a fictional setting, they usually stop well before they have to start considering molecular chemistry or germ theory. A fictional world doesn't need to make sense down to the quarks and gluons, it just needs to hold together well enough to feel immersive, which means when it comes to modeling the physical properties of the universe, lots of writers will drop back to an older, simpler model of the real world for inspiration. After all, you don't need to world build the periodic table and all the chemistry implications thereof if you can just break the world down into a simple single-digit number of elements that govern the function of reality, which might go a long way towards explaining the enduring popularity of the elemental magic system. The logic at the root of an elemental magic system is essentially that the world at large and its corresponding concept of magic, whatever form that takes or name it uses, can be cleanly subdivided along categorical lines associated with specific elements, with different branches of magic typically built on controlling or summoning those elements. An elemental magic system is generally on the harder end of the world-building spectrum, with more rigidly defined rules than soft magic systems that operate more on vibes. If nothing else, it's very
I do
common for
want
elemental magic systems to be extremely clear.
I do want a more defined elemental magic system, which is why it is not only the magic power, but also the magic circles, and the magic circles are based off of frequency and the elements, which would be like atomic weights and whatnot.
About what falls under the purview and capabilities of the various elements, to strictly delineate the world building and sort it cleanly into the provided elemental boxes. Characters in these stories will usually have a strong thematic association with a specific element that they can magically connect with or harness in some way. But in some stories, elemental magic is instead just one branch of a larger magic system, with many more flavors of magic to choose from.
Yeah, there is my other one that has the paladins, shamans, and hunters. So the paladins, well, the shamans, they wield elemental magic, right? So it's like wind, lightning, ice, earth, water for healing, earth for tanking, fire for, well, really, because the way this, because remember, everything that I'm making is going to also become an MMORPG later on. So for the hunter, well, no, for the shaman, right? Every single character can be everything. So they can be but it depends on which way you decide to weigh more, right? So you can be a tank, DPS, and healer all at the same time. Now you can put more into a single ability to then become more in that single thing. Like you can put more into damaging aspects as a shaman, and then you can either do magical damage or you can do physical damage enhanced through your magic, right? Or you can focus more on healing, or you can focus more on tanking, or you can do a combination of tank plus heal, or tank plus DPS because you got a healer and a DPS, right? Or you can also kind of even yourself out so that way you have maybe some more tanking but an equal amount of healing and DPS, right? So you can do uh what is it? 60 tanking, 20 DPS, 20 healing, right? Same thing with the paladins, but the paladins will wield light magic. Now, light magic is just that, light holy magic, right? Can be used for damaging, healing, DPSing, just the same as everyone else. Uh, you can be a tank that heals, a tank that does an insane amount of damage, or you can do a bunch of damage and have some tanking or healing, right? And then, of course, same thing, you got damage for both uh, magical, light magic, right? Light healing, or attacking with the light magic. And then the hunter is mainly just it was also the same tank, healer, DPS, right? They use specifically nature magic. So, but you have a soul tie with the beast, right? I wouldn't say a soul tie. You have uh, command of the beast, basically, right? So imagine like one eye can see, and again, this is just as the example, but for the lore purposes of the thing, it's like you have both vision. You have your vision, and then over that, but in a very much more opaque, see-through type thing, you have the beast's vision. And then you have the beast's skills that you can use, and you have a and uh, shared health and armor pool. Now, certain pets will have certain abilities. So certain pets will be better at tanking, certain pets will be better at DPSing, and other pets will have more healing, right? Or other such abilities. And you, as the hunter, will have both, your ranged attacks, but these are all physical, right? You have your ranged attacks, right? You can infuse your arrows with magic. You can command your pet. Your armor affects your pet. You can also heal your pet, and your pet's healing then heals you, which then in turn heals the pet. It's like it's only a single bounce, that type of thing, right? So you heal your pet, heals you, which then your healing healed against you heals your pet, and that's where it stops for that, right? So it allows for, because remember, you and your pet do share that pool, and then this really just allows you to have that same additional bit of healing. But this is all self-healing. You don't have any group heals. So hunter itself is going to be anyone can become a hunter, just like anyone can be a paladin or a shaman. It'll just come down to, well, how good are you at being any one of these? Let's see this.
In these instances, elemental magic is the branch that specifically involves calling on the power of nature for aid. In these larger magic systems, rather than specializing into a single element, it's more common for characters to be masters of elemental magic in general, which allows the mage in question to call on the natural world in a way that less environmentally attuned people can't. In contrast, other magically inclined party members might do things like stop time, or fire off bolts of nondescript blurple energy, or crack open portals to have tea with Cthulhu. Elemental magic as a whole exists in a much smaller box in these stories. But in stories where the elemental magic system is the whole magic system, most characters are going to specialize into one specific elemental branch. The elements in an elemental magic system can vary a lot, but a safe bet will usually start with the Aristotelian elements, water, earth, fire, and air, or with the 5 classical Chinese elements, fire, water, wood, metal, and earth. These mainstays were foundational to historical elemental models of the universe, and they're popular for a reason. They're relatively intuitive. They work like how the universe feels like it works. If you squint, most things can be loosely sorted into these elemental categories. This means the author will know exactly what their elemental magic users will be capable of and what they won't without having to deal with too many elementally ambiguous edge cases. Elemental magic systems are usually very literal. A fire person can throw fireballs, a wood person can grow plants, a wind person can maybe fly. An interesting little side note here is that this is a much more physical interpretation of the elemental system than either Hellenistic philosophy or the 5 phases were intended for. When ancient Greek philosophers locked in the 4 classical elements, they were abstracting them pretty heavily, to the point where they basically reduced all 4 elements down to 2 components each. Are they hot or cold, and are they dry or wet? So hot and dry makes fire, hot and wet makes air, wet and cold makes water, and cold and dry makes earth. In this model, 100% of everything could be explained by sorting it into one of these abstract categories or combining the independently unique properties of these roots of reality. And if something didn't seem like it could be explained that way, it definitely could, we just didn't know how yet. When Hippocrates, of Hippocratic Oath fame, later popularized the 4 humors model of medicine, elemental associations quickly followed, associating blood with air, yellow bile with fire, black bile with earth, and phlegm with water. And these got associated with seasons, respectively spring, summer, fall, and winter. And these also got linked with personality traits, namely friendly, angry, lazy, and depression. So the 4 classical elements were getting used in a very non-literal way to categorize everything from medical problems to weather patterns. Meanwhile, the 5 phases model was always more abstractly focused on interactions between the things the elements represented rather than properties of those literal elements, which isn't too surprising when you realize that of the 5 elements listed, air is not one of them, meaning it's clearly not about physically listing every kind of material in the world. The model started off with planetary associations before the elements were brought into it, leading to a smorgasbord of correlation where metal is west and autumn and white and also the planet Venus, wood is east and green and also springtime and also wind and thunder and the planet Jupiter, etc. The elements all interact with one another in different transformative ways, passing through a cycle of one feeding into the other and one conquering another. The cycles are meant to model the function of the world, but the physical elements are only being invoked in a very conceptual way. Heck, many of the main characters in Journey to the West are explicitly referred to with an elemental association that never translates into what we would think of as elemental magic. Just because a character is associated with wood doesn't mean they actually have anything aesthetically or magically to do with plants. And I think there's a very interesting underlying clash to be found here between historical elemental systems, which were developed in an attempt to model the real workings of the whole understood universe, and fictional elemental systems, which are baked into the world building from the ground up. A writer that builds a fictional world from scratch usually starts from the underlying rules of this new reality and extrapolates from these first principles, building only things that either make direct sense based on these rules or are simply too cool for them to leave out. But in the historical philosophies that these elemental systems draw on, bluntly, the world didn't care if it conformed to the model or not. Historical elemental systems weren't clean-cut speculative world building, they were trying to lock down the building blocks of reality that would explain everything from the movement of the wandering stars to the chronic illnesses that plagued them. So fire wasn't just physical burning, it was also the season of summer, the refining flames of the forge, the concept of a hot temper, the planet Mars, the cardinal direction south where the warm came from. Because all those things existed and needed categorization. But when a writer world builds from the ground up, this process occurs in reverse. The writer constructs categories and fills them with ideas that make sense with the rules established. So a fictional elemental magic system will almost never capture the weird, esoteric complexities of the historical philosophies they draw on because they don't need to. The fictional magic system can just be a part of the way the world works instead of having to account for everything. Also, frankly, many historical elemental systems ran up against the foundation foundational problem that they were, incorrect. They didn't actually model the world in any sort of comprehensive way, which meant they'd keep encountering edge cases or unexplainable phenomena that defied categorization. The historical field of alchemy, which was very obsessed with the elements and their properties and how they could be combined and refined for power, was like 90% absolute hot nonsense focused on things like soul refinement and homunculus construction and the philosopher's stone, and the remaining 10% that actually worked just turned into real chemistry and the real periodic table. A lot of these historical elemental systems also encountered the roadblock of what the hell was going on with outer space. It had to be made of something, but it didn't seem to act like any of the known things on Earth. The stars glowed and flickered like fire, but they didn't seem to be consuming anything or releasing any smoke. They didn't usually move independent of one another, and they all traced out big circles, whereas most things on Earth liked moving in straight lines. The moon and sun had to be made of something, but if the moon was stone, why didn't it fall? And if the sun was fire, why didn't it burn out? There's something fishy going on here. In a fictional setting with tangible elemental magic, these problems don't apply. If the elemental categorization is real and foundational, then the world must work in an overall simpler way than the one these historical elemental systems were made for. Because of this, elemental magic systems can get really weird with what they classify as an element. One common addition to the 4 or 5 element system is a secret bonus element, often called ether or quintessence, drawing on another Aristotelian concept, which was essentially and all the other stuff that doesn't fit this existing model. Quintessence was an explanation for why space and the stars didn't seem to fit into the categorization of hot versus cold and wet versus dry that defined everything on Earth. Obviously, there was a 5th element up there with its own weird properties that explained everything and liked going in circles, I guess. As a general catch-all, ether is very useful in a given elemental magic system because it can cover stuff like energy or souls or magic itself that don't cleanly fit into the pre-existing elemental boxes. Since its whole definition is the secret extra thing that makes the system work, it can be pretty cleanly integrated into any elemental magic system if the writer wants to throw in something new. It also has the benefit that in an elemental-themed 5-man band, making the leader associated with a secret special element lets the writer justify them having all kinds of bullshit powers that their teammates can't access. Some stories will also subdivide the elements into much more specific categories. Most commonly, ice can get carved off into being its own thing rather than just a subcategory of water. So you'll get characters with only ice powers and no apparent control over liquid or gaseous water except by freezing it. This is one of those divisions that doesn't make the most sense mechanically or on a granular world-building level, but absolutely works on vibes. Ice feels like a different kind of thing than water, even if it isn't, so giving it its own little zone of magic isn't the weirdest thing in the world. Because again, the elemental magic system model is simplified and largely vibes-based. It doesn't need to follow the considerations of real physics and chemistry because
technically everything is
neither
vibes,
does the
because it's
rest
all
of
the
it. Although the more
vibrations.
blatantly the elemental magic system breaks the real conventions of chemistry and physics, the more likely it is that the audience will start getting frustrated as their understanding of what the rules are gets shakier and shakier. There's kind of a balance to strike here. Just because it's vibes-based doesn't mean you can exactly get away with whatever you want without losing some audience investment, but There are also a few different schools of thought around lightning. In more modern aesthetic settings, characters with electricity powers are extremely common, because electricity is an understood part of the modern world, and we can get a clear feel for what it might mean for a character to control it. But in the ye olden times fantasy aesthetic, electricity means lightning, and lightning means storms. So it feels a bit like a thing of its own, defying most categorization, but not all of it. In itself, lightning is a bright, hot expression of energy, a lot like fire. So correlating the two isn't uncommon, but neither is partitioning it off into its own element, where weather control or storm magic or power over thunder gets to be a slice of magic all on its own. Some elemental magic systems will include things as elements that sort of strain the definition of an element. Shadow magic, for instance, is a popular one to enable some good old-fashioned edgy boys to work their shenanigans. So is its counterpoint of light, but you can also get things like poison, technology, sound, gravity, and the concept of death. At this point, the word element is kind of losing all meaning, but the good thing about fantasy world building is that anything can be an element if it's elemental to reality. If music is magic, then maybe sound is elemental. If death is an inevitability, maybe it does count as a foundational power in the universe. If darkness is the primordial medium of the universe from which the light first sprung, tapping into that could do all kinds of interesting things. I think this only feels weird and nitpickable because from a modern standpoint, we understand what an element actually is, and it's not what these historical elemental models used that word for. It's a box on the periodic table with a specific number of protons in it, and that makes it behave a certain way because reasons. There's no sound element because sound is a process, a wave moving through a medium. There's no darkness element because it's just the absence of light. And there's no light element because photons are their own thing that don't involve protons at all, which would arguably make it its own kind of thing, but the point is that the word element means something and photons don't count. Calling poison an element disregards the huge different number of compounds, organic and inorganic, that are poisonous. Almost like how calling earth an element ignores the huge different number of compounds, organic and inorganic, that are dirt. I'm a grade A nitpicker. I love pointing out when things don't make sense, but if we're starting from the premise that a fictional world has an elemental magic system, we have no picks to nitpick with. The premise is already so many steps removed from the way our world actually works. There's no law that says you have to stick to the old elemental models when you're building a new one from the ground up. So maybe poison can be an element too. Who cares? This used to make me so mad, and now I'm madder that I've convinced myself it's not actually a problem. In the Aristotelian-inspired models, with only the 4 classical elements as a foundation, plants will often still be partitioned off as their own domain, because they don't really fit cleanly into any of the big 4. They're kind of arguably splitting custody between water and earth, so they'll either get bundled under one of them or branched off into their own school of magic. Plant magic is a very useful concept to include, but it also carries some complicated implications, because on a structural level, the difference between a plant and a person is not as large as one might want. If we're using magic to manipulate cellular growth, does the magic care if the thing it's changing has a rigid cell wall and chloroplasts, or can it do that to anything alive, making it the most terrifying OP form of magic in the world? This is one of those fun world-building questions that gets given a lot of answers to keep the power from getting too horrifically overpowered. In the setting of DC Comics, which is absolutely choco with plant people, the answer is a strong no, because plants are all connected to this primordial force called the green, and superpowers associated with it almost always involve tapping into the green. Animals are another department entirely, and therefore exempt from green stuff. The magic works if you're a plant. How can it tell? Well, obviously plants have the cosmic is a plant seal of approval, so the magic works on them. Alien plants? Plants, still plants. Plants that think they're a dead guy? Still a plant. It's really harkening back to the olden days of elemental categorization. This is a kind of earth because, look at it, it's a rock. Is this metal a kind of earth? Well, is it a rock? Yes, then yes, it's earth. It's a fun bit of circular logic.
Yes,
Historical
then yes.
elemental systems had to work off of observed reality, which meant every categorization was going to start from vibes. Dirt, rocks, metal, it's all earth, until you start breaking it down and seeing how the individual components of it work differently from one another. Water is its own thing because look at the ocean. Nothing else works like that. Air is everything we breathe, and fire is the problem child that has to be its own thing because it clearly doesn't work like anything else. The current understanding of elements is almost completely vibeless. Elements mostly get subdivided by atomic number, not by how they look, feel, or smell. You can do a middle school experiment to electrolyze water into hydrogen and oxygen, and determine if you've gotten hydrogen by lighting a match under the test tube. If it goes pop, congratulations! Chemistry is still working as intended. You have just turned water into air that explodes. But to create a fictional world where any given elemental magic system is correct, you basically have to create a world that partitions itself meaningfully based on aesthetic. You have to throw out the periodic table at the door because it's well below the scale we're going to be operating on. A thing is an element if it is a category that cannot be contained in any other extant category. The actual internal mechanics of the thing have no bearing on this categorization. If it looks like a rock, it's a rock. If the universe says it's a plant, it's a plant. If it's hot and it glows, it's fire. If you start talking about cells and molecules and chemical reactions, the whole vibes-based categorization falls apart, just like the way real alchemy did. Now, this micro-scale hand-waving is very much not a universal requirement for a story with an elemental magic system, because not every world with an elemental magic system uses
8
that
hours
elemental
and
system for
0
its physical
people.
foundations. There are a lot of elemental magic systems that are sort of
Tragedy.
layered on top of the more familiar, broader world that doesn't cleanly categorize itself into only the elements displayed. Castlevania and its sequel series Nocturne feature elemental magic subdivided into fire, ice, and lightning, but it never pretends like these are the only 3 elements the world is made of. They're just the ones that make for the best projectile attacks. In stories like Avatar: The Last Airbender, check it off your bingo cards and admire my restraint for taking this long to name drop it, things are a little more vague. The world is mostly composed of the big 4 elements, and even boundary breakers like plants, lightning, metal, and lava are eventually shown to be under the purview of one or more category of benders. It's not until the sequel series Korra that they introduce a substance that no bender can affect. And that's also when they started getting really weird with the world building anyway, so nah. But at the same time, it's broadly shown through Sokka's shenanigans that chemistry mostly works. This world has enough underlying physics to resemble the mechanics of reality reality we know in the real world, while simultaneously allowing for the clean subdivision of everything into 4 magical delineations. Which works for what it is, because for the most part, the audience isn't going to demand a full breakdown of which elements on the periodic table are under the purview of which kinds of bending before they'll suspend their disbelief about the flying bison. But I'll admit, my personal taste in the writing department is a little bit different. If I were to build my own elemental system, I wouldn't want to have to be vague about where the boundaries were. I'd want to make sure that I, at least, knew the rules all the way down. This also feels like the point where I kind of have to address an elephant in the room, which is that I have built an elemental magic system. I built it myself for use in my comic Aurora. Remember from the ad at the beginning of the video? So this is a trope that I have a kind of different perspective on than a lot of the ones I've unpacked in this series. Most of my trope analysis comes predominantly from an audience perspective, where I try to piece together patterns across different stories I've seen and how these writers have answered the same question in different circumstances. This is one trope I've actually contributed to, so I'm gonna very gently break my one rule for these trope talks and use my own writing as an example. Not necessarily as a good example, to be 100% clear. This isn't how to make the best elemental magic system. This is what I learned making my own elemental magic system at age 11 after watching through the entire Last Airbender DVD box set on a road trip. I'm not a metric of quality, I'm just having a good time. I gave myself one hard limit early on to avoid going mad. I was not allowed to world build a periodic table. I had to stop before I hit the level of molecular chemistry. It could exist in the world, but I wasn't allowed to write it out in detail, because at that point I would have entirely lost the plot on what needed to be built for the world to hold together. It needed to look enough like reality to support the existence of familiar-looking plants, animals, and people, because I wanted the baseline of the world to have a familiar aesthetic that wasn't too hard to click into. But I also wanted it to break down cleanly along elemental lines. So the solution I came up with was to start from the elements and build literally everything up from there. I locked down the 6 elements I wanted to use for the purposes of the narrative I wanted to tell, which basically meant what kinds of magic do I want these guys to be able to throw at each other. I started with wind, water, fire, and stone to cover the basics, stone instead of earth because obviously this planet wasn't gonna be Earth, so that would just be confusing, plus lightning because I didn't want to be basic, and as a final kicker, an element I was calling life in the abstract to account for plant magic, healing magic, and anything on the spectrum in between. And then, rather than layering this elemental system on top of an existing world fitting the aesthetic I'd been building in my mind, I decided to scrap the initial aesthetic ideas and literally build the world out of those elements from the ground up and see what I got. So each element got a massive godlike being I was calling a primordial, probably because I was playing a lot of Exalted at the time. A primordial would be like moon-sized and have a body completely physically composed of the element that it was, and a soul composed of a unique kind of energy that was associated with that element. So the stone primordial was a big stone guy with a soul made out of stone energy, the fire primordial was a big fire thing with a soul made out of fire energy, etc., etc. Then I let them all die in a big cataclysmic battle against a primordial force of evil, and when they died I had them fuse their 6 elemental bodies together into a mostly indestructible prison for that elemental evil. Just like that, I had a world in the making, composed of these 6 primordial corpses just lying around, with plenty of wind, water, and stone to get the aesthetic right, fire and lightning to keep things interesting, and life oozing around to kickstart an ecosystem. And of course with a big primordial evil slumbering at the center of it, because you know I gotta. Some unfathomable number of eons later, a mix of evolution and intentional divine intervention could populate this world I made with people, plants, and animals
Aha,
that were
divine
aesthetically
intervention.
familiar to an Earth-based audience, plus as many additional wacky things as I wanted and could think of. The magic system would involve characters channeling the unique energy of each dead elemental primordial's soul that used to compose their living soul, and thus each element in this world could correspondingly be magically commanded by only the once living soul it had held. So a fire mage would be channeling the soul of fire through themselves into animating some actual physical fire, so they could throw fire at stuff. You know, really simple stuff. Because I'd introduced the concept of primordial fusion, any material that didn't seem to cleanly fit into one of the 6 categories could be explained as, essentially, a molecular-level fusion of 2 or more elements, gaining new and unexpected properties from their combination, including the aforementioned plot-relevant perfect fusion of all 6 elements that was indestructible enough to contain an ancient primordial evil. This is as far down as I let myself get in the world building. Essentially the part where I would have to start reinventing molecular chemistry from first principles.
I'm so tired, you guys. I think I'm done. I'm gonna be on Twitch next time. Good night. Kyle,